There were cries of fire. Everything was covered in thick black smoke, and flames were everywhere. Someone shouted that there was a lady inside, and she needed to be pulled out of there immediately. But someone shouted that Madame Uranius, the eldest daughter of Count Vincent, had already saved the ladies. Two people, a man and a woman, looked at Uranius with smiles on their faces, saying that she had managed to save the lady after all. A hand reached out to her face, containing a strange bright green liquid, and the woman said that she must now pay for what she had done. She ordered her to drink the contents of the test tube, adding that it would take away her sight and her voice would completely wither. With a menacing look, with a calm, but at the same time hatred-filled voice, she said that she, of course, saved this woman, but now she herself will become a cripple. The woman asked the girl if she understood what they were getting at, as the liquid from the test tube poured straight into Urania. When rumors of what had happened spread, Lady Uranius's father offered to marry her to Cassius, the son of the very lady she had saved. Duke Euclid's family agreed to the proposal, and they then got married. And literally, a year later, Uranius received a letter from her father, in which he wrote to destroy the protective artifact in the cave under the duchy. The girl did not want to let her parents down at all, so she had to follow her father's order. As soon as Cassius found out about this, he immediately became angry, grabbed Uranius, and began to shout at her, asking what she had done. He did not understand how she could do this to him. The monsters broke through the barrier and filled the entire empire, and then they began to call her the unfortunate villain, Urania. Immediately after this, her father simply turned away from her and abandoned her to her fate. She was used, forced to commit a terrible crime, and then vilely betrayed. Urania hated literally everyone who brought her to such a life. She considered herself a complete fool, realizing all this. The girl realized that she didn't need to listen to anyone. They told her that the contents of the test tube would temporarily deprive her of her sight and voice. But it was a lie. In fact, the poison of the grass was spreading throughout her body. When Urania realized this, the blood was already infected. When the poison reached the heart, the lady died quietly, and only one thought visited her before her death. Already on her last breath, she thought about what she would do if she had a second chance. She realized that she would never have sacrificed herself if she had known that these monsters would simply betray her. Suddenly, Urania felt a soft sheet with her hand, and she wondered what had happened. She rubbed both her feet against the sheets, thinking that it was a very familiar feeling, like she was alone in bed after her wedding. Urania jumped up from her bed with horror in her eyes, not understanding at all what was happening. She sat on her bed as if enchanted. She looked around and realized that this was her room. The girl rubbed her eyes with her hands, holding her cheek. She continued to ask herself what had happened. Urania glanced at the nightstand next to the bed, on which lay some kind of leaf. She thought about the fact that there were still 4 months until her death, and soon she would have to enter the cave of the duchy. With her mouth slightly open, she sat there in bewilderment as to how all this was even possible. She thought that perhaps God had heard all her prayers after all. Her thoughts were interrupted. A wet and dirty rag flew into her face. A voice rang out that it was time to wash. It was the voice of the servant Talia. Thalia washed her with a floor rag, humiliated and mocked her, considering Urania a blind duchess, and all because she never spent the night with the duke, so she does not recognize the girl as her mistress. Each time, Talia forcibly held her by the face, by the hands, shouting for Urania not to move and to sit still. Another servant entered the room with the words that the duke had returned from the campaign, and judging by the exiled pigeon, he had just arrived in the capital. She said that even if they started preparing for his arrival now, they still wouldn't make it in time. The duke had to arrive at the Aemon estate in 4 hours. In her past life, the count ordered Urania to stop taking potions shortly before going into the cave so that her vision would at least be restored a little, which is why she destroyed the protective artifact. The girl developed a strong dependence on the drug. She had constant headaches, ringing in her ears, and she could not control it in any way. The problem was that only Keen knew the recipe for the antidote, but he was Count Vincent's personal physician. Urania had too many thoughts in her head. She had many questions to which she did not know the answers. She decided to think about all this later. To begin with, she simply needed to escape from the duke's estate, and this needed to be done as quickly as possible. She knew that if Cassius found out that she had been deceiving him all this time, she would be finished. Clutching the blanket in her hands, she realized that before all this came to light, they simply needed to get a divorce. Urania sat for a few more minutes, staring at one point on the wall, thinking about how best to convey this to Cassius. 2 days passed, and now everyone was eagerly awaiting the Duke's arrival. The servants were shouting that he had already arrived. No one expected the Duke to arrive so early, so everyone was in a terrible hurry, and Urania had not taken her medicine for several days, so she could not quite distinguish the movements of the servants. One servant looked straight at the girl and shouted to her that the Duke was already at the estate, and she needed to hurry and not just stand there. Now the long-awaited moment had arrived for all the servants. As the Duke entered the house, everyone immediately began to bow to him. Cassius, as soon as he entered, immediately stopped. Without raising his eyes, he began to remove the gloves from his hands. The Duke immediately turned his attention to Uranius, who was standing apart from everyone else, and asked her if she had heard that he was arriving, indignantly. The girl looked away, and the Duke asked if she simply didn't have enough time to hide in her room. Urania stood silently and tried not to meet the Duke's gaze. She did not know what to answer him. The girl carefully moved her right leg back. She did it very slowly, feeling some fear. She lowered her head down, thereby bowing before the Duke, greeting him, closing her eyes. Cassius watched Uranius's slow movements in silence and complete bewilderment. A tear ran down Urania's cheek. She thought that perhaps she should have greeted him a little more tenderly. They were husband and wife, after all. The Duke said that he understood that it was very convenient to walk around in a nightgown, but she was still not in her room, adding that she should dress more decently. He fell silent and waited for some answer, but not receiving one, he asked why she was hiding like that. Was she not happy to see him? The girl, with sadness in her eyes and tears running down her cheeks, thought about how she wanted to find a dress, but didn't have time because she couldn't see anything at all. Cassius was clearly angered by this. He said that he had no time to watch her cry and turned away. This action and words from her husband upset the girl. She slightly lowered her head down. Immediately after the Duke's words, the servant Thalia ran up, grabbed Urania by the hand, and asked her what she was doing there. Thalia bowed before the Duke, saying that it was her fault. She thought that the lady was sleeping and did not notice at all how she went downstairs. After these words, Cassius grabbed Thalia's hand. It was so strong that the veins on his hand bulged. He angrily asked what right she had to treat his wife like that, which surprised Thalia greatly. Waiting for some kind of answer, he stood and looked at her angrily, not a single muscle on his face twitching. Urania took advantage of this moment and pulled her hand out of Thalia's. She looked at her husband with some surprise. She was pleased that he stood up for her. The girl looked at her hand, because Thalia grabbed it very hard. There were red marks from her fingers on her hand. Thalia looked at Uranius and immediately said that she had held her very gently, and it was not because of her. For the first time, Thalia bowed before Urania in front of everyone, but she didn't need it at all. Urania gathered all her thoughts together and took a few steps straight towards Cassius. The Duke had a very serious and angry look. He looked closely at the girl. Urania stopped and raised her head. A smile appeared on her face. She realized that she needed to take the initiative into her own hands. She decided to try to become a caring wife who welcomes her beloved. The girl continued to stand and look at the Duke, simply smiling. Cassius looked very big against the background of Uranius, as if he was hanging over her. Cassius said, barely audibly, that he was surprised because he thought she could hardly stand on her feet. The smile disappeared from the girl's face as soon as she heard this from her husband, but she realized that she didn't need to show that it bothered her. Urania, very carefully and slowly, extended her right hand towards the Duke, slightly closing her eyes. She took Cassius's hand, looking at it. She thought about how big his palm was. For a few minutes, they just stood there holding hands, but the Duke clearly didn't like it. He looked at the girl with displeasure and did not understand why she was doing this. Cassius said he noticed that she had suddenly changed somehow, but he had not expected that she had completely lost her fear. Urania realized that he was right. She was no longer afraid of anything at all, because she had already managed to die. She held his hand and ran the finger of her other hand over his palm. She said that she wanted to see the night clearing that he spoke of. With a smile on her face, she asked in a quiet voice if it was possible to do this, continuing to insert her finger into the palm of her hand. Cassius was even more surprised. He looked at the girl and asked what she was planning. Gail Desmond, the butler of the Amon estate, approached the Duke and congratulated him on his return. Urania looked at the butler and realized that he was the only one in the entire estate who treated her well. The Duke turned around and began to leave, telling everyone to return to their rooms and that they would take care of all their business tomorrow. As soon as Cassius had left, Gaius came closer to Uranius and addressed her cautiously. He said that, as she had asked, the road to Lake Parak was almost completely cleared, but they could not go deep into the forest because it was prohibited. A rough male voice came from behind the girl, asking what lake they were talking about. Urania carefully turned her head and saw her husband behind her, looking at her angrily. He folded his arms across his chest, frowning, and asked why she needed this. Urania took the Duke's hand again and began to run her finger over his palm. She said that she had heard about his return, so she asked to clear the road of snow, thinking that her husband would probably be tired and want to rest there. Cassius looked closely at what the girl was doing and asked how she knew about the lake. Urania raised her head and looked at the Duke with a smile. Slightly hesitating, she said that he often goes there. This lake is famous for the parak grass that grows there, a poisonous plant. But in the water, it acquires healing properties, and Cassius, who often wields a sword, goes there constantly. The girl continued to run her finger over the Duke's palm, but his answer was not satisfactory, and he asked how she had found out about it. The girl's expression instantly changed, and without looking at him, she said that her mother had told her about him. The Duke snatched his hand, and with a displeased face told her to forget about him. Urania managed to take his hand again and asked him to take her there. Cassius towered over her, shouting at her to ask when she had become so pushy and to stop testing his patience. This made the girl purse her lips in resentment, lowering her head, tears running down her cheek. Seeing the tears on her face, the Duke agreed, but made her condition that he would not carry her back if she suddenly became cold. A maid immediately appeared before them and said that she had already brought a cape for the mistress. They went to this lake. It was really very cold outside. Urania tried not to show that she was very cold. The Duke noticed how the girl was hugging her hands to warm them up somehow, and asked if it was okay for her to walk like that. The girl looked at her feet, which were wearing slippers, and said that she tried to find other suitable shoes, but could not. The Duke simply remained silent in response, and said that they needed to move on. Uranius looked at Cassius and realized that in her past life, she hid every time she heard about him. Previously, they did not communicate at all, because she was afraid that the deception would be revealed. But now everything will be different, and in order for her to divorce him, they first need to at least talk. Uranius quickened her pace, following right behind Cassius. She gently touched his back. He turned and asked what happened. She took his hand and began to run her finger over his palm, but she found it completely uncomfortable to do this with her gloves on. Cassius looked at her and asked if she wanted him to carry her further. He thought for a moment and decided for himself that this was actually a good idea. Without waiting for an answer from Uranius, the Duke picked up the girl with one hand, saying nothing. Urania was so light for her husband that he carried her on one arm. At this time, the girl looked around, examining everything, admiring nature. Urania thought about the fact that she, of course, asked him to do it herself, but now she felt a little ashamed. The lady thought that even the Duke would probably find it difficult to carry her with one hand. She looked at him and thought that he would feel better if she hugged him. Without thinking twice, Urania hugged Cassius with both hands, after which he immediately asked what she was doing. The girl looked at him in bewilderment and was at a loss, not knowing what to answer him. Cassius said she was acting as if she could see him clearly. Urania remembered in time that he should not know that her sight was returning. Despite the fact that the gentleman asked her what she was doing, she continued to hug him, but now feeling awkward. There was no emotion on Cassius's face. He just looked straight ahead. Time passed very quickly, and they had already come to that very lake. Urania thought about how he lowered her to the ground quite gently, which was surprising to her. Cassius, adjusting his cloak, asked why she wanted to come here. Without thinking twice, Urania simply took his hand and began running her finger over his palm again. Looking at his hand, she said that she wanted to come here because they never spent the first night together. Although she planned to divorce Cassius, she first needed to strengthen her power in the duchy, and to do that, everyone needed to know that they were a real couple. Urania asked the Duke not to abandon her, so as to preserve at least a drop of her honor. Cassius smirked and asked how she could even talk about honor. Absolutely everyone who saw her at least once, or even just heard her, called her the blind and mute Duchess. Uranius felt uncomfortable about this and realized that she was just a thorn in the Duke's side. The Duke grinned again and asked why someone like her needed honor. Without thinking twice, Urania smiled and said that there was no other way, because she was also a human being. The Duke clearly did not expect such an answer. This can be easily understood from his facial expression. He lowered his gaze and thought for a bit. Cassius said he highly doubted that was the case, adding that she continued to amaze him with how her frail body held up in such cold. After these words, the Duke simply turned around and began to walk towards the lake, taking off his clothes, which the lady did not expect to see at all, and immediately turned away. She completely forgot that he came here to bathe. Telling herself that she had to pull herself together, Urania looked at the lake and realized that if Parak grew here, then the antidote for it would also be found somewhere. She looked towards the Duke and watched carefully as he entered the water. The lady did not take her eyes off Cassius, looking at his broad shoulders and muscular back. She looked at her husband and couldn't understand how he couldn't be cold in such weather. Before her eyes, Cassius was completely immersed in the water. A minute had already passed, but for some reason he did not emerge. Urania began to worry. She began to shout out different phrases, hoping that he would float out. She looked straight at the lake, shouting his name loudly, but it was no use. Urania was seriously panicked and screamed that if he could hear her, he should quickly come up to the surface holding the stones in his hands. One by one, she threw stones into the water, as if giving him signals. Out of despair, the lady sat down right on the ground, because more than 5 minutes had already passed, and he was still nowhere to be seen. And then she began to think that something was clearly wrong here. Urania was quite worried. She clutched her cape in her hands. She kept staring into the lake, hoping to finally see Cassius. The girl sat like that for a few more minutes, and realized that she could no longer just sit in one place and ran to the lake. Without thinking about the consequences at all, she dove straight into the water and immediately remembered that if a person not gifted with magic jumped into the lake, he would die immediately. When Urania was little, about 10 years old, she had the chance to attend a funeral for the first time. It was there that little Mrs. Uranius met Cassius for the first time. Then she learned that his father, the previous Duke Euclid, had died in the war. It was clear to everyone that their son was in terrible pain, but he did not utter a word when he learned of the death, and although Urania was little then, she was already sad about it. She tried to pronounce his name through her teeth and prayed that everything would be okay with him. But literally, a couple of seconds later, Urania suddenly squeezed her eyes shut and her mouth opened slightly. Another second, and she was already going to the bottom. But miraculously, Cassius, who was deep enough, noticed her. He tried not to waste a minute and swam very quickly towards her. As soon as he was close, he grabbed her hand tightly. Cassius realized that she was unconscious and was seriously afraid for his wife. The Duke swam with all his might, swiftly and quickly, in order to swim out as quickly as possible. As soon as Cassius found himself on dry land, he immediately went to the estate with the girl in his arms. Urania woke up in her bed from the sound of Thalia's voice, and from her throwing a rag right on her face again. Thalia leaned over to her and started screaming that she knew something would happen. She asked how it happened that she fell into the water. Urania remembered that she actually jumped there to save Cassius. She had a lot of questions in her head about what happened to him and whether he was alive. Thalia said that the Duke was soaking wet and that he had to jump after her. What she heard made the girl feel uneasy. She felt awkward, and she thought only about him. But the lady understood that since she was in her bed, everything was okay with him too. Urania was so lost in her thoughts, thinking only of her husband, that she threw the rag with which Thalia had washed her aside. Thalia started yelling at the girl, asking if she was crazy because she had slept for 2 whole days. This shocked Uranius greatly. She froze. Her breathing slowed. She did not understand how this could be. The lady touched her forehead with her hand and realized that she had a fever, but she was very lucky to have survived it all. Thalia said very loudly for the girl to open her mouth, as it was time to take the potion. Urania immediately recognized the stench as the Parak decoction sent to the Counts by Vincent. As soon as Thalia took the glass in her hands, Urania immediately grimaced and turned away. Thalia grabbed the girl by the head and screamed at her to drink it quickly, asking what had come over her and what was wrong with her. The maid squeezed her jaw hard and forced the potion into her mouth. Because the girl was spinning so hard, she managed to break free and dropped the glass on the floor with a crash. Urania wiped her mouth with her hand, and Thalia continued to yell at her about what she had done. Cassius heard these screams and the roar, and Thalia came out of Uranius's room with her head down. The Duke asked what had happened there, to which Thalia said that the lady needed to take medicine, but she refused. She did not have time to finish speaking as he went to Uranius's room. He walked up to the bed and hung over the girl, looking straight into her eyes. Urania didn't expect to see him so early, and in her room at that, and she felt a little awkward. In response to Talia's words, the Duke only told her to get out and that he would not repeat it. Thalia hung her head down. She tried to say that she still needed to take this medicine, but the Duke left. He slowly walked into Uranius's room and saw a broken glass on the floor. Cassius stood there for a few minutes, looking at his wife, smiling slightly. Urania, looking at him, realized that her vision had recovered a little more, and now she could better see her husband's face. She kept her gaze fixed on him, practically without blinking. She stared into his eyes. Suddenly, the silence was broken by Cassius's question. He asked why she jumped. Urania did not know what to answer to this, and turned away from him slightly. Out of awkwardness, she began to clutch her blanket as the Duke's hand appeared next to her. He placed his hand on hers, moved even closer, and told her to answer him. Cassius, seeing the expression on Uranius's face, realized that she was uncomfortable and took her hand. The girl, feeling some calm, said that she was very glad that he was okay and that everything ended well. The Duke's face changed instantly, and he asked if she had really dived after him. Urania turned her head towards him, but she did not raise her eyes. She only nodded her head. Cassius immediately removed his hand and asked if she was crazy, because she should know that it was dangerous to dive there without magic. He asked her not to do it again, because even this once was more than enough for him. Urania felt a little ashamed, but she didn't understand why he was so angry with her. She decided that she needed to apologize to him for this, and reached out her hand to his neck. Cassius leaned against the headboard and hovered right over the girl, asking what she was thinking about. At that very moment, Uranius's hand was on the Duke's shoulder, which he clearly did not expect. She hugged him very tightly with both arms and quietly said, "I'm sorry." It was clear from the Duke's face that he could never have expected this from his wife. His hand gripped the headboard so hard that his veins bulged, and he screamed out what she was doing. Hearing this, Urania immediately moved away from him, looking at Cassius in bewilderment. The Duke closed his eyes and asked in a barely audible voice how she could behave like that. Having said this, he took the blanket from her bed and threw it over Uranius's shoulders. But Urania did not immediately understand why he did this. She was stunned. She looked down and realized that she was wearing a very revealing nightgown. She felt ashamed. She didn't realize that she had been dressed like that all this time. Urania immediately covered herself with a blanket and closed her eyes, her cheeks turning red with shame. Cassius picked up the bell from Uranius's nightstand and rang it. Almost immediately, Thalia entered the room and addressed the Duke, for what reason he had called her. He asked if the doctor had written any treatment recommendations yet, since she could have swallowed some parak grass in the lake and needed to take an infusion of the white grass. As soon as Urania heard about the white grass, she realized that it was the yang grass. The Duke told Thalia to bring the medicine when ready, but not to force her to take it anymore. Finally, Cassius told her to remember once and for all that if she risked humiliating his wife, she was humiliating him. Even though Urania was deep in thought about the yan herb, hearing what Cassius said left her in shock. She sat on the bed, looking straight at him, and couldn't believe that he had taken her side. Then she remembered that very situation when she asked him not to leave her, to save at least a drop of her honor. Urania thought that he had finally listened to her words, which made her very happy. Another maid read the note that her mistress had given her and asked if she really wanted her to call Opilia. Urania smiled and said nothing, simply nodding her head. Lena, without asking any more questions, immediately said that it would be done as she asked. Before Urania could look back, the maid was already outside the door. Lena, a kind girl, very kind. She took care of her despite Talia's horses. She took care of her mistress even when she was locked in the tower. Lena was the only one who continued to communicate with Urania, no matter what. Lena was right there, along with Opilia, and the girl asked if she had called her. Urania carefully raised her head, looked at the maid, and smiled at her. The lady needed allies. Opilia is the Baron's wife, who was deprived of her title. Originally, she was the personal servant of Cassius's mother. Urania realized that if she could make her an ally, she could replace Talia for her, and she already knew how to do it. Without thinking twice, Urania asked the girl if it was true that she had recently lost her child. Opilia asked how she knew, to which the lady replied that Lena had told her about it. Putting some note on the table, the lady said that it would help her find her child. Urania promised that she would allow them both to live on the estate, but in return, she would do her a favor. Opilia, with tears in her eyes, asked if she would really help her and thanked the lady. The lady said that in exchange, she would keep an eye on Talia, and if she did anything strange, she should report it immediately. As long as Urania is still the wife of Duke Euclid, she will take full advantage of this. Towards evening, a dove with a bow on its leg appeared hovering outside the window. The dove flew straight up to the window of the lady's room and knocked with its beak several times. The girl told herself that this day had come, and now she would read the letter that destroyed her life. The letter stated that due to the order, Cass would be delayed at the festival in the capital, that the time had come, and she needed to get into the duchy's cave and destroy the protective artifact. Urania, reading this again, pursed her lips, and there was no expression on her face. She decided that she would rather become a shadow of the duchy than sign her death warrant. The lady wrote that she refused to do this, rolled up the paper, and tied it with a ribbon. She sent the carrier pigeon back with pride and composure in her eyes. Urania went against Count Vincent for the first time in her 20 years. She believed that it was better to die in battle than to become his puppet. But the lady could not leave the thoughts about the poisonous potion. Thanks to the white herb that Cassius prepared, her sight and voice returned. Urania understood perfectly well that she would not be able to deceive the master for long. She needed to recover, then get a divorce and run away. The lady knew that if Cassius found out about everything she had lied to him, she would simply be finished. In her room, where deathly silence reigned, she took a sheet of paper and a pen, sat down at the table, and began to write something. Urania thought of Opilius, realizing that she could easily find an excellent doctor. Having written the letter, the lady called Opilia to her, who came almost immediately. The lady asked the maid to send the letter secretly from everyone. Opilia read on the letter that the addressee was Sade Callisto. The letter arrived quickly enough. Sade's servant stood there with a smile on his face and asked what was so interesting about it. Sade Callisto, sitting on a chair, raised his hand above his head with a smile on his face and began to read the contents of the letter. The answer came quickly too. It said that he would fulfill any whim for money, namely for a lot of money, which angered Uranius. While she was sitting in her thoughts, telling herself that Sade was a freak and always did this, someone called her. Lena said that Miss Opilia was reunited with her child and asked me to convey that her request was fulfilled in the best possible way. What she heard made Urania happy. She realized that Talia was no longer a problem, but the lady's voice was still not very good. But her vision had almost returned, and very soon she would be able to raise the topic of divorce. In this life, Cassius did not go to the capital as before, which Urania did not understand, thinking that this was connected with the trip to the lake. But, be that as it may, one thing was clear to the lady, that this life would take a new path. Walking down the corridor, 2 more servants were standing near the stairs. They wished her good morning and asked how she was doing. This surprised Urania enough. She looked back. There was no one there, wondering if they were really talking to her. Urania knew it was very strange, but she didn't understand what had suddenly happened to them. Her thoughts were interrupted by Lena, who whispered in her ear that the Duke had called everyone and ordered them to treat the lady with respect. Urania froze. She couldn't believe that Cassius had done this. Lena happily said that when the Duke pulled the lady out of the lake and brought her to the estate, he looked very cool. Lena also added that it was the first time she had seen Mr. Cassius so excited. The maid turned to the lady with a question that she had probably also been scared then, to which Urania smiled and said that she had also been a little worried. Their conversation was interrupted by the appearance of the Duke right in front of them. Lena immediately apologized and left. Cassius called the girl in a serious voice. She looked slightly frightened in his direction. The gentleman said that he did not allow her to leave his room. Cassius folded his arms across his chest and told Uranius to explain herself to him, but the girl did not understand whether he was angry with her again. Urania smiled slightly and lowered her head. She thought that Lena must have gotten something mixed up, because he simply couldn't be like that. Turning her head to the side, Mrs. Urania, without even looking at the Duke, extended her hand, in which was some kind of paper. Cassius carefully reached out and took the note from Uranius's hands. With a serious face, he began to read what was written on the small piece of paper. After a short pause, Cassius asked if she really wanted to divorce him. He stood there in complete bewilderment. He couldn't believe it, not understanding why this was so. Urania simply remained silent in response. Seeing his sad face, she was confused. The Duke realized that he would not receive an answer, turned around, and said that the lady was following him. Urania thought that he wanted to sign all the papers at once, which made her very happy. She shouted with a smile on her face for Lena to go with them, but Lena felt somehow awkward about it. Urania was already halfway there and realized that they were going to the Duke's office, which was indeed the case. The lady looked at the Duke for a few minutes and felt somehow uneasy. Urania's legs gave way and she almost collapsed to the floor. Lena managed to catch her in time. She asked the lady not to hurry so much, otherwise she would simply fall. Lena, greatly frightened for Uranius, shouted to the gentleman not to hurry, because the lady could not keep up with him. The Duke stopped immediately, without turning around. He said that her body had not yet recovered, and she was already walking around, and even offering a divorce. Uranius, hearing this, of course, understood that Cassius was right, but the decision was made. She understood that this was the only way she could continue to live, clutching the dress in her hands. Urania knew she didn't have to pretend that she had to keep smiling. Mr. Cassius turned and looked at Uranius, and was even more surprised that she was not bothered at all. The lady decided to try like last time, just hug him. With a smile on her face, she spread her arms. Cassius was stunned. He had not expected such an action from Uranius after he found out that she wanted a divorce. He stood looking at Uranius and said nothing. He didn't know how to react to this. The lady, seeing the Duke's reaction, closed her eyes. She felt very awkward. Cassius smirked and asked if she was trying to embarrass him again. He asked if she was doing it on purpose, because she kept doing it. Urania clenched her fists, realizing that she herself was already tired of this. But if they hesitate, and someone makes Cassius change his mind, the whole divorce that Urania worked so hard on will go down the drain. The Duke, seeing the sad face of his lady, came a little closer and took her hand. He didn't say anything at all, and just put her hand on his shoulder. He took her in his arms with a serious face. Urania didn't even have time to say anything. The lady held on to him with both hands, wrapping them around his neck, feeling very awkward. Cassius said that Tony had hugged him so confidently, and now she was scared. He asked her if she was afraid that he would drop her. The Duke turned his attention to Lena, who was silently and attentively observing everything, and told her to leave them. Lena felt sad about this. She also wanted to watch everything that was happening. They went straight to Mr. Cassius's office. It was very beautiful there, and everything was neat and tidy. Cassius decided to court the lady by making her his signature tea. Urania watched the Duke in silence. She felt somehow uneasy. The Duke, pouring tea into a cup, said that he admitted that he had treated her rather coldly. Coming closer to her, he said that, no matter what, she still had to understand him. Urania sat there, perplexed as to why he had even started this conversation, and why she should understand him. Cassius sat down next to her and said that he could not do anything because she herself always avoided him. He came very close to her and said that she had changed a lot lately and asked if this was really all she needed now. Urania wanted to take the saucer and cup when Cassius's hands immediately appeared on hers. He lifted the saucer, hung over her, and asked about the dissolution of the marriage. Urania even became scared. Cassius said that when it came to divorce, she stopped being afraid of him at all. Urania sat silently, feeling very awkward, beads of sweat running down her cheeks, and the Duke watched as Urania convulsively raised the cup to her mouth. Urania thought that the divorce seemed to have affected him greatly. She touched her lips to the cup, and it became very hot for her, so much so that the cup fell out of her hands. She screamed in pain, closed her eyes and pressed her lips together, covering her mouth with her hand. The Duke immediately reacted to this. brought a handkerchief to her lips, and Urania froze. He asked her if she was badly burned, and it was clear from his face that he was very worried. Cassius even got up from the sofa. He carefully touched his mistress's lips with a handkerchief. Urania looked at him as if enchanted. She felt both pleased and awkward at the same time. She put her hands in front of her, thereby pushing Cassius away from her, which he did not expect at all in such a situation, because he wanted the best. He looked at Uranius and didn't understand why she reacted that way. The lady realized that she had not meant to push him at all, and that it had happened on its own somehow, and she said that yes, she had burned herself. Cassius said that she doesn't like to complain, constantly asks for hugs, and even jumped into the lake after him. He scratched his head and asked how she could possibly understand it then. Uranius felt even more awkward, but she didn't answer him, just looked at his thoughtful face. Cassius walked over to his desk and opened the nightstand without saying anything to Uranius. Approaching the lady, he handed her a small box, saying that it was a family treasure of their family, adding that she should wear it in society. Urania froze. She asked herself several times where she should wear it. Realizing what he had actually said, she only had one question. What about the divorce? With a menacing face, Urania stood up from the sofa and walked over to Cassius. She just looked at him for a few seconds. I extended my hand. The lady asked to give her hand because she needed to tell him something, to which Cassius simply turned away. He did not want to hear anything and simply began to leave. Uranius didn't expect this from Cassius at all. He never did that. As he left the room, Cassius told her to take her duty as a duchess responsibly. Turning slightly to Uranius, what for this? He too will justify her expectations. Urania understood that everything would not be so simple. She sat in despair. She turned her attention again to the very same box that stood on the table. Urania reached out to it, taking it in her hands. She became curious about what was there. Opening it, she immediately recognized what it was, and was quite surprised. She realized that these were waves of memories. This necklace, the symbol of the duchy. Since he gives it to her, it means that the lady could not even dream of divorce. Nowadays, divorces and remarriages are commonplace, or rather, long and strong ones are rare, so it is unlikely that he cares about his reputation. Urania thought that perhaps he still blamed himself for the fact that she lost her sight and voice when she saved his mother. She was haunted by the fact that she now had to wear this necklace, which clearly did not make her happy. If she sells it, she will earn so much money that she will be able to live in comfort for the rest of her days. But then she put the necklace back into the box, firmly and confidently, telling herself no. She realized that no matter how much she wanted a divorce, her life was more important to her. Urania decided for herself that she first needed to calm Cassius's sense of guilt. She left Cassius's room and went in search of him. Going downstairs, she called for him, but no one answered. Lena said that she didn't know where he was, and the other servants hadn't seen him either. She said that his advisor should know about this, to which Urania said that then they needed to find him. Urania was very upset because she couldn't even find a counselor. She wouldn't be able to calm him down if they didn't see each other. She sat and thought about how he had simply disappeared. But she wasn't going to sit back either. Thanks to the yang herb, her vision had been completely restored. Her voice had still not fully returned, but it was time to move on to the next step. A servant came, whom Urania urgently wanted to see, and he asked what had happened. Urania was pleased that he began to treat her with respect. For a few seconds she froze, just looking at him. She silently put the paper on the table and pushed it away from her, telling him to prepare for departure. The lady decided that since Cassius was gone, she would then look for medicine. Gale said that he understood everything and that they would leave immediately after reporting to the Duke. Urania, with a smile on her face, said that Cassius should not know about this. If he found out, something would clearly go wrong. The lady pointed to him with her hand, to which the guy asked if he should turn the note over or what. He turned the paper over, but there was nothing on it, and Urania responded by saying that she knew what he did in the mornings. Gale felt very awkward. His cheeks turned very red in a second. He covered his face with his hands out of shame and asked how she knew this. Every morning, Gale sits down to write erotic stories, and his favorite genre is male love. There are already quite a lot of these stories, and they are of different characters. Urania herself recently found out about this when his messenger pigeon accidentally flew into her room. Of course, they all live in a progressive duchy, and she doesn't condemn his hobby, but servants are forbidden to do anything in the estate except serve, so now she will be able to control Guile. Urania, with a smile on her face, said that they would do each other a favor and keep quiet. Gale smiled awkwardly and stuttered that then he would begin preparations right away, adding that he would report back immediately when they left. Gale really tried his best and did everything very quickly, and so they set off on their journey. They arrived quite quickly, and when they got out of the carriage, Urania had a frightened face. Gale said that they had arrived where she had said, and he should be here. As they entered this old building, they saw people in front of them who were discussing something heatedly. Gale, barely audible, asked the lady if they needed to go further. Urania put out her hand, thereby making it clear that there was no need to go further. She stood with a serious face, her gaze fixed straight ahead, and not looking away at all, saying that the one they were looking for was already here. Callisto Sade, the leader of the mercenaries, appeared before them, immediately spotting Uranius. With a smile on his face, stroking his beard, he said that it was Duchess Euclid herself. He is an old friend of Uranius, and she thought about the fact that he died even before her. After the destruction of the artifact, a brooch appeared in the barrier, through which monsters crawled. The Empire did not have enough people to cope with them, so they wanted to use mercenaries. However, the Mercenary Guild had raised their prices outrageously, and Sade was responsible for that decision. And as Lena said, that's why Cassius killed him. Sade approached Uranius and said that in childhood, she promised to marry him, and now, someone else's wife. He asked what she would say to him about this. He put his hand on her head, which the lady did not like at all, and she shouted for him to move away from her. Sade asked her, calling her as before, Rini, if anything special had happened. Mrs. Uranius did not quite understand this question. She looked at him with bewilderment. Sade leaned towards her ear and asked if she had forgotten, saying that her father, Count Vincent, was a real scumbag. With a smile on his face, he asked if she wanted him to tell her more about it. Urania punched him in the stomach. With a serious face, she told him to tell. Sade said that she hadn't heard her nasal voice for a long time, and it made her want to cry. He leaned forward in pain, wrinkling his face. Urania looked at him with delight. Gale became worried about the lady and asked if they wanted to choose another place. But Uranius was already hard to stop. She continued to hit Sade while he screamed for her to stop. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he asked Uranius for mercy and forgiveness, saying that he would tell her everything. Urania believed him. She stopped and said that this was where she could have started. A rough voice came from behind Sade, saying that she had been too soft on him. A large hand appeared on his head, squeezing tightly before his eyes and tilting Sade's head back. It was Cassius's hand, which continued to hold his head and look at Syed, who was suffering from pain. Urania did not expect to see Cassius here at all. She looked at him in complete bewilderment. Sade turned his head back slightly and exclaimed that it really was Duke Euclid himself. Cassius asked him what business the mercenary captain was discussing with his duchess. Urania was very worried. She covered her mouth with her hand, not knowing what to do. Without thinking twice, she walked up to Cassius, looking into his eyes. She thought about what to tell him. Urania, with some pity in her eyes, asked the master to let Sade go. The Duke looked at the girl strangely, because he did not understand why she was asking him about this. But despite the request, he did not listen to Lady Uranius and continued to hold Sade's head. Urania wondered how he knew, because this was a hidden part of the guild, and even getting in there intentionally was not an easy task. She looked back to where Gale stood and thought that it was he who had told the Duke everything. The lady shouted his name loudly enough for Gale to turn his head the other way. Duke Cassius watched all of this silently, his gaze turning back to Sade, who was groaning in pain. He decided to let him go, pushing him forward slightly, and Sade barely managed to stay on his feet. He turned to Cassius and said that he had almost ripped his head off, and then asked how he would compensate for the damage done. Cassius, after hearing this, began to approach him, but Sade immediately said that he was just joking. He said it was an honor to speak to them, adding that he and Rennie were childhood friends. Urania wondered if he was just fooling around, not understanding how he could communicate so frivolously with the demon of war. Although Sade has always been like this, if you extend your hand to him, he will bite off your elbow. Urania realized that the best solution now would be to simply leave here. She took Cassius by the arm. With awkwardness and fear, the lady suggested to the Duke that they go home, but the Duke was only struck by the fact that Sade said that they were old friends, and he repeated it out loud. Sade smiled and said that he was so happy to see them that he went overboard with Rennie. Cassius said menacingly that she was not Renee and told him to call her Duchess. Sade asked for forgiveness, saying that it was an old habit and nothing could be done, since they were very close friends. Listening to all this, Urania felt even more uneasy and asked to stop it all. She realized that if Cassius wasn't going to leave here just like that, something had to be done. The only solution to this was that she simply had to deal with that fool Sade. She looked at him. There was a lot of anger in her eyes, which only made Sade feel better that he was bringing such emotions to her. Urania shouted at him to get out of here while she let him. Sade had beads of sweat running down his cheeks and said that he had completely forgotten about one thing. He nodded his head and said that they would see each other again, but it was time for him to go and finally wished them good luck. Urania stood in despair, her head down. Cassius also stood there, not delighted with what had happened. He looked at the Duchess, and turning to him, she asked him to leave here. Hearing this, Urania felt better. She looked at Cassius and smiled. Cassius noticed her smile and asked if she was happy that he had found her. Urania took Cassius's hand and realized that in order to ease his guilt, she needed to be as kind to him as possible. The girl, looking at her husband's hand, asked him how he knew about this. Cassius said that he needed to know everything she did, adding that if she continued to hide things from him, he would not be able to stay on her side. Urania did not expect to hear this from him, not understanding why he wanted to help her, since she herself had offered him a divorce. Still holding his hand, she looked straight into his eyes. Urania said that if he allowed it, she would like to go for walks sometimes. Cassius didn't know what to answer her to this. He didn't expect to hear such a question from her. He looked at Urania and repeated her question, which made the girl feel uneasy. She didn't quite understand him. Cassius looked into her eyes, waiting for some kind of answer. Urania knew she shouldn't be ashamed to talk to him, but she wasn't doing a good job of it yet. He took her hand and said that of course he would allow it, and headed for the exit. Urania, of course, could not expect such an answer from him, without any other answers. Cassius looked at Urania's surprised face, but said nothing. Walking towards the exit, the girl continued to look at Cassius. They walked holding hands. They got into the carriage and went to the estate. They rode in silence for some time. Cassius hung something around Urania's neck without saying anything at all. Having buttoned up, Urania adjusted her hair. Cassius said that it would be better this way. Urania also remained silent. She looked down, and Cassius looked at her. The girl decided to see what it was. It was a whistle, small in size. She hugged him close, thinking about something, but still didn't say anything. They arrived at the estate. Urania, already in her bed, continued to examine the whistle. She was curious about how it sounded, and thought it would be a good idea to check it out right now. Urania raised the whistle to her lips, slowly and carefully. She remembered what had happened in the carriage on the way to the estate. Thoughts about the Duke did not leave her. Urania turned slightly towards Cassius and took hold of his jacket sleeve. Cassius looked at her in bewilderment and asked if she wanted him to take off his jacket. Urania simply hummed in response, experiencing that strange feeling of awkwardness again. Cassius looked at the girl in bewilderment, not understanding her behavior at all. Urania removed her hand from her jacket and folded her hands in her lap. Looking at Cassius, Cassius began to take off his jacket and said that he wished they could always communicate like this. Urania looked at his hand and remembered that he had a wound on his hand. She lifted the sleeve of her shirt slightly, revealing the wound even more. He watched silently as Urania carefully wiped the wound with a handkerchief. Cassius was very surprised by this and asked how she knew about it, to which the girl simply remained silent and pursed her lips, as if she had not heard the question. After restoring her vision, Urania began to see magical shadows around people, with each shadow having a unique shape and size. True, she doesn't know what it is yet, but in the mercenary guild, she noticed a shadow under Cassius's hand. On top of all this, she also smelled blood, which made her wary. She wondered if this was really something special that Sade was talking about. Suddenly, Cassius's face changed in just a couple of seconds. His eyebrows furrowed, and he asked why she went there. Immediately after the question, he turned to Urania and extended his hand to her. The girl was touched by this action, because he was already used to extending his hand to her. Urania began to run her finger over Cassius's palm. She said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and he was, after all, her childhood friend. Cassius said that next time he shouldn't attract so much attention to himself, because it's better not to give reasons for gossip. Urania looked at Cassius's serious face. She didn't expect to hear such an answer. She told him that he himself often gets into similar situations. Cassius was known for his rumors involving women, and the rumors varied. As soon as he showed up at the event, all sorts of gossip started circulating, and all because his wife, Lady Uranius, is not worthy of such a duke. Cassius said that she might not even think about it, adding that he was disgusted by even the thought of such a thing. Urania simply remained silent in response, and thought about something, letting go of the duke's hand. Cassius picked up the whistle and said that it was needed so that she could call someone to her by simply pressing her lips together and blowing. He held the whistle to her mouth, telling her to do it like this. Cassius carefully inserted the whistle into the lady's mouth. Uranius was quite uncomfortable. Because of this, she froze and held her breath. The duke noticed this and said that, of course, one should just blow, but it would be better to hold it with one's hand. The carriage moved on, straight to the estate, and there was deathly silence inside. Urania placed her hand on Cassius's hand, and he looked at her without turning his head. The lady carefully and very tenderly ran her finger over his hand and said thank you. Time passed very slowly. They both replayed everything that happened in the guild and were already quite tired. Cassius propped his head up with his hand and tried to fall asleep. Urania laid her head on her husband's shoulder and also fell asleep. The duke, realizing that the girl was already asleep, said in a quiet voice that he would do anything for her sake, but he tried not to move so as not to wake her. Already at the estate, Lena came to Uranius and said that Lady Apilia had already arrived. Urania thought that she seemed to have accomplished her task, and this made her happy. Apilia stood before the lady with her head down. She said that she had found out everything about Talia. Thalia, seeing Urania, said that she even walked with difficulty, but still went somewhere. She said that she had made life difficult for all of them. She added that she would go for walks once every 2 weeks. Urania, closing her eyes, tried to calm herself down. In response to everything, she simply remained silent. The lady placed a small note on the table and waited for Thalia to take it. She said she was interested in how Talia handled her money. Talia immediately became nervous, saying that this was her job and she could handle everything herself. Urania told her to show her her money, which scared Talia very much. The lady lowered her head and told Talia to show her the expense accounts and her savings. Turning her head, the girl realized that the servant was in no hurry. She was very nervous and repeated again that she should do it right now. Thalia noticed the voice she used when she spoke to her, and for the first time she called her mistress. Urania looked menacingly at Thalia and said that she had now become her mistress. She said that her voice has returned, but not completely, so she prefers to remain silent for now. Thalia was very outraged by this, asking how she could not tell the duke about this, to which Urania replied that she had not yet recovered anyway. She added that if this was just a temporary phenomenon, she would only upset him. Talia wanted to say that the lady simply had to tell everything, but the girl immediately interrupted her. She said that it was she who decided who was responsible for what here, tucking her hair behind her ear. Such statements greatly outraged the servant Talia, so much so that she froze for several seconds with her mouth open. Urania noticed that Talia clearly didn't like her answer, but she wasn't used to talking like that yet. It was very difficult for her, because her vision had not yet fully returned, and her eyes were very tired. She repeated that Talia had been ordered to bring the bills. Talia began to look from side to side, clenching her hands, beads of sweat running down her face, as she was very worried. Uranius was outraged by this answer, and she said that it meant that she had decided to admit her guilt after all. At that very moment, the maid Thalia fell to her knees before Lady Urania. She begged the lady to forgive her. She said that she had already spent all the money. Urania was very surprised, not understanding how it was possible to spend all the money if it wasn't even winter yet. Talia said that she spent it on developing the garden, since the lady's body had not yet recovered. So she bought the most expensive plants whose aromas were beneficial to her health. Urania, of course, could not believe it, because it was strange to plant flowers for the Duchess, who could not even see. She realized that she had simply stolen the money and divided it with someone. The lady closed her eyes, finding it hard to believe that Talia had been able to squander the annual budget of the largest duchy in the empire. Urania told her to get up. As soon as Thalia heard this, she raised her head and asked if she forgives her. Thalia, a servant absolutely loyal to the duchy, the only reason she despises Uranius is because, in her eyes, the mistress is a disgrace to the duke. Therefore, Urania doubted that Talia stole the money for herself. The lady also wondered if this could be somehow connected with Opilia's report. Opilia said that Thalia met with a man. It was Gerard, the guardian of the Euclids. Lena whispered in Urania's ear that he was a well-known pervert. He had touched a lot of maids. Urania wondered if Gerard had seduced Talia, or if she had deceived him. Their conversation was interrupted by the stern male voice of Cassius, who entered the room and asked what they were doing there. He stopped in front of Thalia, who was kneeling, and looked at everyone in bewilderment, waiting for an explanation. As soon as Urania saw Cassius, she immediately turned her head away. She didn't expect to see him here. Cassius said that sometimes he felt as if she saw him, and Urania, hearing this, became even more worried. He said that at first she looks at him and then turns away in fear, which looks very strange from the outside. Uranius turned to him, and Cassius asked if he was just imagining it. The girl began to smile stupidly. Her cheeks became slightly pink. She did not know how to get out of this situation. Cassius looked at Thalia, who continued to kneel, already looking at the duke. Talia bent down to the floor and asked the master for forgiveness for appearing before him like this, adding that she was fine and that the mistress should not be blamed for this. She said this as if she was truly sincere, but looking at the floor, she smiled sarcastically. Cassius said that apparently she still didn't understand something. Talia rose and asked the duke what he was talking about. He said that Urania had done nothing wrong, and no one had the right to blame her. Cassius turned his head slightly towards Uranius, looked at her, and said that he would not interfere with them. He turned his gaze back to Thalia and told them to continue. Uranius was pleased to hear this from Cassius, and a small smile appeared on her face. It was already night. Urania was lying in her bed, looking at the ceiling, thinking about her husband. As her vision returned, she began to look straight at Cassius. She knew that if she continued to do this, one day he would understand everything, and if something goes wrong, he can kill Uranius, because she has disgraced his family. Urania decided that if she couldn't get a divorce, she would have to tell him right away that she was going through a hard time. While she was thinking about everything, something flashed in the window. She turned her head and looked intently there. Urania carefully got out of bed and began to slowly approach the window. It was a small messenger pigeon, and there was a letter tied to its leg, and she thought it was from Sade. Urania carefully removed the letter from her paw and saw Sade's seal, as she thought. The letter was from him. She sat down at the table, untied the ribbon, and unfolded the letter. She was interested in what he could have written to her after their last meeting. Sid wrote that if she wanted to learn about her magic, she needed to return, but she should not forget that his services would be very expensive. After Urania read the letter, it disappeared right before her eyes. Urania understood that even if she decided to leave magic, she still needed to meet Sid again. Thanks to the white grass, her voice and vision became much better. But there are still problems. She continues to have pain in her body and neck. In her past life, her body was constantly in pain. Then her nose bled. Then other consequences of the poison began to appear, which led to her quiet death. Urania needed Sid as soon as possible. Otherwise, she would not find a worthy doctor. The next morning, Urania came downstairs, wearing a beautiful dress and her hair tied in a bow. She walked past various rooms, and when she came to one of the doors, she thought it was Gil's office. After tugging the handle a few times, she realized that the door was locked, which made her slightly angry. Urania, of course, was not surprised by this and reached her hands to her hair. She realized that it was not in vain that she had taken the hairpin with her, with which she would be able to open the door. The lady decided that she would have to thank Sade for teaching her how to pick locks. She managed to open the door and entered the room with admiration for herself. But what the lady could not expect was that Gale would almost immediately decide to return to his office. When he pulled the handle, he realized that his door was open, which surprised him greatly. Gale entered the room, and Mrs. Uranius immediately appeared before him. This shocked him, and he immediately asked indignantly what she was doing here. But then Gale realized who was standing in front of him and calmed down. He asked if something had happened, adding that he simply needed to be called. Urania stood there with a smile on her face, wondering if he was ashamed that he had given away her entire plan to Cassius. Gale stood there, perplexed as to why the lady was in his office, and why she was now simply smiling. Urania sat down at Gale's desk, and he simply stood next to her and watched what his mistress was doing. She put a note on the table, pointing to it, where she asked if anything had changed in the garden and if any new flowers had been planted. Gale said he wasn't sure about that, but it seemed like no, asking why, since only guards were there. He asked what happened and why she was asking him about it. Urania said she was interested in where her duke's money was spent, to which Gale said that he could then show her the ledger. Suddenly, Urania became quiet and began to smile strangely, which greatly surprised Gale. Urania said that she had completely forgotten to tell him that her sight had returned. There was a deathly silence in Gale's office. Gale didn't know what to say. He coughed slightly and asked for forgiveness, saying that the lady had surprised him. Urania sat and smiled, and Gale said that it was just a miracle and congratulated Urania. But the lady's face changed very quickly. She lowered her head and closed her eyes. She said that Talia was supposed to keep records, but, according to her, there is currently no such record in the duchy, to which Gale said that this cannot be, because she told him that the lady personally entrusted her with financial management. Urania smiled and said that, in case he hadn't noticed, this was the first time they had spoken. With a sly smile on her face, she asked him if he would report this to the Duke as well. Gale felt awkward from this question. Beads of sweat immediately began to flow down his cheeks. He thought about it. Urania decided to take action and picked up one of the books that Gale had written. As soon as Urania read one word in the title, she immediately became indignantly surprised. Gale immediately ran up to the lady and snatched the book from her hands, saying that he was completely in her power. Urania said that then he should arrange a meeting for her with Cid Callist, without reporting to the Duke. Gale, of course, didn't want to do this at all, but he said he would do everything. Urania, hearing his consent, was delighted, showing it with her wide smile. She wanted to relax and take a bath. But when she arrived, she saw Talia there, filling it from barrels. Thalia stood there with a smile on her face and said that the bath was ready for her. Urania immediately noticed her sinister smile. It was already clear what she did. The lady stood silently for a few seconds, simply looking at the maid. She wondered if she was tired of filling the bathtub with poison and dirt every time. Urania turned around and said that perhaps she would take a bath in the lower room. Thalia, perplexed, immediately followed the lady and asked why this was so, since everything was already ready. When Urania left, she said that it didn't matter at all. She just didn't like it here. It was clear from Talia's face that this made her very angry, and she watched her go with an angry look. Urania went down to the lower room, where there was a large bath with clean water. The lady had not felt so good in the bath for a long time. She remembered what it was like before. Suddenly, Urania heard someone enter there. She sat up and looked back. It was Thalia. She was right there, not looking at her mistress. She told the other servants to bring something. Urania was completely confused. She did not understand what was happening and why it needed to be brought inside the bath. She heard a man's voice, which scared her. She realized that the clothes were too far away, and she wouldn't have time to change, and there was nowhere to hide either, and she decided that she would return to the bathroom. Urania turned back to Thalia, who shouted loudly for them to quickly bring it into the bathroom. Thalia looked at her mistress, a smirk on her face, and simply watched her. Urania understood that she was doing all this for one reason. She wanted to dishonor the Duchess by showing her naked body to the servants. The lady decided that she would not follow her lead and dived under the water. She could have just dropped into the water, but she wasn't going to give in to it. It was better this way. But Urania couldn't stay underwater for long. She quickly ran out of air. Suddenly, a large hand pulled the lady out of the water. Urania was quite frightened. It was Cassius's hand, and pulling it out of the water, he immediately threw his jacket over it. He stood in front of her and simply told her to put it on. Urania looked at him in surprise. Cassius turned his head back and said that if any of them still valued their lives, they should lower their muzzles to the floor. He told them to roll out immediately from there. 2 servants were hiding behind the side of the bathtub. At that very second, they bent down to the floor and began to run out of there without saying a word. Cassius looked at Urania and said that she was still very careless. Urania thought that he was probably angry because she was constantly embarrassing him. The lady felt very embarrassed that he had caught her in an unpleasant situation again. Urania asked why she started shaking, adding that her body had weakened at the wrong time. Cassius looked silently at his wife, who was indeed shaking very badly, but said nothing. He silently turned around and began to leave, something Urania did not quite expect from him. She thought he was disappointed, so much so that he didn't even want to talk to her. Urania thought that perhaps now was her chance to talk about divorce. She almost ran after Cassius, who was very close to the exit, but hearing the splash of water, he stopped. The lady came up to him and took his hand. Cassius immediately turned around. He was like a stone statue, and his eyes were like amethysts. Urania took his hand and ran her finger over his palm, thinking about who she was in his eyes. She suggested that he get a divorce again, saying that then he would have to be even more angry with her. Cassius said firmly and confidently that he had already said that they would not get divorced. Urania looked down and asked him if he still blamed himself. The Duke did not expect to hear this at all. He asked again what she asked. Urania only said that all this happened only because of her. She said it sincerely. She looked him straight in the eye and told him that he shouldn't blame himself. Cassius, covering his face with his hand, said that he hadn't thought so at all, stumbling slightly. Frowning, he said menacingly that Urania was a treacherous woman after all. Urania was shocked by what her husband said. She did not understand why he said it. Cassius turned and started to leave, telling her never to bring up the subject of divorce again. He said this in a very serious voice and tried to leave as quickly as possible. Urania turned around and saw the whistle lying on the edge of the bathtub. She took it in her hands and decided to bring Cassius back. She blew into it with all her might. Cassius immediately approached Uranius. She did not look at him, and he asked what she was doing. Taking his wife by the shoulders, he said loudly and menacingly that they would never get divorced. Leaning towards her face, he repeated even louder that it meant never at all. Urania was a little scared. He spoke about it very seriously, in a complex manner. Urania, hearing this, realized that she had no chance and decided to confess to him. She said his name. Cassius looked at her in bewilderment. His face changed, and he asked what she could possibly say. Urania, with a smile on her face, said yes, and that he didn't have to worry about it anymore. Cassius looked at the girl in surprise. He froze in place and asked if it was her voice. Urania, with a smile on her face, just nodded her head. She was glad that she no longer had to hide it. Cassius asked her if she could see him now, and Urania quietly replied that she did. Cassius looked happy. His heart must have become much lighter. He must have been experiencing pain no less than his mistress all this time. Urania said that as he could see, she was fine now, and she looked at him with a smile on her face. Cassius said that he would do whatever she wanted, which surprised the lady. Taking hold of her hair, he said, "Just stop shaking already." He said this with some awkwardness. Urania, hearing that he would do whatever she wanted, immediately thought about divorce. But she was immediately interrupted by Cassius, who said that there would be no divorce and no Seed Callisto. Urania did not understand him and asked what Seed had to do with it, to which Cassius, turning his head away, said that he had nothing to do with it. He looked at his wife again and asked if she needed anything else. Urania thought for a few seconds and asked if she could have some money. Urania will have to meet with Seed to find a worthy doctor, and when she gets stronger, she will finally be able to live independently, as she wants. But for this, she needs money, a lot of money, to make it work. Urania realized that she shouldn't rush into a divorce just yet. If Cassius is worried about her condition, and that is the only reason he refuses to divorce, then once she gets better, they will be free. He asked her if that was all, asking if she would stop talking about divorce after that, to which the lady said yes. Cassius wanted to believe it. He silently looked at his wife and suggested leaving there. Urania was asked if she could change her clothes first. She asked him to call Lena, since she did not want to walk around in just a jacket. Urania went behind the screens, waiting for Lena to come and bring her clothes. Lena, entering the bathroom, saw the lady and immediately asked what she was wearing. As she got closer, she realized that she was wearing Duke Cassius's jacket. Lena puffed out her cheeks from embarrassment and joy, as if trying to contain her emotions. She stood there and was touched. Urania couldn't stand it and said that she had misunderstood everything. Urania felt very awkward about everything that was happening, and she called Lena again. Lena screamed in surprise. She just heard the lady's voice. She asked her if her voice had returned, to which Urania, smiling, said that she wanted to take a bath. The expression on her face was truly sincere. She was truly happy for her. Lena, the only person in the whole world who always took care of the lady. She approached the Duke and said that the lady wished to take a bath. She asked him to leave. Cassius looked at Uranius, who was standing behind Lena, in bewilderment. Lena said that she knew that they hadn't spent their first night together yet, but if he continued to stare like that, the lady would be uncomfortable. Uranius was greatly surprised by this, and was delighted that she had the courage to defend her in front of the demon of war himself. The Duke, having heard this, thought a little and said that he understood everything. Lena defended Urania, and it looked like a little rabbit was being fended off by a wild panther. As soon as Cassius left, Urania told Lena everything that had happened. When they came out of the bathroom, the hallway was tense. Cassius and Gale were standing there, and Thalia was kneeling in front of them. Cassius heard footsteps and turned back slightly. Seeing Uranius, he called her to him. Urania, like Lena, did not understand what was happening here and why Thalia was on the floor. Talia screamed that he knew she couldn't have done it on purpose. It just happened that way. Cassius said that he had already told her several times that by insulting his wife, she was insulting him. Urania came closer to them and looked at Thalia without any regret. Cassius became very angry. He said that this time her insolence had exceeded all limits. He asked, since when did a servant have the right to justify herself to him? He was so angry that the veins on his neck bulged greatly. Talia asked the Duke to listen to her, saying that the lady was simply deceiving him. Talia started pointing at Uranius and shouting that all this time she was just pretending to be dumb and blind so as not to do anything. With a smile on her face, she said that the lady was simply taking advantage of his kindness. But then Urania couldn't stand it any longer and asked if she really thought so. Thalia asked her how she could look at her so shamelessly, saying that she herself had been lying all this time. Urania knew from the very beginning that this would happen and asked Talia if she could answer for her words, that she had lied to everyone around her. Urania began to say that she had recently begun to check the embezzlement of their budget. Everyone knew that it was Talia who was responsible for the distribution of the duchy's budget. Thalia became even more angry and asked what she meant by that. Urania said that the inspection was not yet over, but she had already learned that 30 times more than was required had been spent on seeds for the garden. Talia suddenly fell silent, lowering her head. She did not understand how the lady could have found out about this. Urania suggested that Talia's freedom be restricted until she completed the check. Cassius, hearing this, immediately ordered that she be locked up immediately in the Eastern Tower. Talia asked to stop and listen to her. She said that she could explain everything. Urania remembered that in her past life, she was locked there. It is such a disgusting place that within a day you are covered in dust there, and leaving it is like being born again, because this place devours your strength. Urania closed her eyes and began to remember everything as it was. She was locked at the top of this tower. The lady looked at her hand. It began to sway from side to side. She grabbed her head. Lena caught her. She asked if everything was okay with her. Lena was very scared for her mistress. But then she heard the Duke's menacing voice. Step aside. Cassius approached Uranius. Looking at her, he realized that she was not well at all. He picked her up in his arms, looking at her. She was really very ill. Urania pressed herself as close to Cassius as possible, lying on his shoulder with her eyes closed. As Cassius carried Uranius into the room, she felt a little better, opened her eyes, and realized that she was in his arms. She thought about the fact that now he knew that her sight and voice had returned. He was clearly surprised, but he still didn't ask anything. Out of the blue, Urania, looking straight at Cassius, simply asked if he was interested in how. Cassius simply remained silent and continued to carry his wife to her room so that she could rest. Urania noticed that it was all in her hair and began to remove it. But it was difficult for her to pull them out because they were under her vest. Cassius stopped and looked straight into Uranius's eyes. They were very close to each other. Suddenly, Urania pushed Cassius away from her, and he barely managed to keep her from falling. Already standing on the floor, she turned away. Her cheeks were bright scarlet. She said that he was very handsome. Cassius looked at his mistress in bewilderment, asking whether he should consider this a compliment. As soon as they entered the room, Cassius asked her how she had regained both her voice and her sight. Urania said she thought it was all because of the medicine she took after what happened at the lake. Cassius asked if she was talking about the white grass of Yan, to which she said that she was talking about it. She added that she was told that he brought it back in his arms. The Duke said that after that incident, he began to think about her much more often. Urania, hearing this, wondered if he really still didn't care about her. She turned her head away from the Duke's face and realized that she had expected this behavior. While the Duke carried her in his arms, Urania was running through various thoughts in her head and thought about the situation in the bathroom, asking if he had seen everything. Cassius looked at Uranius in bewilderment and asked what she was even talking about. The girl became embarrassed. Lowering her eyes down, she said that she was talking about the situation that happened in the bathroom. The Duke clearly didn't like this, and he even cried out slightly, asking if she really thought of him like that. Urania did not expect such a reaction from Cassius, and out of fear, she even narrowed her eyes. The Duke looked at her and realized almost immediately that he had probably gone a bit overboard and fell silent. Uranius felt uneasy again. Her eyes closed on their own, and she lost consciousness again. Cassius was very scared and began to shake her slightly to bring her to her senses. He carried her into the room, stayed with her to make sure she was okay, and went to his office. It was already late. He lit the fireplace and sat down on the sofa opposite it, propping his head up with his hand. He looked at the fire without taking his eyes off it. He thought about the fact that Urania had jumped into the lake trying to save him, and it was no longer surprising that he was developing great feelings for her. Imagining her in his head, he realized that he would never be able to turn away from her anyway. Cassius was very concerned about why Urania needed a divorce so much, and she raised the topic so calmly, as if she had already been preparing for it. It was clear from his face that he was upset by this, and he wondered if Seed Callisto had anything to do with all of this. Periodically glancing at the fire, the Duke asked himself many questions in his head, his thoughts sometimes interrupted by the crackling of wood. She first met Cassius before the wedding, when Urania came to the hospital to visit his mother. Despite the loss of her voice and sight, she was all beaming with a smile. No one doubted that she was ready to jump into fire and water for the sake of others. And, probably, even then, Cassius decided everything for himself. Perhaps it was after this that he was ready to marry her, as Count Vincent asked him. Originally, the Duke was supposed to marry either the eldest or the middle daughter of Duke Herod. After Urania became Cassius's wife, she stopped smiling altogether. She had no face. She was always scared, always in her thoughts, as if in another world. And most importantly, she tried to avoid Duke Cassius as much as she could, as if she had been forced to marry him. Cassius held his head with his hand. He didn't understand anything at all, and his head began to hurt from the large number of thoughts. He blamed himself for this, and so he tried to stay as far away from her as possible. Cassius himself did not expect at all that everything would turn out like this, somehow very quickly and completely incomprehensibly. He understood that if Urania wanted a divorce for the sake of Seed Callisto, then he was even less likely to give in, because he will do so much more for her than Sadie ever could. Cassius walked up to the bed, looking at Uranius. He realized that he didn't give a damn about anyone else. The lady was lying on the bed. Her face showed that she was very ill. Her cheeks were bright red. Cassius looked at her with the thought that he was not going to hesitate, just like Urania, jumping into the icy water. He understood that even though she had not opened up to him, love could not be earned instantly. Cassius looked at the girl silently, feeling genuine pity when someone entered the room. It was a servant, and without further ado, Cassius ordered him to call the chief physician. As soon as the head physician appeared at the door, the Duke said that the Duchess had not yet recovered. Despite him, Cassius told the doctor to treat her so that she would feel better tomorrow. He couldn't even imagine what Urania was going through. He felt sorry for her just by looking at her. Cassius stayed with her for a short time and went off to rest himself. Morning came, and the sun's rays penetrated the room through the tulle. The sun was bright, which woke the Duchess up, and she rubbed her eyes. Looking back, she sat quietly and looked at the blanket, lost in her thoughts. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by a ringing female voice, which finally woke her up. It was the servant Lena. She was so glad that Urania was okay, that the smile didn't leave her face for several more minutes. But she immediately came to her senses and instantly brought a tray with medicines, saying that she needed to take them immediately. Lena, sobbing, with anxiety in her voice, said that she was very worried. Urania looked at her in bewilderment. She looked at the glass and could not understand at all why Lena was so worried. Lena started shouting that the lady had slept for 2 whole days and that everyone was already starting to go crazy. Urania froze in place after hearing it for 2 days. She was very shocked by it. Turning her gaze, she only realized that things were bad. She didn't say anything at all for several minutes. She just looked at one point and thought about something. Urania jumped up abruptly, throwing off the blanket. She remembered that she had a meeting with Seed, but as soon as she got out of bed, her eyes darkened and she froze in place. Urania's eyes slowly began to close. There was just darkness in front of her. She only heard Lena calling her excitedly. Lena stopped the lady, saying that she had not yet recovered and needed to rest. Urania looked to the side and decided that she was already late anyway and would make an appointment for another day. Lena decided to take care of the Duchess. She took a chair and placed it next to the bed, took a comb, and began to carefully comb her luxurious long hair. She said that the lady was now in the Duke's room, that she had lain there all night. Urania asked her if it was true, and Lena immediately jumped up from her chair, saying that he himself had brought her here, and showing with her hands how courageous he looked at that moment. The lady only smiled slightly and thought that Lena was once again simply imagining everything. Suddenly, the servant exclaimed that there was more good news, which interested the lady. With a wide smile on her face, Lena said that the Duke had sent her money to manage the estate. At that very second, after hearing this, a smile spread across the lady's face. Lena went to get the chest. She brought it to the Duke's room. Opening it, Urania saw many gold coins. It was clear from her face that she was very surprised by their number. She looked at them and could not take her eyes off them. Lena looked at the money with admiration and said that this was not all, that with such a quantity one could build an entire estate. Urania only thought that this was the wealth of Duke Euclid. The lady thought about something, and a slight smile appeared on her face. She turned to Lena. Urania ordered her servant to put all this in her storage. The smile never left her face. She realized that it was time for her to think about how to use all this money. Leaving the Duke's room, she went to the dining room and decided to think about it there. Urania walked down the corridor and couldn't stop thinking about the amount of money Cassius had given her. Cassius suddenly found himself in the estate. The lady was calmly sitting at the table, and he appeared behind her. The Duke leaned over and asked how the lady was feeling. Urania did not expect to hear him and looked at him cautiously. Turning her head away, she said that thanks to Cassius, she felt much better. Urania hesitated slightly, folding her hands on her knees. She again spoke about the incident that happened in the bathroom. Cassius sat down at the table and told her not to overexert herself for now, because health was much more important. The lady spoke about what Lena had told her, that he had been with her all night, and thanked him, to which the Duke said that it was his duty, after which Urania added that his money would certainly be of use. She thought he wouldn't like it if she played coy, and decided she wouldn't say anything about him giving her too much. Cassius, with a serious face and without even looking up, said that if she missed it, she should just say so. Urania looked at Cassius and thought that he looked surprisingly handsome today. Her eyes lit up, and she thought that it was all about money, that was where the power lay. The Duke told her to remember that a duchess had not only duties, but also privileges. He looked away and told her to just enjoy life. Cassius, from the very beginning, tried and made efforts to show the advantages of the Duchess. But all this was necessary for his reputation, because the Duchy of Euclid is a family with a long history, comparable to the imperial one. Urania understood that even the emperor could not give orders to Cassius, which is why Count Vincent targeted him. The count wanted to make Uranius his puppet, nothing more and nothing less. That was all he needed. The lady's thoughts were interrupted by a servant who brought some kind of dish from behind her back. Urania turned her head towards him and said that there was no need for the next course. The servant immediately stood up straight and loudly said that it would be done as the mistress demanded. Urania felt a little uneasy, and with a smile on her face, she asked if everything was okay. The servant's cheeks turned red with embarrassment, and he said that everything was fine. It was just that her voice was beautiful. Cassius immediately raised his head and turned to him. He angrily asked if she had completely lost her fear. He slammed both fists on the table, and there was a deathly silence. The servant understood everything, asked for forgiveness, and in just a couple of seconds, he was no longer in the dining room. Urania looked at Cassius and realized that she probably wouldn't get used to the way he looked at her. The lady lowered her head. She felt very awkward about what had just happened, even a little scared. Urania looked up and noticed that Cassius was staring at her very strangely. She decided to ease the tense situation and said that she thought it would be better to fire Talia, to which the Duke replied that so be it, and then asked if that was all she would have for breakfast. The lady, with a smile on her face, paused briefly and said in bewilderment that yes. Cassius said that she needed to eat more, because maintaining health was the main responsibility of a duchess. Urania looked at Cassius in surprise, not expecting such concern at all. She looked at her plate and said that if this was her duty, then perhaps he was right. Cassius said that's not what he meant. He apologized and said that he just didn't express himself that way. The lady raised her head cautiously and thought that she had misunderstood him. She looked at him. He sat with a serious face, looking in different directions, as if he was worried about something. Cassius asked if he had frightened her when he asked her to eat more, and Urania, thinking that he had indeed frightened her greatly, said that she had simply not eaten meat for a long time. The pork herb has a very bad effect on the digestion of meat, so every time she tried to eat any meat, the lady felt very nauseous. Cassius told her to just chew her food thoroughly and slowly. Urania looked again at the plate on which lay pieces of meat and smelled a pleasant aroma. She very slowly speared a piece of food with her fork and tasted it just as slowly. She closed her eyes in delight at the wonderful taste that she hadn't felt for so long and simply enjoyed the moment. Urania chewed the piece of meat carefully, as Cassius had said, and looked at the plate. Cassius looked at his wife in bewilderment and asked, "What? Was she really so delighted with such a small piece?" The lady looked at Cassius and barely audibly replied that she didn't even know why. This moment reminded Urania of the incident in the bathroom, and she felt somehow uneasy. Her cheeks instantly turned bright red, and she lowered her head. Urania covered her mouth with her hand and coughed slightly, and decided that she finally needed to forget about this. Cassius looked at the girl and asked why she was coughing and if she was still feeling unwell. The lady said with a smile on her face that she was simply not yet used to talking, and at the same time, she understood that she would not say it, that she simply choked while thinking about his face. The Duke turned to the servant and ordered him to call the doctor, saying that any, even the slightest deviations, should be immediately checked. The doctor came right away. Cassius said that he had been appointed responsible for Urania's health. From the lady's face, it was clear that she didn't particularly like all this, because she simply coughed, not understanding what it was all for. Urania thought that, however, Gale had the talent to work so skillfully with Cassius, because the position of a butler is not an easy position at all. The Duke looked at the girl and suddenly asked if she liked the food. Urania carefully wiped her lips and said with a smile on her face that it was very good. It was the first time she had eaten so much meat. Cassius looked at his wife in bewilderment and asked again what Urania had just said. The lady firmly answered yes, looking at the plate with dessert, at the red, delicious strawberries. The girl looked with delight, not taking her eyes off the dessert at all. Without thinking twice, she took the strawberry-filled tartlet and slowly took a small bite. Urania froze in admiration. It was so delicious that she tried to chew as slowly as possible in order to enjoy it. She couldn't help but say out loud that it was very tasty. Cassius silently looked at his wife. The lady first tried such cakes when she lived in the estate. Because of health problems, everyone was afraid to feed her sweets. Urania said that only Seed managed to bring her cookies. She said this with a smile on her face. Hearing only the name, a vein bulged on Cassius's cheek, and he asked again who she was talking about. Urania repeated Seed's name and continued eating the tartlet, and from one look, it was clear that he was very angry. Cassius continued to watch attentively as the lady ate carefully. The Duke took the bell in his hand and rang it quite aggressively. At his request, the servants immediately brought various desserts. There was a huge quantity of them. Urania, seeing this, could not contain her emotions. Her cheeks turned pink, and she tried to cover her delight with her hand. She looked at every cake and tartlet that stood on the table. The lady thought that there was, of course, too much of everything here, but that was not bad. And she realized that being a duchess was not bad at all. Cassius looked at his mistress and did not understand why she was so happy about such trifles. After Urania had tried various desserts, she went into the garden, or rather into a secret place, an alley that all the servants pass by. Urania stood and waited for someone, but she didn't have to wait long. She heard someone's footsteps. Turning around, she immediately noticed the hands that were holding out a small bag to her. Urania, with a rather serious expression on her face, silently raised her head up. It was Gale, who was responsible for her health, who said that there were cookies in the bag that she could eat on the road, to which the lady thanked him with a smile. Gale said that the lady was right, and that Talia and Sir Gerard met occasionally. Urania immediately thought of Apilia, who had said exactly that, and asked again if that was true, to which the servant handed over the book and said that Sir Gerard had proposed an extension of the temple and handed over the knight's account book. Urania, taking the book in her hands, opened it and said that it would cost a lot of money, but there were absolutely no expenses. She looked through every page of that ledger carefully. On one page, she noticed a secondary income where a lot of money was going. She asked what it was. The servant said that secondary income is the amount that is withdrawn after working on a project, that it usually amounts to no more than 10%. He also thought that this was quite strange. Urania understood that Gerard could take the money this way, and he wrote the report so that everything would be according to the law. Gale said that this is exactly what it looked like, and Urania simply thanked him in response. The servant added that Sade had also arrived 5 minutes ago, and it was clear from Urania's face that she had not expected this at all. Gale then said that the lady could meet him right at the estate. Without thinking twice, Urania immediately went there, and upon entering, she noticed Sade. She called out his name loudly, a wide smile on her face and slightly pink cheeks. Sade immediately turned around, his face showing that he was glad to see Uranius again. He asked the girl if her voice had returned. Urania was just about to share this when Sade interrupted her and said that he was sorry that she didn't squeak anymore. He thought and stood there, perplexed as to how her voice had recovered so quickly. Uranius still answered his question. Closing her eyes, she said exactly what. The voice returned. Syed looked at the girl with a small smile and noticed how happy she was. Urania didn't understand why he was looking at her so intently and not looking away. Syed folded his arms across his chest and said it was time to get back to business, or rather, to his precious time. He reminded her that she had already wasted his time twice, which made the girl feel uneasy, and she turned away slightly. Syed came a little closer and said loudly that even the third time she was late. Urania apologized to him and said that she simply felt ill. The guy said that it was nothing to worry about, and very strangely began to slowly approach her. The girl stood rooted to the spot. She didn't understand what he was doing. He carefully raised his hand to her face. He carefully tucked her hair behind her ear and stood back as he had been standing before. With a smile on his face, he turned to her and asked her to tell him what had happened to her. Urania felt quite awkward from the guy's actions. She looked at him and thought about his gaze. The lady decided that it would be better for them to go into the office so that no one would distract them. She told him absolutely everything that had happened to her recently, except for returning to the past. Sid propped his head up with his hand, and after listening to the lady, he said that this was all some kind of boredom. Urania, noticing the expression on his face, said that he only wanted to talk about perversion, which surprised the guy. He felt awkward and realized that he needed to respond to what his longtime friend had shared. He said that, be that as it may, she was giving off a strong magical aura. She didn't expect that and was quite surprised. Urania said that it was she who wanted to ask what kind of magic began to bubble up in her body. It was clear from her face that she was quite angry with Sade. She approached him as close as possible, looking intently into his eyes. Sadu felt uneasy and realized that it really bothered her a lot. He said that he didn't know much, because they were still little, but he noticed the growing strength in her when she was 12 years old, and that's about when everything started spinning. Hearing this, Urania's expression changed. Sade continued, he said that perhaps Count Vincent did something to her, and most likely that was the case. The guy said that now her magical power is sealed, but over time it breaks out drop by drop. Urania sat rooted to the spot, her hands folded on her knees, listening attentively to everything that Sade told her. She slowly and barely audibly said his name, and said that it was all very strange. Turning away from him, Urania said that he was a handsome man, and also so smart. He felt a little uneasy, and a small drop of sweat ran down his cheek. He wanted to say something. After a few seconds, he realized what Urania had just told him, and asked again, but the girl seemed not to hear him. She repeated that he had seen magic in her. She sat there in rapture. Her eyes seemed to light up. She was thinking about something and looking at one point. Sid said that only Vincent could finally remove this seal. Urania began to talk about how, when she was 12, her father brought some kind of wizard into the house. She remembered herself as a little girl, with a frightened expression on her face, and not understanding anything at all. A picture popped into the girl's head of her standing behind her father and seeing a strange man in front of her whose face was completely invisible. It was as if she now felt the same fear that she had experienced then. That strange wizard, looking at the little girl, touched her forehead with his thumb, and then he completely covered her face with his huge and strong hand, and when he touched her, it seemed as if part of her had evaporated somewhere. It was as if then, instead of it, an unbearable pain appeared, because of which she passed out. Urania looked at Sade and asked if the Count had really decided to take all of her powers. Sid said that the Empire had been fighting the monster invasion for many years. He said that 30 years ago, just before the end of the war, wizards and warriors were at the very top of the Empire, and no one could deny their importance. If everything was simple with the military, then raising a wizard is a separate art, and it was after meeting the wizard that she was forbidden to leave the estate. Perhaps the Count wanted to do everything he could to prevent her abilities from manifesting, but she realized that he was still a disgusting person. Sid wondered what could have broken the seal, since such magic could last for hundreds of years. Urania asked if it was the poison of the parak herb that destroyed the seal. Sid, closing his eyes, thought and said that this was, of course, possible, and paused for a moment. He said that, however, the Duke could not help but notice the powers growing within her. Urania said that he was in the capital now, so he didn't notice. He'll be there for another week or so. She looked at the guy and asked if he knew how to hide her powers. Sid covered his face with his hand and repeated the question. He had a rather strange behavior. A sly smile appeared on his face, and he said that of course he knew that he was already prepared. He added that it was an extremely valuable thing, and upon hearing this, the lady looked at him with a little malice. Sid took a bracelet out of his pocket and said that it was very special. The lady asked in a calm voice how much he wanted her to pay for it. Sid exclaimed about what a straightforward girl she was, and said that he wanted 300 gold pieces. Urania said it was cheap, about the same as the dress, adding that the wealth of the duchy should not be underestimated. Urania took the bracelet in her hands and looked at it with the hope that it would really help her. She now fully felt what it was like to be rich. Sade, who was sitting next to her, closed his eyes. Sid asked to give him a hand, and said that in order to hide her powers, she should press twice on one ball and pointed to the other, saying that this is where she should press to release them. He said that this bracelet would last for a month. Urania did not expect this, and she was counting on more. Sid asked for forgiveness, and said that this thing is very rare, and also without side effects, extended his hand, and said that if she doesn't like it, she can give it back. And Urania said that she must not let Cassius know about her powers, and if she needed to, she would buy another one. They were silent for a few minutes, but then Urania remembered her treatment and asked how things were going with it. The guy told the girl to come to the capital in 2 days for the holiday. Urania looked at him in bewilderment and asked what holiday he was talking about and why she had to go there. Sid, getting up from the sofa, said that she would definitely find the person she needed there. He added that she should not be afraid that he would send an official invitation to the duchy. Urania stood up from the sofa after him and realized that he had thrown a smokescreen without understanding why. He turned around and with a sly smile on his face said that they would see each other again. The next day, Urania, as if nothing had happened, went to the dining room where a delicious strawberry dessert was waiting for her. She sat and enjoyed every piece, prolonging her pleasure. In her past life, her father deprived her of such joy, which made her very upset. Count Vincent was about to try to do something to her, and the thought of it only depressed her. Her thoughts were interrupted by Gale, who entered the dining room quite unexpectedly. Urania decided that he shouldn't see that she was upset about something, and a wide smile appeared on her face. Gale looked at his mistress in bewilderment, not understanding what was happening to her. He said that the designers would be there in about an hour, and the Duchess simply thanked him. He put the tray on the table and said that he had brought her some more sweets. Gale added that children like this, to which Urania looked at him with a displeased face, saying that she was 20 years old and already an adult. Urania asked if he was making fun of her, to which Gale said that he was not doing so. He just thought of the lady when he saw this caramel, because she likes this kind of thing. Urania realized that he was right. If you forget about Opilla's child, she was the youngest in the estate. She thought about everyone in the estate. Cassius is also quite young. He is only 25 years old. Then she remembered Lena, and despite her appearance, she was already 29. All the servants in the estate are older than her, only because they are hired only after the age of 20. Urania, after a short silence, looked at Gale and asked how old he was. Gale did not expect such a question at all, and very quietly said that he was 39. Hearing this, Urania dropped the spoon from her hands. She could never have expected this. She looked at him and thought that she thought he was only a little older than her, because he looked so young. She repeated his age loudly enough that Gale didn't even know how to behave. He looked at his mistress with a surprised face, and Urania thought that she had probably gone too far, and covering her mouth, she asked what his secret to youth was. She immediately remembered his hobby and asked him if it was because of that. Gale coughed slightly and decided to change the subject, asking what she would order to be done with Talia. Urania said she thought she should wait a little longer, that she had not yet finished her investigation. Gale said that he understood the lady, but Urania immediately asked with fear in her eyes whether the Duke had done anything to her. Gale, with a small smile on his face, said no, that he had completely handed over this matter to the lady. He said that it seemed like he just didn't want to worry her. Urania fell silent and thought about something. She thought that she wouldn't worry about it at all. Only his gaze frightened her. She got up from the table and said that she needed to meet with Talia. Gale looked at the lady in bewilderment and asked if she would let her out, to which the departing lady merely said, "We'll see." Finally, she said that compared to the Duke, she looked much kinder, smiled and left. They went with the servant to the tower where Talia was locked up. Gale asked if she really was going to go there. Several other servants went with them, and they asked if the lady understood that if something happened there, their heads would fly that very second. The Duchess turned around with a displeased face and said that they were simply exaggerating. Gale said the Duke had made it clear that the Duchess's safety was their life's duty. The Duchess made no reply to this and went straight to the tower. Walking down the stairs, she realized that these stairs were very nasty, and she didn't understand whether she was still weak or whether it was really difficult to go down them. They descended slowly, step by step, and suddenly Urania stumbled, but one of the guards was able to quickly catch her. The lady felt embarrassed by this, and with a smile on her face, she thanked him for not letting her fall. The guy pointed with his hand to move on, and Urania, shrugging her shoulders, smiled stupidly. After that, she almost fell a couple more times. But, however, in the end, she reached the dungeon. Turning away from everyone, a voice came from behind her that the lady had done a great job, to which she slowly turned around in bewilderment. She asked if they did it on purpose, thinking that she was very embarrassed, and said that this was the first and last time. Thalia sat in the dungeon with her head down. During this time, her hair had grown very long, and she didn't even raise her head when the mistress and her servants arrived. Because of her parents, Talia was led to the path of evil, but she was not like that at all initially. But still she did many bad things. Urania, frankly speaking, suffered precisely because of her. The lady looked at Talia without any pity at all. Coming closer, she asked how she managed to stay here all this time. Talia, raising her head, remained silent. The lady did not stop there and said that she lives in dust and dirt, drinks dirty water, and did not forget to remind her that she did the same to her. Thalia, hearing this, rushed to the bars and began to beg the Duchess to forgive her, saying that she was simply forced. Urania looked at her with anger in her eyes and asked who made her do all this. When the lady asked who was responsible for all this, Talia lowered her head and only repeated that she swears on her life that it was not her. Without waiting for an answer, the lady asked if it was Gerard. Hearing this, Talia's face changed and she fell silent. The girl carefully raised her head and looked at the lady with fear, her hands trembling from excitement. Urania realized that if she was going to hold on to something or someone, she had to break it first. The Duchess knew perfectly well how to do this. Turning away from the bars, she ordered the servants to let her out. The servants, without asking any questions, silently opened the dungeon, and they all went upstairs together. As soon as Talia went outside, She immediately covered her face with her hand. The sun was very bright. She was unaccustomed to this. Urania turned her head slightly and told her to take a bath first, and then they could talk over a cup of tea. Talia, slightly lowering her head, looked at one point on the ground, said that she would never forget her kindness. Urania, hearing this, turned away from Thalia and simply remained silent. She thought about her words. She knew she would never forget the stench of dirty water and floor rags, and how servants freely came into her room while she was bathing. The Duchess turned to Guile and told him to guard the bathroom, while Talia washed and ordered him not to let her escape under any circumstances. Urania was quite serious. She walked to the estate with her head down, lost in her thoughts. As soon as Thalia walked into the estate behind Urania, all the servants looked at them in surprise. For the safety of the mistress, 2 guards held Talia's hands and watched her every step. Urania thought to herself that it was too early for Talia to think that this was kindness, because she would not forgive her so easily. Talia began to scratch her neck with her broken nails, causing deep scratches to appear there. Talia told herself that she couldn't be trusted, that the mistress wanted to make her wash herself in the slops, that she wanted to take revenge on her, that she was itching all over, as if rats were crawling on her body. The girl, seeing water in the bathroom, started screaming that there was slop in there and ran out naked. Urania looked at her. She huddled in a corner. The lady wondered what had happened to her in the dungeon. The lady wanted to talk to her after the bath, but it seems she is not in any condition now. She said that Talia should come to her senses first. Sitting with a cup of tea, Urania thought about how Gerard had clearly been using Talia. Unfortunately, the lady does not have the rights to properly manage Euclid's guards. The Duchess can only deal with the internal affairs of the estate, but Cassius has control over the Order of Knights. Her thoughts were interrupted by Gale, who said that designers from the studio had arrived at the estate. Going downstairs, Urania saw a large number of hangers with clothes. In front of her stood 2 nice girls who introduced themselves as Sasha and the other assistant Mina. The lady said she was pleased to meet them. She introduced herself and asked them to take care of her. The girls were very polite to the Duchess and asked her not to introduce herself to them like that, which touched the lady. They looked at her without taking their eyes off her and admired her beauty. They could not believe that this was the Duchess. Sasha said that first she would show her the finished outfits and asked if she wanted to wear them. Urania, slightly lowering her head, asked to show her the best of these outfits. There was very little time left before the holiday, and she had nothing ready at all, so she wanted to make arrangements with the most prestigious studio in the capital. These studios were so full of orders that the lady decided not to even bother going there. Instead, she called Sasha, the owner of a sewing workshop on the outskirts of the capital. Their dresses are too flashy, so they are not very popular among sophisticated ladies. Urania realized that, fortunately, there was no specific dress code for the event. After trying on one dress, she went to the mirror and silently looked at herself, examining every detail. Sasha looked at her with delight and talked about how beautiful she was, adding that she herself couldn't believe it. Her assistant brought another dress, and they offered her to try it on again. Quite a lot of time had passed. The lady had tried on a large number of dresses, and sitting down on a chair, she suggested that they rest and drink tea. Lena, seeing the state the Duchess was in, immediately shouted for water to be brought. The servants immediately rushed to get water, and Lena approached the mistress and began to hold her. Lena said that the lady was very tense, asking if their dresses were too heavy for her. To this, Sasha replied that this couldn't be, because their dresses were the lightest in the city. Lena asked, then why the lady was so tired. She held her hand and said nothing more. Urania asked Lena to call a servant who looked very much like her. Sasha then showed off a bunch of dresses, asking the lady's opinion, who only thought that if she asked why she was buying a dress, she would answer that it was just for one outing. And Urania, looking at all the dresses, realized that they all looked the same to her. She turned to Lena and asked her in a whisper what she should do, since this was the first time she was choosing a dress. Lena was surprised by this, to which the lady said that usually her mother bought her clothes or wore out her sister's dresses, since she grew up faster than her. Lena was touched by this and suggested that from now on, she would do the shopping herself. Seeing the tears running down Lena's cheeks, Urania immediately agreed to her proposal. She decided to start living in a new way. Her thoughts were interrupted by Lena, who asked her to look at her. Urania immediately turned around. a smile appearing on her face, and her cheeks turning pink. Lena was holding a very strange, revealing pink dress in her hands and giggling. Urania, covering her face, barely restrained herself and asked what this deformity was. Lena immediately interrupted her and said that it was not ugly at all, covering her eyes. She said that in order to get closer to the Duke, she had to spend the first night in the best possible way. Lena said that it is also very important to change her nightgown often, that this will help her make a good impression every day. Lena approached the mannequin and said that the lady was as red as tomatoes, which made the lady even more uneasy. Urania thought about what Lena had just told her and repeated in her head about the first wedding night. The lady went to her room and involuntarily remembered that miserable time that she really did not want to remember. She remembered the strange day only now that it was night. Gale said that the connection was established, and now they could talk calmly. Urania sat with a serious face, rooted to the spot, as if she was afraid to even move. They had to talk to the Duke, who was also sitting in a long wait, being in the capital. But nothing worked. The Duke did not hear at all what the lady was saying, and she did not hear at all what he was saying. Urania thought that everything wasn't so bad. At least they tried to set up a communication channel. She persuaded herself to finally say that she couldn't bear this anymore. The servants stood with their backs to their mistress, feeling awkward, and periodically exchanging glances at each other. Suddenly, the connection was established on its own. The Duke asked how she felt, which the lady was unhappy about, because in recent days he had been too worried about her. Urania could not understand at all what was the reason for such strong anxiety. At first, when the lady suggested a divorce, he reacted somehow strangely. She looked at the servants and realized that, judging by their reactions, none of them thought so, but she thought that maybe she was just winding herself up. Urania asked Cassius if it were possible. Could he order the people accompanying her to leave the room? Cassius looked at her in bewilderment and said that it couldn't be done. Urania was surprised by this and wondered why this was so, and the Duke added that they were responsible for her safety while he was not around. He added that if even one hair fell from her head, she would answer for it with her life. Cassius closed his eyes and asked for forgiveness. He said that he had to go now and asked her to take care of herself. She looked at him as if he were crazy, and behind her, the servants were touched by the Duke's attitude towards his mistress. Urania lowered her head and wondered what this feeling was. Thinking that wasn't it, love. In the morning, the Duchess was having breakfast. The servants asked her if she liked the tea, asked if she liked the dress, but in response, she only remained silent, immersed in her thoughts. She thought about how funny it was. The attitude of those who had just recently bullied her had changed so drastically. Ophelia appeared before her and, turning to her, asked if her mistress had called her. Urania was glad to see her. With a smile on her face, she called her over to her. The lady, closing her eyes, said that everyone should leave except Lena. The servants immediately obeyed her and left. And the lady thought that soon there would be rumors that the Duchess had kicked out all the servants, leaving only Lena and Ophelia. She thought that then it would become obvious that she trusted only Ophelia, but there was no way out. Urania looked at the girl with a smile on her face and asked how her child was doing. Ophelia lowered her head, thanked her, and said that he was fine. Urania, looking down at her cup of tea, thought that all she wanted was the trust of the servants. The level of simple obedience is not suitable. Such loyalty, when serving the master, is the goal of the whole life. The lady looked at Ophelia and said that she would now be responsible for the maids. Ophelia did not expect this at all and wanted to ask something, but before she could finish speaking, Urania interrupted her. The lady said that this was her personal assignment, but asked if this was too difficult a job for her. When she couldn't speak and couldn't see, everything was different. But now she's not a nominal duchess. She has the power to make her own decisions. Ophelia was a little shy, but said that she could count on her. Urania was glad to hear this, and said that she hoped for her help in the future. She also added that if someone does not agree with her decision, she can punish that person. Their conversation was interrupted by Lena, who said that she had brought the lady some cold tea. Urania took a small sip and realized that it was warm, and realized that Lena was being overly concerned about her. She put the cup on the table, looked at it, and realized that it was still good to have such a person. The lady noticed how much her hands were shaking, and that she could drop the cup at any moment. She raised her hand up and watched as it shook violently, and realized that the symptoms were getting worse. Urania knew she needed to heal completely, so Cassius wouldn't find out. Her main task for today was the obligatory meeting with the doctor. The carriage went to the very holiday that Seed told her about. She went there together with Lena, who was very worried, to which the lady said that no one even noticed that she was actually a girl. Lena said that she was not worried about this cosplay, but about what would happen if the Duke suddenly found out about it. The lady told her not to worry, because this would not happen, because he could not know about anything if no one told him about it. Urania was reading a book on the way, and she read out loud that the servants were important assistants to the war demon. But her reading was immediately interrupted. Gale abruptly snatched the book from her hands. With a smile on her face and narrowing her eyes, she said that if he fulfilled her request, she would not tell anyone about his books. Gale understood that he had no choice at all, and tearfully agreed with this. The carriage slowly arrived at the sparsely populated outskirts of the capital, where it was very quiet, but very beautiful. Since the lady could not go to the party in the Duke's carriage, she asked Sade to find her one in which she could travel safely. As she exited the carriage, Urania realized how quickly they had arrived, and that the magical portal was a godsend. Turning her head, she noticed the Duke, who was also looking intently at her. Cassius's expression instantly changed. He never expected to see his wife here. Urania, as soon as she realized that it was him, immediately turned away and did not understand what to do next. She tried to calm herself down and realized that she had something. Just in case of such a meeting, she just needed to pull herself together. As soon as she turned around again, she saw her husband's menacing expression. Urania was very afraid and could not collect her thoughts. She realized that she did not know what to do, what to say to him, and decided that the best solution would be to drive on and went to the carriage. But before she could sit down there, she heard Cassius's menacing voice from behind her, asking her what she was doing in the capital. Urania turned her head to the side, and the Duke appeared before her eyes, hanging directly over her. The lady turned to him because he was too close to her. She told him that she had come to see him. Cassius narrowed his eyes and realized that she was deceiving him. It was evident from her behavior and the way she spoke. Urania immediately said that there was nothing wrong with that, asking him if maybe she shouldn't have come at all. The Duke stood rooted to the spot and did not know at all what to answer her. He said he just thought she was being cunning, adding that it was unlikely she would wear such a dress to meet him. Urania thought that he didn't like her outfit at all, and she felt somewhat offended. From this awkwardness, the lady simply turned her head back, which was even more incomprehensible to the Duke. Urania lowered her head slightly and asked with sadness in her voice if everything was okay with her dress, adding that, on the contrary, everyone was saying how beautiful it was. Cassius, hearing this, froze, pursed his lips. He closed his eyes and was simply silent for several minutes. He said that it was dangerous to be there alone and sent her to the townhouse, adding that he had an important meeting and would come a little later. Urania asked him who he was meeting with, to which Cassius said that it was now clear to him that she had not come to see him. The lady told him not to jump to conclusions without knowing everything, adding that she was on her way to a party, but decided to stop to meet him. Cassius looked at her and asked if this was a party dress after all. Urania said that he was right, that with this dress she wanted to emphasize the status of the Duke's wife, and also that this way she would be able to successfully integrate into society. The Duke asked about her health, to which the lady replied that he should not worry, that she had an escort with her, and even if she became ill, there was a reliable person nearby. Cassius's face showed how worried he was, but Urania noticed this and immediately said that everything would be fine. She was really tired of such anxiety. Turning her head away, she repeated that he should not worry. Cassius turned his head towards the carriage and asked if dressing her maid in men's clothing was a mandatory condition of the party. Lena, hearing this, began to get out of the carriage, to which Cassius asked if she had such a strange hobby that he did not know about. The Duke looked again at Uranius, who was displeased with what was said, to which he asked if it was her hobby to dress up girls. Urania hung her head down and said that it was not so. She asked Lena to change into men's clothes because she could not go with another man. Cassius asked her if she really didn't have a suitable partner. Upon hearing this, the lady's eyes widened greatly, and she wondered what to answer. She looked up and saw some degree of disappointment in her husband's eyes. Urania turned her head away in displeasure and said that this was exactly the case, and asked if he had any health problems, saying that he had hearing problems. Their conversation was interrupted by one of the guards, who said that traces of pursuit had been discovered. Hearing this, the lady thought about these words and did not understand what they were talking about at all. She looked again at the Duke, who stood and looked at the guard simply in silence. In short, she turned her head and said that it looked like they were trying to attack her. He asked to be careful and keep the knights closer or even inside. All this made the lady feel uneasy, and she felt a certain sense of guilt. Suddenly, Urania felt unwell again. She realized that when she was with Cassius, her heart beat faster, and because of this, she lost strength faster than usual. Lena asked if she was really okay, but the lady immediately interrupted him and said that everything was fine, that she was just overtired. They got into the carriage, and Lena said sadly that it was time to go on. Urania took the masquerade mask in her hands and put it on herself already in the carriage. Lena looked at her mistress a little strangely. Sitting in the carriage, she remembered Sade, who had written her a letter not so long ago. There he asked why she was worried that because of the masquerade they would not recognize each other. He told her not to talk nonsense, because he would recognize her at first sight, even if her face was completely under the mask. She herself knows that she has a rather noticeable hair color, especially since only 1 in 100,000 inhabitants of the empire has such a color. When the lady read this, she experienced strange feelings. She sat and understood that she simply had to overcome herself. She wanted to gouge her own eyes out from such words. Finally, he wrote that he would not tease her any further, and said that he had an idea on how to make her not worry. He asked them to agree that she would wear a white fox mask, and he would wear a black cat mask. They had already arrived at this party, and when they approached the entrance, the man asked to show her invitation. The man leaned over the girls and said that if they showed him, there would be no identity check. Urania, wearing a mask and realizing that she didn't want to take it off, thought that it was quite convenient. The check went quickly, the lady showed the invitation, and now she and Lena were already inside. Lena was very worried. She turned to the lady and said that she was on edge, asking if she accidentally made some mistake, and asked her not to worry. Although she herself, of course, said so, she herself was very nervous, afraid to take an extra step. She had never attended a party of this scale before, and only made her debut when Alika, holding her hand, led her to a large debutante party. The Count and Alika controlled her social life very strictly and tried to make sure that all the attention was focused on the younger children. Even at the banquet held after the wedding, she was like furniture. She only had to greet everyone, and the focus was on the younger ones, all because she did not know how to get along with people at all. Considering all this, she didn't understand how she had agreed to come here at all. She really hoped that everything would go without a hitch. Looking to the side, she said that they had already arrived, and Lena, with a trembling voice, agreed with her. Urania said that she thought it would be better if she didn't open her mouth in front of other people, which surprised Lena, and she asked why, since she said that everything would be fine. Understanding that she said this in order to be able to drag her here, passing further, Lena asked her what happens at the parties with the auction. Urania asked again what she was interested in and wondered what was happening at illegal auctions. She immediately remembered how she had been at one of the auctions, where everything and everyone looked very strange. It's an exchange of confidential information, and as far as she knows, in such places, men and women sleep with anyone. She decided that she would say that there was an auction and all sorts of other fun events, but it was really boring and asked her not to take it into her head and feel awkward herself, not understanding how she could forget about what was going on there. Urania, taking Lena by the arm, realized that this was not a reason to turn around and leave. They stood for a few more minutes, looking around, looked at each other and moved on, and then they noticed the first people, who were also wearing masquerade masks. They walked somewhere purposefully and without looking back or to the sides, because they were really very worried. Urania wondered if Seed had arrived yet. For some reason, she hadn't seen the black cat. For a second, she stopped and thought about what if he had simply deceived her. Suddenly, the lady's expression changed. Her eyes widened greatly, and she seemed to see someone in the distance. She saw Sade, easily recognizable by his long blue hair and the same black cat mask they had agreed on. Urania noticed Lena nearby, who took a glass from the tray and immediately took it away. Urania whispered in Lena's ear that she would leave her for a while, because she and Sade needed to talk about something. Lena, hearing this, became worried and asked if she was sure that she should go alone. Urania smiled in response and told her not to worry, because his personal security would be with them. She said that if she did not return in an hour, Lena should go to the carriage and wait for her there. Smiling, she said at last that she should try not to talk to anyone. Sid noticed Urania standing nearby. He was looking at her intently, which looked strange. For some reason, Urania became even more worried. She turned towards Sade, and they went somewhere. They went to a place where it was quite dark, which made the lady even more worried. Urania thought that she didn't understand what was happening because she felt someone's gaze on her. Sid turned his head slightly and noticed that she was falling behind and called out to her to keep up. Walking straight after Sade, she decided that she must have just imagined it, probably because she was worried. Compared to Sade, Urania seemed very small, and he was like an impenetrable wall. They came out of the main hall and watched everyone, their behavior, and in general, what they were doing. Urania wondered why there was such a crowd in one place. They walked further, and Sade pointed to the door, saying that this was his room, that he conducted all transactions there, and that it was there that he was given information about her doctor. Urania asked who this man was, and asked him to tell her about him. Sid smiled wickedly and said that this was the wife of the White Eagle who had thrown the party today. This was Phoebe Lillian, a fairly well-known person in the Empire. He felt sorry that no one would appreciate it. He said that he had gone out of his way to find a wonderful doctor for the wonderful, charming Duchess. Urania said that she was generous and would reward him after the treatment was completed. Sid bowed slightly before the lady and said that she should do as she wished, with a smile on his face. They approached the door, where a guard stood and told him to tell them that Callisto had arrived. Urania, watching this, realized that apparently they knew him here, and she felt a little better. In the office, Urania said that she found her thanks to one guild, that she needed the help of a healer, and asked if she could help her. The woman raised her head and only mumbled something in response, lost in thought. Seeing the girl in front of her, a smile appeared on her face, and she asked if it was really her that Sir Callisto was talking about. Sid wished Urania luck, saying that she would definitely need it, and that it would not be easy to persuade this healer. Urania asked him why he was leaving, to which he said that he would continue to carry out his service. As soon as Sade left, she felt somehow uneasy. She stared at Phoebe and remained silent. Phoebe greeted her and said that first of all, there were 2 rules. Even though she had been brought by a trusted person, she couldn't take off her mask or talk about her identity. Uranius looked at her slightly perplexed. She periodically looked around, examining what was in the office, and I realized that it was logical that I couldn't take off my mask, because today was a masquerade after all. Phoebe asked Urania what she was willing to offer in exchange for her help. The lady silently looked at the girl and took the bag in her hands and lifted it slightly. She said with a smile that she really hoped that was enough, placing the bag on the table. Phoebe slowly turned her gaze to the bag and remained silent for a few minutes. Because of this silence, Urania tensed up. She thought that this seemed not enough to her. Urania walked up to the table and placed another bag next to it, only it was slightly smaller. Moving away from the table, she pointed to the table and asked if her services were really more expensive. Phoebe, closing her eyes, said that she didn't know because money didn't really interest her. If she needed it, she wouldn't be treating people. Urania, hearing this, pursed her lips and realized that Sid was right, that it really wouldn't be easy to come to an agreement. Urania looked at her hand and noticed on it the same bracelet that Sid had given her. She silently twisted the bracelet on her wrist, wondering if this would be a good idea. She thought that since she was a healer, maybe the bracelet would be of interest to her. Urania wondered what was happening when she entered the hall, where there was a large crowd of people. She was confused at first, but now she knows what the black shadow she sees around people means. The so-called shadow looked quite scary and unusual. It was just like a black spot. If she concentrated, Urania could see the smallest manifestations of her illness. I widened my eyes as much as possible and tried to unsee something. There was another person in the office with them. She looked at him and asked if he had also come for treatment. Phoebe, closing her eyes, paused for a moment and said no, that he was healthy, but the shadow near his head was very thick. She wondered if he was really okay. I thought that he was hiding the fact that he was sick or didn't know about it at all. Urania, covering her mouth with her hand, asked Phoebe that if she was wrong, he still needed help. Immediately after the question, She turned her gaze to this man. He just stood and was silent. Phoebe said she had examined it yesterday and found no symptoms, asking what she based her assumption about his illness on. I said that if something is wrong with a person, she sees it and also sees the sore spot. She lowered her head and said in a quieter voice that she could also see her own ailments. Phoebe said that perhaps she had not found anything in this man because the disease had appeared recently. She was curious, although it was hard to believe. She said that she could not take Urania's word for it, asking if there was any evidence, to which the lady replied that she simply needed to conduct an examination and she would see everything herself. There were 2 more girls in the office. They started shouting that, most likely, she was just a scammer, that she just showed up at Madame's party, was taking up the time that the lady had allocated to help them, and also doubted her qualifications. They turned to Phoebe and told her not to listen to this rude woman and to throw her out. Urania said that she was telling the pure truth and that they could not believe her because she didn't care. The girls continued to shout that this was all nonsense, that this simply couldn't be happening, saying that Urania was simply crazy. One of the girls asked how long Mrs. Phoebe would tolerate her insults, to which Phoebe, closing her eyes, answered only well. Phoebe looked at Urania and asked her to come closer, calling her Mrs. White Fox. Urania took the 2 bags from the table and handed them into the hands of Mrs. Phoebe. Phoebe smiled and said that she would take the money, just as a sign that she had worked. The lady was surprised by this. She did not expect that Mrs. Phoebe would agree so quickly, considering that initially there was not even a hint of this. Urania leaned over and whispered to the lady that the source of that man's illness was on the back of his head and the side of his head, and judging by what she could see, it was quite serious. I looked at her and asked if she was ready to take responsibility if she made a mistake. Urania firmly said yes. With a smile, she said that she was confident in her ability. Hearing this, Mrs. Phoebe fell silent and thought, lowering her head. Urania sat down next to the lady and said that she thought it would not be difficult for her to check whether she was telling the truth or not, if it turned out that she was right in asking her to help her too. Phoebe didn't really like the idea and sighed heavily, closing her eyes. She called her assistant, whose name is Jenny, to her, and she immediately came over and stood silently waiting. Jenny brought a folder with a sheet of paper and asked Mrs. Uranius to write her address, that Mrs. Phoebe would contact her later. Urania asked that when they send the letter, they not write their name on the envelope. As soon as Urania left the office, she went to look for Lena, but she did not find her in the building and went out into the street. The lady had already walked quite a long way and wondered where she had gone. Urania stopped and finally took the mask off her face, as she was already tired of wearing it after so long. She thought about what she had told her to wait for her in the carriage if she did not return on time, and if she was there, she would ask the coachman to stop here, and decided that she would wait for her. While she was standing waiting to see the carriage with Lena, she heard some strange sound. She looked around and saw in front of her some strange little cart from which this strange sound was coming. The lady tried to understand what it could be that she felt uneasy somehow. She was seriously scared and didn't understand what the hell was going on. Suddenly, a strong wind rose, and it instantly became very dark outside. From this small cart, some incomprehensible monster burst out, which made terrible sounds. Urania opened her eyes and saw this monster in front of her, and hoped that she was just imagining it all. She immediately started looking for the whistle that the Duke had given her, and decided that she needed to call for help. As soon as she felt it, she immediately brought it to her mouth, watching this monster intently. With all her might, she whistled into it very loudly. She tried to whistle as long as possible, but her efforts were in vain, because due to the wind, she could not hear anything at all. She decided that she needed to pull herself together and try again. Urania brought the whistle to her mouth again and took a deep breath. She whistled loudly. This monster was very close, right in front of her face. She had huge, sharp teeth and was growling furiously. The lady thought that this was all over, but then she noticed some kind of black cape in front of her. Before Urania could even blink, the monster's head flew off. She looked closer and saw a man standing there, watching this monster bleed to death. Urania looked closer and recognized familiar features. She realized that this was the Duke. Cassius turned and asked her if this was her way of protesting his refusal to divorce. He said that at this rate he would go crazy. Urania stood rooted to the spot. She asked where he came from. He had things to do. Cassius, putting away his sword, said that he thought it should be obvious to her how he ended up there. Urania opened her mouth and said that she didn't understand what he was talking about. He said that what was more important now was that she hated him so much that she wouldn't even let him touch her toes. Urania looked at him and didn't understand what kind of nonsense he was talking about. She didn't even know what to answer him. Cassius looked intently at Uranius, waiting for some kind of answer. Then Cassius came even closer to her and looked into her eyes, while she felt some fear and did not know what to answer him. Urania asked him if he could tell her how he ended up there. Cassius didn't answer her question and asked her if she could tell him how she got to the party after all. Urania, looking down, said that she told him that Seed invited her. Cassius, hearing this, simply fell silent, and it was clear from his face that he was not pleased. He said that for some reason, it seemed to him that all these days she was playing with his feelings. Urania thought about his words, because that was exactly what she wanted to say. She said that if he was worried that she was dishonoring his honor, and that was why he came, then he need not worry because she promised not to do that. Cassius asked again what honor she was talking about, standing there in bewilderment. Urania replied that he could only come here because he was worried that she would sing the family's honor. Cassius said that his honor was given by birthright and asked if he looked like someone whose honor could be taken away or dishonored. Urania was surprised. Apparently this was not the reason, and Cassius said, addressing her as my dear. He said that, like her, so her honor also belongs to him, because she is his wife, bending over. Urania could not stand it, and said that she was not a thing to belong to someone. Cassius clearly did not expect to hear such an answer from his wife, and said that she did not understand it. He said he meant that they made a vow to always be together. Urania, hearing this, was stunned. Her eyes widened, and she didn't understand what he was talking about. She thought he had been hit on the head with something. Cassius looked at his wife's feet and said that her shoe had come off. He carefully got down on one knee and reached his hands towards her leg. The Duke asked Uranius if she could let him help her put it on. Urania simply remained silent in response and nodded her head. She watched his actions carefully. Cassius carefully took the lady's leg and placed it on his knee. Urania, watching him, wondered why he was behaving like this. At this time, Cassius said that he did not want to divorce her for a very simple reason. He carefully took her foot and put it into the shoe, remaining silent for a moment. He raised his head and looked into Uranius's eyes and said that the reason was very simple, that he did not want to lose her. Urania did not expect to hear this from the Duke, because she doubted his feelings and asked him to repeat it. Cassius continued to stand on one knee, asking to be allowed to be hers, and if suddenly she did not want or could not be his. Urania looked him straight in the eye, and he asked her if she would agree to make him hers if he would kneel. She remembered how he had spoken to her not long ago, his rudeness and some kind of contempt. She remembered every situation where he showed coldness towards her, and wondered if he really didn't hate her. Urania expected more nastiness from him, but he asked her again to stop thinking about divorce. He said that after all she was his wife, and a member of Euclid's family. The lady looked at him with surprise and misunderstanding. Cassius looked away slightly. It was clear that he was saying all this sincerely. Urania was stunned and didn't know what to answer him. She was going over in her head everything he had just told her. They stood there for a few more seconds, just looking at each other, without moving. She thought he just wanted to make her his property. Aristocrats often behave selfishly towards other people. Urania decided to ask if it was true that he didn't want a divorce, to which Cassius asked if she really wasn't listening to him at all. She understood that it would not be easy to get a divorce, and that this meant she would have to hide her illness from him. Their conversation was interrupted by someone calling Uranius very loudly, and they both turned towards the voice. They saw a cheerful Said, who was running straight towards her. Urania was surprised and did not understand what he was doing. The lady was very angry, because first he took and left her alone, and now he showed up as if nothing had happened. Cassius noticed the discontent and anger in Uranius's eyes, and simply watched everything that was happening. Said ran to ask if it was because of him that she started talking about divorce. Cassius asked if she loved this tailed one who was now running towards them. He stared into her eyes, waiting for some kind of answer, as Seed ran towards them. Urania was very surprised by this question. She felt uneasy, and she asked if he was in his right mind. She screamed furiously that she couldn't even dream of this in her nightmares. to which Cassius exhaled and quietly said out loud that it was such a relief. Urania looked at him in bewilderment and asked again what relief he was talking about. At this time, Seed ran up to them and, looking back, asked what had happened here. Urania asked if he had anything else to say, to which Seed replied that all he could add was that he was damn good and asked if everything was okay. She said that she had not been well at all before, but thanked the Duke for his help and added that she was very grateful to him for taking and leaving her alone. But Sade did not react to her words in any way. The lady thought about what a scoundrel he really was. He simply ignored her words. Sade looked at the Duke and asked for what purpose he had decided to overcome this long and tiring journey. Urania was clearly ashamed of him. She said that one day his tongue would be cut out for his expressions. Cassius said there were rumors about an illegal auction. He had to check it out himself, asking if he knew anything about it. Sead said that, unfortunately, he could not say anything since the imperial family forbade him to give out details of the case. 30 years ago, the war ended. But despite this, no one could close the portals through which the monster comes. Because of this, it is necessary to build and strengthen barriers with various artifacts. But despite this, cracks often appear in the barrier, through which the monster gets into their world. Cassius asked what he was so busy with that he didn't notice a monster that could tear a person apart, to which Sade replied that the guards, who were hired for that purpose, should deal with the monsters, but his job was to conduct the investigation. Urania thought that he was showing with his whole appearance how much he hated Cassius, but at the same time, he was trying to communicate as politely as possible. Looking at him, she realized that she was surprised by the fact that Seed agreed to work for the imperial family, because in his past life, around this time, a coup occurred as a result of which the emperor and his family were killed. Not to mention that a little earlier, she destroyed the artifacts and was locked in the tower. Because of this, Sade hated Cassius very much, after which he died trying to beat him. Urania realized with a smile in her eyes that everything was different now, and that was very good. Cassius asked Sade about the emperor having fallen so low in his beliefs that he had become a dirty mercenary, to which he replied that he understood that being from a lower class, he had to do hard and dirty work. Sid said that because of him, he lost some pretty important evidence and asked why he even bothered to get involved. Cassius replied that his friend Urania was in danger and could die, saying that he was thinking about work, and if something happened to her, he would have his head cut off. To this, Sade replied that there was no need to be so dramatic, since he had invited his friend to the party and would have taken care of her safety himself. At this time, they heard a loud clatter. It was the guards running, whom Cassius had called over. Suddenly, there was a bang, and everything very quickly turned into smoke. Urania closed her eyes as tightly as she could. This was another of Seed's stunts. He threw out another smoke screen. Urania could not understand why she couldn't leave like a normal person and what all this was for. Cassius walked up to her and covered her with his cloak, hiding her from all the smoke. She felt very warm next to him, and she was briefly lost in her thoughts. She didn't know if it was because she was warm or for some other reason, but she was very tired. Cassius pressed her to himself and asked if she was tired, to which the lady replied that she really wanted to rest. He offered to carry her, and without waiting for an answer, took her in his arms. Urania pressed herself as close to him as possible, and they headed towards the carriage. The lady, raising her head, asked him if Cassius was angry because of her. Cassius, looking forward, asked her in a calm voice why she got that idea. Cassius said that if she thought he was so gloomy because she supposedly did something, then it is not so. He is just thinking about how to punish the knights who were supposed to protect you. Urania was surprised, asking if they were really there, to which the Duke said that, of course, wherever she went, they were always obliged to accompany her. She nuzzled Cassius and wondered if she had imagined that someone was watching her, most likely one of the knights. Slightly angry, she realized that she would have to be even more careful in the future. They went to the estate, and a man appeared in front of them. He said that he was pleased to meet them, introduced himself as Venster, and said that he was the butler. Uranius made no reply to this, and Cassius told the butler to show them where the bedroom was. The butler came to the door and said that they had prepared a room with a double bed for them. Hearing this, Urania's eyes widened, and she repeated in her head that the bed was double. Cassius carried her into the bedroom, and putting her down on the floor, told her to rest. Urania was surprised and asked what about him. Was he really leaving again? Cassius said that everything was correct, and if she suddenly needed anything, she could simply tell the servants about it. She was left completely alone in a large, bright room, and she stood in the middle of it for a few more minutes. An unfamiliar room, a huge bed in which she was left alone again, lonely just like on her first wedding night. She lay on her back, looking at the ceiling, lost in her thoughts, and thinking again about Cassius. Urania kept replaying in her head the Duke's words about not wanting to lose her. She understood that even though he didn't say it, it seemed to her that he was so disgusted that he didn't even want to sleep in the same bed with her. Time flew by quickly. She didn't even notice how she fell asleep. The next day arrived. It was hard for Urania to be all alone, and she called Lena to her. Urania apologized to Lena for not letting her rest, adding that she hoped that he would understand her, that it was because she could only trust her. Lena said that it was her responsibility to take care of her, although she was really very tired. Just yesterday, Lena came running to her in tears. She could barely stand on her feet and was shaking all over. She told her that while she was enjoying the party and waiting for the mistress, she was surrounded by girls. Urania had never thought that she would make such an attractive young man, but she realized that she was truly poor and that she would need to give her a vacation once they returned to the estate. The servants of this estate brought a small box with a purple ribbon and said that the Duke had sent her a gift. As soon as Lena saw the box, she thought that there was probably a dress in there and told her to put it on quickly. Urania, with a smile on her face, realized that she would do this only because she so sincerely asked her to do so. It was really a dress. It was very beautiful with bows and beads, right to the floor. Urania walked up to the mirror and wondered if Cassius really liked it, since she thought he preferred a neat style. The servants began to talk about how wonderful the lady looked and said that when the Duke saw her in it, he would definitely fall in love. Lena said with pride and admiration that this contains all the power of beauty and mistress. Urania thought that this was the first time she had seen such an unusual reaction, and even felt a bit uneasy. She thought that since little by little everything had begun to change, maybe she would be able to fix something, since she had been reborn after all. And she was even more interested in the question of whether she would become a worthy duchess, respected by the servants. She realized that she had to take care of the estate's affairs first, since she was the Duke's wife. The lady went into the office and began to sort through a large number of some papers. The services here relied solely on Cassius's orders, which meant that in his absence, no one knew what to do. In this house, there is not only no head butler, but also no head maid. But this is not surprising, because she and Cassius did not appoint them. Urania realized that the servants here seemed to rely entirely on them, since they had not attempted to take on management responsibilities themselves. The lady turned to Venter and asked him who he thought could handle the position of head butler and head maid. She wanted to hear from him at least 3 candidates. She added that then all the servants should vote and choose from them at their discretion, which greatly surprised the butler. Urania sat with a smile on her face, and Wester asked her if she really wanted to leave this choice to the servants. The lady said that she would gladly do it herself, but she does not know the local situation, so she thinks it would be better if the servants themselves chose someone who appeals to them the most. She smiled very sweetly and, squinting her eyes, asked if it was not possible to do this. Wester stood silently in complete bewilderment. He did not understand what was going on at all. Looking at the smiling lady, he said that they would do everything as she said. Urania continued to sort through the papers, of which there were a lot. Venster returned to the office and, turning to the lady, said that she had received a letter. She took this letter in her hands, and opening it, she thought only about who could have sent it to her. The lady began to read. It was an invitation to the White Eagle estate, and if she was free, they would wait for her today. She only needed to say at the entrance that Madame Phoebe had invited her, and they would open the door for her. Urania was very surprised. She did not expect to receive an invitation so soon, but she did not understand why her request not to indicate her name was not heard. She jumped up from the table and, taking a match, lit one of the candles that stood behind her on the dresser. The lady, without thinking, began to burn this letter and realized that, apparently, what Madame told at the party helped. Lena, narrowing her eyes, began to ask why she did this, to which Urania simply smiled. The lady turned to Venter and said that she would soon have to go somewhere, and could he please prepare the carriage. There was no need to wait long. The carriage was ready very soon, and the lady set off for the White Eagle estate. Of course, they went there together with Lena. They stopped inside and looked at everything inside. They were met by a very nice girl who asked what brought them there, to which Urania replied that Madame Phoebe had invited her. Hearing this, without asking any unnecessary questions, the girl asked them to follow her. The lady turned around and told Lena to wait for her here. Lena was surprised and asked what if something happened to her, and maybe she shouldn't go alone, to which Urania said not to worry and it was definitely safe here. Lena remained to wait for the lady, and she went after this sweet girl. They approached one of the many doors, and Urania walked inside. She immediately noticed Phoebe, who did not expect to see her so quickly. Urania immediately thanked Madame for the invitation. Phoebe said that she was very grateful for accepting the invitation. Urania noticed that she had become much friendlier and wondered if it had happened after she found out that she was Duchess Euclid. She decided to ask the lady if they helped and whether her words about that man were confirmed. Phoebe looked down slightly, said that the lady was not mistaken, and asked how she could thank her. Phoebe said he had a tumor on his brain, that it was a rare disease that was hard to diagnose, so she didn't notice anything at first. After this, Phoebe thanked the lady once again and knelt down in front of the lady. Urania was very surprised and asked why she had to fall on her knees. Phoebe, with a trembling voice, began to talk about her negligence and inattention. Urania looked at all this with horror. Phoebe said that the man could have died in need of help, but thanks to the lady, he is alive. Urania walked up to Mrs. Phoebe and extended her hands to help her up. Urania asked with a smile on her face if they had managed to find a cure. Mrs. Phoebe, without rising from her knees, looked at the lady with surprise, that she was interested in this. Urania sat down next to her, and Phoebe said it was easier than she thought, which made her very glad. Phoebe apologized for being rude and asked how she could make it up to her, to which Urania said that everything was fine and that she shouldn't even think about it. Phoebe had never agreed to treat any of the aristocrats, but she thought that she would have helped without question if she had asked for help, like the Duchess of Euclid. After all, the Euclid family is one of the most powerful in the empire, but it didn't want to do this and doesn't want to. The lady does not at all like the idea that she would be helped just because she has such a title. She asked when approximately Madame could begin her treatment, to which Phoebe said that it would happen right now and asked her to sit down. She pointed to a small packet in a glass box and said it was a medicine that would reduce withdrawal symptoms and that there were instructions inside. Phoebe said that after she examined her in more detail, she would be able to choose a more suitable one, for which Urania thanked the lady. After a short silence, Phoebe looked at the lady and addressed her with a serious expression on her face. She said that the man whom she was able to cure in time wanted to thank her. The lady was very surprised and asked if this was true. Although she was unable to see this man, she was able to clearly feel the aura that emanated from him. Phoebe said that, without exaggeration, she saved the life of an important person for the empire, so he wants to thank her. Hearing this, Urania was even more surprised. Her eyes became several times larger. Urania immediately said that she had done nothing special and told her to take back this gratitude. Phoebe turned her head away and said that she couldn't, asking for forgiveness, adding that handing this bag to the lady was an order. Mrs. Phoebe held out something in her hand and said that the man had also asked her to give her something else. It was a pass. She said that if she ever needed help, she could come to the Imperial Palace and show this document. The one she cured would definitely come. Urania was surprised and asked if he was really from the Imperial family. Mrs. Phoebe smiled and said yes, that was true, but clarified that it was not he, but she. The one who was cured by Urania was the only princess of the empire, Ellis de Anastasia. Having finished everything, it was already quite dark outside, and the lady could not get rid of her thoughts. She still did not believe that she had become a benefactor of the imperial family. Behind her, Urania heard some strange sounds. Turning around, she noticed a guard hiding behind a tree. Urania didn't understand why they continued to hide, because she had noticed them a long time ago. The lady thought about the fact that she had not seen Cassius since yesterday, but the maid said that he had been at home and left early in the morning, only he decided to avoid meeting her. Urania wondered if he really hated her that much, or if he was just really busy these days. Urania stood for a moment and looked into the distance, lost in her thoughts. The girl came to the same lake in which she almost drowned last time. Taking a closer look, Urania froze in place because she saw the silhouette of a man in the lake. She noticed a muscular, masculine body that seemed quite familiar to her. It was Cassius. He walked with a serious face and droplets of water running down it. As soon as the Duke noticed his wife, he immediately asked what she was doing there. Urania was surprised, and she said that she simply couldn't sleep, and immediately changed the subject, asking if he would freeze. Cassius turned his head away with some displeasure and said that everything was fine. As soon as he turned his head to the side, Urania noticed his neck. She was quite frightened by what she saw, and immediately asked what was wrong with him. The girl came closer and wanted to touch his neck, but he immediately told her not to come near him. He said it was a manic episode, that he was still in an active phase, and that he could harm her if the episode suddenly took over. Urania asked him if it might be better to return to the house then, adding that they would look for a cure for the manic attack, to which he said that she should not worry, because after working with the sword, it can be difficult to suppress it, and there can be severe pain. Urania thought that she could not even imagine that Cassius would have this fatal fit. For a simple man, after killing the monster, she didn't understand how he could think that everything was okay in that case, and she was upset because she thought it was all because of her. The girl looked at the Duke again and asked how she could help, or at least ease the pain. The Duke said absolutely nothing, to which Urania asked if he really had to just stand there and suffer, if nothing could be done. Cassius said he didn't know, adding that one could give in to the thirst for murder, but it was unlikely to solve the problem, since the monster would never drink blood. She looked at him and noticed that he had become very sad and thoughtful. She had never seen him like this. Cassius thought for a moment and said that his former duchess had told him about it. Urania was very surprised. She couldn't believe that this could happen, that it was simply impossible, that she was simply not that kind of person. She looked down and thought that the Duke must have misunderstood something. Cassius told her not to make too much of it, that he deserved it, because he had ruined her life. Urania said that he was wrong, because if it were true, his mother would not have loved him so deeply that even lying, chained to the bed, after the fire, having received terrible burns, this woman continued to worry about him. The Duke only said that he hoped his mother had not been forced into marriage like other women. He said that when she was bringing him, she was constantly crying. He wasn't sure, but it seemed to him that he was an unwanted child. Hearing this, Urania was even more surprised. She could not believe it. The Duke stood rooted to the spot in his thoughts, and very upset, he tried not to look into the lady's eyes. Urania looked at his neck again and noticed how the veins were very bulging and even pulsating. The girl carefully extended her hand to the Duke's neck, while he simply looked at her silently. Urania asked again if he was really okay, noting that he still didn't look very well. Cassius closed his eyes and placed his hand on Urania's hand. He took a deep breath. He said he wouldn't lie to his wife, and said he felt the same way. Urania pulled away from Cassius and asked if it was because she touched him. Cassius confidently answered no, and added that she shouldn't do it often, because he didn't want to harm her at all. Urania felt shy, and with a smile on her face, agreed with the Duke and thanked him for his concern. Looking at him, the girl thought that perhaps she was wrong about Cassius, and in fact, all this time, he was only trying to protect her. Cassius apologized with a smirk on his face and said that he just wanted to tease him a little, that it was okay to touch him. They walked together to the estate. Urania asked the Duke if the attack began to subside when she touched him. To this, Cassius said that she was right, and that it was true that she had helped him. He said that she knew perfectly well that he was not the kind of person who would tolerate someone's company to his own detriment. The girl looked at him in some bewilderment. They stopped, looked at each other, and Urania turned her head, looking down. Cassius watched his wife's every action, her look and her behavior closely. He suddenly asked if he could kiss her, and there was some tension between them. Urania repeated the Duke's question in her head several times, hoping that she was just imagining it. Cassius, not waiting for any answer, asked if she had not heard him and repeated his question. It was clear from Urania's face that she was clearly not ready for this. She had already asked out loud what he wanted to do. Cassius said that he wanted to kiss her and began to slowly approach his mistress. He looked straight into her eyes, and Urania only wondered why he was looking at her so pleadingly. The girl's eyes widened greatly. She did not understand what to do, what to answer. Her head was just a mess. They looked at each other, and Urania thought that she didn't even know what to say to that. The girl lowered her head. There was a bunch of thoughts in her head, rushing from one answer to another. Urania raised her head up, looking into Cassius's eyes. She asked him to close his eyes. Cassius did not understand at all why she was asking him about this, and simply remained silent in response. Uranius was just about to say that otherwise she would be very embarrassed, when Cassius came very close to her and touched her lips. Because the Duke was so tall, Urania was forced to stand on her tiptoes, trying to somehow be taller. Cassius and Uranius were locked in a passionate kiss, the girl with her hand around his neck, and the guy squeezing her shoulder. The kiss was not long. They very slowly moved away from each other, and Urania immediately blushed. The lady looked down at the ground and tried to comprehend what had just happened. She turned away abruptly. Her cheeks were bright red, and the Duke immediately called her. Cassius was afraid for her, asking if she felt any pain, to which the girl replied that she was just dizzy, covering her face with her hands. Without a second's hesitation, Cassius silently picked up his mistress in his arms, immediately after her words. He said that she probably had a cold, which was not surprising, since she came in such thin clothes. Urania thought about him showing off half-naked and stared at his naked body. This made her cheeks blush even more, and she lowered her head down so that Cassius wouldn't notice. Uranius closed her eyes. She felt like a pervert, but she couldn't deny how good Cassius was. She looked at him again and wondered if he really didn't consider her a girl, since he wasn't at all embarrassed by his nakedness in front of her. Even during the kiss, Cassius didn't blush at all, but Uranius's heart was ready to jump out of her chest. The girl carefully touched her lips, thinking about his lips and kisses. The girl, as soon as she thought about their kiss, the picture appeared before her eyes again and again, and her cheeks became redder and redder. While Urania was lost in her thoughts, she didn't have time to come to her senses before they had already arrived at the estate. Cassius carried his wife into the room. Urania lay down on the bed and buried her face in the pillow, thinking that she had gone mad. She asked herself why she had even tried to kiss Cassius, and even let him pick her up. But she was upset that the kiss had been so quick. Uranius was burdened by the fact that she had missed such a wonderful moment and had not enjoyed it, and all because she was wildly embarrassed. It was clear from Uranius's face that she was truly upset that everything had turned out this way. She understood that even though she had returned to the estate, her heart seemed to be still somewhere there, on the shore. The kiss wouldn't leave her head, but the lady understood that it had to stop and that she had to pull herself together. After all, now that Urania has returned home, she needs to get busy with Talia's affairs. The lady sat on the bed for a few more minutes, decided that too much time had already been wasted, and went to the door. As soon as the girl left the room, she heard loud stomping on the floor. Lena ran down the corridor, saying that the lady needed to see something. Lena ran up to her and held out some magazine in front of her face and said that they wrote about the lady in the magazine. Urania picked up the magazine and opened it, seeing her photograph, where it was written that the mysterious girl's red dress had become the latest fashion. Lena said that a seamstress she knew said that she had so many orders for such a dress that a lot of people liked the lady's outfit. Urania thought the dress was kind of ridiculous, but who would have thought that so many people would react to it like that? Lena said that the lady was simply irresistible in this dress, to which Urania replied that she could say the same about her. Hearing this, Lena indignantly shouted out that this was absolutely not true. Lena began to loudly say that she was stunning. The dress and jewelry perfectly matched the mistress's hair. Urania remembered Cassius's reaction. He was so displeased that the lady thought he would burn a hole in her with his gaze. Urania said that it was the dress that made her look beautiful, not she that made it beautiful, adding that now she looks like a club-footed bear. Lena said with a smile on her face that there was no need to put herself down like that she was the most beautiful teddy bear. Cassius's assistant, Ren by name, appeared before them and greeted the lady. He asked Uranius what had brought her there, to which the lady asked if she could see the Duke. Ren, hearing this, immediately led the lady into the Duke's office without asking any questions. Entering the office, Urania saw Cassius, who was sitting at the table with a serious face, sorting through some papers. Cassius noticed the lady in front of him and slowly raised his head, staring at her intently. He said her name loudly, leaning both hands on the table, which made Urania even shudder. She did not expect such a strange reaction. Urania asked in a quiet voice that he was probably very tired, to which the Duke loudly and rudely answered no. The lady asked him if he could look at something and came closer to his desk. Urania put down the very magazine that Lena had given her. Opening it, she asked about the dress, whether it was beautiful. The Duke glanced at the magazine and, looking at the photo, said that he thought it was too revealing, and Urania responded that she thought it was the prettiest. Cassius's expression changed after his mistress's words, and he asked what she meant. Urania, feeling awkward, said that it was her first time going to a party, so she bought a lot of dresses. Cassius asked her to repeat it again. Urania, closing her eyes, said again that she had bought a lot of dresses and apologized for it. Cassius said that wasn't what he meant. He asked if it was true that she was going to a party for the first time. The girl lowered her head slightly and said that her parents were quite strict and did not let her go anywhere. She missed her debut in high society for the same reason. Cassius thought about it. He had no idea that Uranius had a bad relationship with her parents. Urania took the cookie and wondered if maybe she should have kept quiet, thinking that the Duke was angry about it. Cassius, after a short silence, looked somewhere and said that they would have their party here, with us. Urania was surprised by this. She did not expect such an answer and reaction from Cassius. The Duke said that, although he did not know how to do it properly, he hoped that she would like it. He told the lady to choose any outfit and think up treats for the guests. Urania was frightened by these words and already wanted to say that she didn't like parties. The girl was so surprised that she dropped the cookie from her hands, and it fell to the floor. Urania, as soon as she noticed that her cookie had fallen out, immediately bent down to pick it up. But unexpectedly, the Duke also reached for the cookie. He and the lady were very close to each other. The Duke slowly turned his head towards his wife's face, and she literally blushed with embarrassment in a second. She turned away from him very stupidly and abruptly, covering her face with her hands, which the Duke did not quite expect. Urania propped her head up with her hands and just looked at the floor, her cheeks turning even redder. The lady only thought that her heart was about to jump out of her chest. She felt very embarrassed by what had happened. She understood that it was definitely because she was just a little scared by what she saw of Cassius's fit. There could be no other reason. Cassius turned his head to the side and exhaled with some heaviness and frustration. He said her name quite loudly, and Urania very slowly turned her head in his direction. He looked at the table where the sweets stood and asked if she had really come to treat him. Urania turned to him and said that, in fact, she was there to talk about Thalia, to which Cassius replied that he had already told her to do as she saw fit. The girl said that this also concerned the knight Gerald. She asked if he had heard what was said about them. She said that the playboy knight Gerald forced Talia to steal the mistress's money and bring it to him. When Talia heard that he was planning to expand the knight's quarters, she willingly brought him money. Although the knight's rooms were actually improved, the money spent on this amounted to 1/10 of the entire amount that Gerald received. The rest of the money he spent on drink, weapons, and ladies of easy virtue. Urania said that she was asking all this to see if Cassius could punish Gerald. Cassius looked away and thought about something. His expression changed dramatically. Urania lowered her head and coughed violently. Cassius immediately asked what was wrong with her. The girl said that everything was fine. She just choked. She had strong goosebumps all over her body, and she already wanted to quickly end this conversation and leave. The girl suggested that as punishment, he be expelled from the order and sent to field work. Cassius said that it was about her money, so she could punish him herself, and she did not need the Duke's permission. Urania was surprised by what was said and looked questioningly at Cassius. Cassius said that he was quite serious when he said that she could do it all herself. Finally, he said that from now on, she could do everything as she wanted and considered necessary. He once again decided to remind his wife that she was the mistress of the duchy and the house. A pleasant smile appeared on Urania's face. She realized the words that the Duke had just said to her and understood that everything was in her hands. She thanked Cassius with a smile on her face and said that it was time for her to go, saying goodbye to him. Without waiting for any answer, she stood up and left, to which Cassius reacted quite surprised. He looked down and thought about how his wife seemed to continue to avoid him. Cassius simply stood silently and watched Uranius leave, lost in his thoughts. The girl decided not to waste time and went to Gerald to deal with him. Literally, a couple of minutes passed before he was already detained. Gerald screamed to be let go, that the lady had no right to detain him. Urania stood there with composure and watched Gerald writhe and beg to be released. Gerald dropped his head. He must have already realized why he was detained. By order of the mistress, Gerald and Talia were brought in, as well as those servants who had mocked her. Urania asked Gerald if he admitted his guilt in having persuaded Talia to steal money from the treasury, to which Gerald shouted out that, of course not, because she brought him money, saying that it was her salary. Hearing this, Thalia hung her head down, while Gerald shouted at her to admit it. Without looking up, Thalia said that she was only doing what he asked her to do. Gerald, turning to her, could not stand it and shouted that Talia was a bitch. Talia raised her head up and turned to the lady. She said that he threatened her, and she did everything he said, and that she was the victim here. Gerald shouted out that since Wen had a stupid doll, who had neither seen nor heard anything, suddenly decided to play mistress, and he asked what she really thought about having power. Talia whispered to Gerald that he would definitely not be forgiven for this, and didn't he understand the situation they were in? Urania listened to everything in silence and called the servant Gale, who immediately responded and approached the lady. Urania asked him what the punishment was for insulting the Duchess, to which Gale replied that according to the rules of the Euclid family, the tip of the tongue was first cut off, and then the mouth was torn apart. Urania, without raising her gaze, paused briefly, and said that this is exactly what should be done. It may seem cruel, but the lady needed to make everyone understand that she was the boss here and needed to be respected, because in her past life she was constantly bullied and eventually died a miserable death. She understood that there was no point in regretting the past, and now she would live a happy life and change what she didn't like. She said that everyone should remember that any offense will be punished to the fullest extent. Gale, on the instructions of the lady, went to Gerald and led him away for punishment. Urania realized that it was Gerald who had served as a great example to everyone of what could happen if something happened. Talia remained almost unpunished compared to Gerald. She stood before the lady with her head down. The Duke watched this from his office and understood that Talia had to kiss Uranius's feet, because if he had taken on this matter, she would no longer be alive. But the Duke did not want to kill anyone in front of his wife, because after all, she was very kind. The Duke understood that the lady had ordered Gerald's tongue to be cut out and his mouth torn, but this was said only to show the servants that she was the mistress here, but in fact she acted differently. The lady decided to send them to work in the mines farthest from the city, where they would think over their misdeed, thinking that this was enough. Urania couldn't act differently, because she still tried to treat everyone well. After everything that happened, she was surrounded by servants. Lena was glad that this is what her mistress did, but Urania didn't yet know that neither Talia nor Gerald would reach the mine. The Duke paid mercenaries to attack the carriage halfway and kill the two. The Duke understood that no one could survive after insulting his wife, because he always told everyone that by insulting her, they insulted him too. Cassius also noticed that before he had only seen Lena near Uranius, but now another servant had joined them. Watching from the window of his office, the Duke thought that Urania had changed very much, and now that the biggest problem for Urania has disappeared, she can fully manage the estate. The Duke realized that he should have intervened earlier. Then none of this would have happened. But now that he sees that she is not a rabbit that needs to be protected, Urania is a fox who can easily stand up for herself. Cassius couldn't get the dress his wife had shown him out of his head, and the one she had been wearing that night at the party. He had that picture in front of his eyes. That dress had such a low neckline that he couldn't look anywhere else, and he was sure those perverts at the party were staring at his wife's breasts. The Duke thought about the fact that he had sent her a closed dress, but for some reason she had not worn it. He thought that she did not like it, but the past could not be changed. On the day of the party, the Duke had told the attendants not to show themselves to Uranius unless necessary, but after the incident with the monster, he immediately rescinded the order because his wife might be in danger. Urania asked Amelia if she had finished cleaning the bathroom in the annex, to which the maid replied that she had done everything as she wished. The lady asked her to call Lena and suggested that they all go swimming together. Amelia asked in surprise that they weren't cleaning the bathroom for a guest who was supposed to arrive, to which the lady replied that no guests were planned and she had prepared the bath for herself. The servant was pleasantly surprised. And the mistress added that if anyone started to complain, she could say that it was her order. Omlia joyfully went to the other servants, and Urania stood with a smile and watched this. The Duke watched everything from the second floor, thinking that Urania was heading towards the dining room, and the maid had gone somewhere for some reason. The lady suddenly stopped, as if she felt a heavy gaze on her. Cassius watched her with a smile, and wondered if she was finally hungry. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by someone turning to him, and from surprise and fascination, he even shuddered and immediately turned around. It was Lena, who looked at Cassius in bewilderment, not understanding what he was doing, but decided that it was none of her business. Cassius came closer to them and asked what was going on. Lena paused for a moment, tuning into her thoughts. She started by saying that she knew it might sound rude, and asked if maybe they should already spend their wedding night with the mistress. Cassius looked at Lena in confusion and didn't even know what to say to that, so Lena continued speaking. She said that she suggested it because she felt that they had become close, and the night would only strengthen their bond or even bring them even closer. But to this, the Duke said that it was still too early. The Duke was, of course, not against this, but Uranius was literally shaking from a simple kiss on the lips. He decided that it was not worth moving on to something more for now, and it would be better for him to wait until she herself asked him. Lena immediately went to the lady with the news, saying that the Duke had said that now was not the time for the first wedding night. Lena stood there upset. She was very worried. She told the lady not to be upset, and that he most likely thought that she was still too weak. Urania didn't understand why this was so, because he himself had asked her to kiss him. She, out of some kind of anger and awkwardness, clutched the blanket in her hands and did not understand anything, thinking that maybe the kiss meant nothing to him at all. Urania thought that they were already ready for their wedding night, and now he is refusing his mistress for the second time. If she had known that it would be like this, she would have asked Lena not to bring this up. It was clear from her face that she was very upset. The girl did not understand why she expected a different answer, and it seemed that of the two of them, only the lady was ready to meet her halfway. Urania looked at her hands and realized that thanks to Phoebe's medication, the withdrawal symptoms weren't very strong. But the chills and trembling have not yet passed. But very soon, she should send her a new portion. Her thoughts were interrupted because someone began to call the mistress very loudly several times. Lena ran into the room. Urania immediately asked what happened, to which Lena only answered that someone had arrived. She shouted very loudly and with fear in her voice that Count Vincent had arrived at the estate. Urania was slightly surprised and thought about something, realizing that this happened at the wrong time. She didn't understand why it was taking him so long, but she couldn't stop looking at her shaking hands. The girl got out of bed and asked Lena to bring her the most beautiful clothes. Urania got dressed and went downstairs, and seeing her father, she asked why he hadn't warned her about the visit. Count Vincent, putting the cup on the table, said that he had heard that she had begun to recover, and in his joy, had rushed over as quickly as he could. Urania couldn't stop noticing how much her hands were shaking. The girl, coming closer to her father, said that he didn't have to worry and that no one could hear them. She looked down and said that she thought that since she was feeling better, there was no need for him to come. With a smile on her face, she asked if he wasn't afraid of being caught for giving his daughter poison. The Count shouted that she was a useless piece of trash and that she had screwed up, but he didn't understand at all how that could happen. Urania sat down on the sofa, folding her arms across her chest, and asked seriously why she should harm her health. The Count, in a rage, asked how she knew about the poison. He clenched his teeth in anger and looked at her furiously. Urania responded to this by asking him if he really thought she had read about this on the bottle with his supposed medicine for her. The Count asked what she had in mind and what she was trying to achieve, to which the lady calmly replied that he should not judge by himself. Count Vincent smiled sarcastically and asked if she really wanted money, thinking that this was exactly the case. Urania thought about how disgusting it was that she had dedicated her entire past life to such a scoundrel. The lady said that she would not blackmail him, that she just wanted to live peacefully without his noose around her neck. She asked him to leave her alone, and that they would part ways. The Count asked her to simply listen to him, that only then would she be able to live in peace. Urania lowered her head slightly, and simply remained silent in response, lost in her thoughts. In her past life, Urania believed his every word and sent endless letters through Lena asking for help. But of course, she never received any answer, which made her suffer and feel completely desperate every time. The Count said that she asked him to send medicine because she had learned the truth. Then he asked her if she knew that leaving him so abruptly was too dangerous. Urania got angry and asked if he was really suggesting that she continue to poison her body, just a little less. The lady asked if he even knew what the use of this poison led to, or if he simply wanted to kill her when she became a duchess. Hearing this, the Count narrowed his eyes and said nothing at all to his daughter. Urania looked closely at the expression on his face and realized that it said it all. She decided to continue and said that they wanted to get rid of her, just to get her share of the Duke's fortune. The Count shouted something that seemed to make her head spin. The power of luxury in this place. He told her to come down to earth, because everything belonged to her husband. Urania looked away and decided not to deny that everything here was truly luxurious. The Count asked if she had really forgotten that he was the one who made her a duchess, and that at any moment he could change it, adding that she should bite her tongue. Urania said that it would hardly be easy, since there were those who had seen that strange medicine, and if they gave it to specialists so that they could find out what was actually on the bottle, it would be even worse. The girl thought for a second that the Count was surprisingly calm enough not to even interrupt her. Previously, the lady would give a lot of money to the family doctor so that, when needed, he could testify in her favor in court. Just recently he stopped communicating, and then the Count said that this doctor had died. Urania, frightened, thought about what this meant, that it would not be possible to make a remedy against the side effects of the poison. The Count, with a smile on his face, said that he had it, and with its help, she would get rid of all the side effects and live a normal life. The Count said that most likely she was already suffering from the effects of taking the poison, and the real medicine was just his way of controlling Urania. He said loudly that she would simply have to submit, that she had no other choice. Urania, with a smile on her face, said that when he returned, he could throw it away because she didn't need it. Hearing this, Uranius's father became very angry and slammed his fist on the table with all his might. He shouted that Urania was just an impudent girl, that if she did not obey him, he would go to the Duke and talk to him, after which he would throw her out of here. Urania sat with a calm face. She heard footsteps outside the door, after which she felt much calmer. The girl counted to 3, and servants entered the room, who immediately asked if everything was okay with her. Urania told the Count that he was already very annoying to her, and that she was very glad that the knights were always somewhere nearby and reacted to any loud sound. One of the servants came closer to the lady and said that they heard a noise. He repeated the question if everything was okay with her. Suddenly the girl grabbed her head and said that she suddenly felt dizzy. Urania closed her eyes. The servant turned his head towards the door and shouted loudly to call a doctor immediately. The lady tried to get up herself, but her head was spinning so much that her legs gave way, and the servants caught her under the arms in time to prevent her from falling. Count Vincent watched this with a dissatisfied face, thinking that they had appeared somehow very quickly. Lena supported Uranius by the hand. She said that the doctor was already on his way, that she needed to be patient a little. She added that the lady looked very exhausted. The lady said that there was no need to worry about this, that she would rest a little and everything would be fine with her. She asked Lena if she was already preparing for vacation. Before Lena could answer, Urania started coughing very hard. Her cough was very loud and seemed to tear her throat. The lady removed her hand from her face, which she had been covering her mouth with, and was horrified. There was a lot of blood on her palm. Lena, looking at the hand, was very scared for the lady, and in horror she covered her mouth with her hand. Urania only said that it seemed like the side effects of the poison had only gotten worse before she lost consciousness. Cassius returned to the estate. He was very angry. The veins on his face were bulging. Gale greeted the Duke when he saw him, but heard nothing in response. Cassius, with all his strength and anger, threw his cape straight at the servant, without even looking in his direction. Gale told him that Count Vincent had recently arrived at the estate, but Cassius was only interested in where Urania was and what had happened to her. They walked very quickly down the corridor. Gale said that the lady was sleeping in her room and that the doctor had already examined her, adding that nothing serious had happened. Cassius, heading to his wife's room, was only thinking about how he had only left for a short time before she lost consciousness again. When the Duke was on his way to Sade Callisto, With a certain proposal, a messenger unexpectedly came to him and said that Uranius had become ill. The messenger was very anxious to inform the Duke as quickly as possible about the lady's condition. He said that he had very urgent news, that the lady had lost consciousness upon hearing this. Cassius, without thinking, hired an archmage in the capital who opened portals for them, so the journey took not 2 hours, but only 15 minutes, which helped him out a lot. Cassius entered the room where the lady was sleeping. He noticed many servants near the bed and the Count. Count Vincent, seeing the Duke, greeted him with a malicious smile, but did not hear a reciprocal response. Cassius simply walked past the Count, heading purposefully towards the bed where the lady was sleeping. Uranius's face was very pale, only her cheeks were red. The Duke, without taking his eyes off his wife, asked how it happened that Urania lost consciousness. He asked if someone had brought her to such a state. Having heard no answer from anyone, he ordered everyone to leave, and only the doctor to remain. The Duke noticed out of the corner of his eye that the Count had not even moved. Turning his head towards him, he asked if he had not heard what he had just said. The Count said with displeasure that she was still his daughter, calling the Duke his lordship. Cassius had already personally asked him to leave, adding that he couldn't help her anyway. The Duke came closer to the Count, while he stood and simply remained silent, showing all his displeasure. Count Vincent walked angrily towards the door, muttering something under his breath. The Duke sternly asked the doctor what had happened to his wife, that she had lost consciousness. The doctor said that the lady had lost a lot of blood. He gave her first aid and gave her a sleeping pill so that the lady could sleep peacefully. The Duke was most interested in the cause of this condition, to which the doctor said that the cause was unknown. Cassius said that he had heard that his wife had a serious illness, but the doctor could not detect it. The doctor, closing his eyes, said that the lady was ill because of overwork, and not because of illness, adding that after sleep she would feel much better. The Duke heard everything he wanted and said that he could go, thanking the doctor. Cassius stood next to the bed and looked at his wife. He touched her lightly. Uranius's cheeks continued to be red, and this worried the Duke even more. He leaned towards her. Cassius very carefully moved the blanket away and just as carefully picked up the girl in his arms. He tried to do everything slowly so as not to let her wake up. The Duke carried her down the corridor, deciding that she would be much better off in the married bedroom, that he would be watching her himself. Entering the room, he very slowly laid her on the bed. He tried not to even breathe, just so that his wife could rest properly. No matter how hard Cassius tried, Urania still began to toss and turn and mumble something. Apparently, she was dreaming something, or she still felt so bad that she was clutching the blanket in her fists. Cassius, looking at her, thought that Urania was again seeing nightmares with his participation. He headed for the door, saying that he was very sorry that she had to go through this because of him. Some time passed. Urania woke up, and rising from her bed, she looked around and did not understand why she was there. Urania thought that she must have lost consciousness again, and that everyone must be very worried. The lady called Lena to her, who, as soon as she entered the room, burst into tears because everything was fine with the lady, saying that she was very worried about her. Urania remembered the promised vacation for Lena and asked why she wasn't resting, to which Lena replied that she had nowhere to go, so she stayed. Lena changed the subject and asked how the lady was feeling, and she immediately apologized to her for pestering her with questions right after sleep. Urania only replied that everything was fine. After a short pause, the lady asked Lena where Count Vincent was now, to which the girl replied that he was talking with the Duke. The lady got out of bed and sat down at the table to drink tea. She hoped that after everything that had happened, the Count would leave, but she already understood that apparently he would stay until he achieved his goal. Urania asked Lena to prepare the bath. She hadn't bathed for a long time. The last time she was here was when she was preparing for her wedding night. Those unpleasant memories came back to the lady's mind, and sadness appeared on her face. The girl immediately interrupted herself by saying that it was not the time to be sad, that she needed to think about what to do with the obsessive Count. Lena entered the bathroom. Urania said that she had one small request for her. The lady said that Lena needed to break Count Vincent's carriage a little, and the servant was horrified by what she heard. Urania, with a smile on her face, asked for understanding, adding that she does not have the best relationship with her family. The lady continued to smile and said that she thought that Lena now understood her train of thought. At first, Lena looked at the lady very strangely. Such a request from her was quite unexpected. But then Lena's expression changed, and with a smile on her face, she said that if the lady needed anything else, it would be better to have an assistant than not have one. Lena leaned very close to the lady, covering her mouth with her hand. She whispered and asked how far the carriage would have to travel after it broke down. She said that she could make the carriage fall apart only when it was far away from people. Hearing this, a wide smile appeared on Urania's face, realizing that she had entrusted her request to the right and reliable person. After Talia disappeared, Lena began to open up to her mistress in a completely unusual way. As Urania tucked her hair behind Lena's ear, she thought that perhaps she had even cried a lot when her mistress died in her past life. Lena felt very awkward from the way the lady looked at her and from the way she touched her, and very quickly removed her hand. Urania herself became embarrassed and giggled. She added that she was really counting on Lena. The servant had already started to leave the bathroom, saying that she would do everything in the best possible way, but suddenly stopped. It was clear from Lena's face that she was very upset about something. She asked the lady if she really wanted to divorce the Duke. Urania looked away and realized that she really didn't want to upset Lena just yet. The lady said very hesitantly that of course not, which caused Lena's face to change in a second. She was very glad to hear that. As soon as the servant left the bathroom, Urania became sad and decided that a little later she would definitely tell the whole truth. While Urania was bathing in the bathtub and enjoying herself, although not with happy thoughts, the Duke and the Count were in the dining room, discussing something while they were having lunch. When the lady came down, she heard part of Count Vincent's speech and immediately realized that he was up to something. And Cassius, judging by his displeased face, was not listening to him at all. It was clear that he saw all the Count's dirty intentions. Urania thought that this was so because, most likely, the Count was simply annoying her husband and decided that it was time to stop it. Cassius immediately noticed Uranius moving away from the table. He asked her if she was feeling better. The girl said with a smile on her face that he was completely fine, and she was, of course, pleased that he was so worried about her. Urania sat down at the table with them, and Cassius said that, although she felt well, the doctor should still check on her a little later. The girl apologized for possibly interrupting their conversation. Here the Count intervened with the words that Urania began to get sick often, calling her his daughter, adding that this was precisely after the fire, because before that incident she was absolutely healthy and never complained about her health. Cassius asked what the Count meant, to which he replied that in that fire, Urania had inhaled smoke and her lungs had suffered, which is why she began to get sick very often. The Count apologized for interrupting the meal and wished everyone a bon appetit. Urania realized how cunning it was on his part. First, the Count pretended to be a father who madly loved his daughter, and then, as if by chance, mentioned the fire in order to move the Duke to pity and gain his favor. She looked at him with a serious face. There was a lot of anger in her. She understood how pathetic he looked to her. Urania was sure that they would not be able to get along with Count Vincent. It was only a matter of time before he would attempt to kill Uranius, but he didn't yet know that she knew about all his plans. Leaving the dining room, Lena appeared in Urania's path and said that today she would sleep in the bedroom for the spouses. Urania immediately asked if this was the Duke's order, to which Lena replied that it would be easier for him to monitor his wife's condition. Urania thought that he liked to sleep separately, since he didn't even want to share the only common bedroom, and went to sleep on the floor. Lena decided to voice her fantasy out loud, where the Duke, taking Uranius by the head, approached her with the words that he wanted to merge with her. It was clear from Urania's face that she didn't quite like Lena's train of thought in such an open form. The lady said that she had already taken a bath, and she could change her clothes herself, and sent Lena to rest. Looking at Lena, Urania wondered what was wrong with her and what kind of pictures she had in her head. As the servant left the bedroom, she said that her sleeping clothes were on the bed. Urania walked slowly towards the bed and stopped abruptly because she heard something. The girl turned her head to the side and thought that the sounds were coming from the bathroom. She became nervous, thinking that Cassius had come into the room first. Urania decided that she should calm down. It was just a bath, and she went to the bed. As she approached the bed, she saw the clothes that the servant had prepared for her, and she did not understand why these clothes were there. The lady recognized this dress. Lena had offered it to her quite recently. Taking it in her hands, she held them out in front of her and spent several minutes simply looking at it. Closing her eyes, she realized that there was nothing she could do. There were no other clothes to sleep in, and she had no other choice either. Walking up to the mirror and holding it up to herself, she thought that such a revealing dress would hardly suit her, that most likely she would simply frighten Cassius. While Urania was spinning in front of the mirror in her thoughts, she heard some rustling behind her. Turning around, she saw Cassius drying his hair with a towel. Cassius looked at Uranius in surprise and froze for a moment. He didn't expect to see the girl in the room so soon. Urania turned even further towards the Duke. Her eyes widened greatly. She stood rooted to the spot. The girl blushed deeply from embarrassment, clutching the dress in her hands and wondering if he was really standing in front of her completely naked. The lady immediately raised her hands, covering her face with her dress, and began to shout that she had not looked at him naked on purpose, that it was all an accident. Because he had left very abruptly, Cassius turned away in displeasure and quietly said only, "Forgive me." Hearing his apology, seeing his face, the expression with which he turned away, the girl felt somehow uneasy. Cassius pulled his robe over his shoulder, turning away from his wife. Urania called out to him, but she heard nothing in response. The Duke turned his head slightly and sternly said that the lady should go to bed first. Urania silently watched her husband leave, who did not say another word and slammed the door quite loudly. The girl dropped the dress from her hands in surprise, and for several minutes she stood and simply looked at the door, waiting for the Duke to return. Without waiting, Urania changed into her sleepwear and went to bed. That day, Cassius went out and did not return. The girl could not fall asleep for a long time and looked at the empty side of the bed where Cassius could have been lying. Urania didn't understand why this was so, and the only thing that came to her mind was that the Duke hadn't returned because he was embarrassed. The next day, the lady ate a whole pie and was very active. This meant that she was much better. Count Vincent was forced to take everything that the Duke gave him and went back to the estate. The Count finally told Urania that she could destroy the artifact whenever she wanted, adding that she and the Duke were close, so it would be easy for her to choose the moment when he would not be there. The girl noticed that his tone had become softer, and she asked the Count if he had decided to change tactics, to which the Count replied with displeasure that he would not do this, because she herself knew that he was the only one who could rid Urania of the side effects. Urania, as soon as she heard this, could not contain her emotions and laughed out loud, covering her mouth with her hand, saying that she would rather die than turn to him for help. The Count slowly turned his gaze to the girl, and it was clear from his face that he was dissatisfied and angry with such a reaction. The girl told him to be as angry as possible, because the angrier he was, the more pleasant it was for Uranius to look at him. She didn't understand where she got such thoughts from, and referred to the fact that, probably, she was influenced by the fact that she saw Cassius's naked body yesterday. Cassius appeared before her eyes, completely naked. She thought about how pumped up and beautiful his body was, but very quickly, Urania realized that it was time to end such fantasies that were raging in her head. The Count said that the girl could use Florence's road after destroying the artifact, to which Urania asked if he really was suggesting that they go to the Murin kingdom after that. Count Vincent confirmed her words, saying that the shortest road to Murano lies through the Florentine Gorge, and when the artifact is destroyed, the barrier protecting the Florence road will simply disappear. Then a curfew will be introduced, but this will only play into the Count's hands, because then he will not let Uranius into the estate if she suddenly disobeys him. However, when the barrier disappears, monsters will start coming through the portals, and they will destroy everything they see. It will take at least 3 months to restore the artifact, during which time many people will die. This was one of the reasons why in her past life, Urania was considered a cruel villain. The Count said that if Uranius did everything he asked, he would receive half of everything he owned. The girl turned her head to the side, saying that if he meant the Golden Road, then she didn't need it. The girl added that the real owner is not the Count, but a group of nobles whom he loves so much. No matter how much profit the goods bring, it is all meaningless if the road is closed or the traders are heavily taxed, and control over the road will still be limited to a group of aristocrats, to which Count Vincent himself belongs. The Count, with a displeased face, told Urania not to forget that she would also have rights to a family shelter, and she would also be able to manage the supply of medicines. He asked her to think about his proposal, to which the girl simply remained silent and looked down. The shelter where the medicinal herbs are kept belongs to Count Vincent, and he also personally oversees the distribution of medicines throughout the empire. This means that if Urania destroys the shelter, it will be the best revenge for her. Urania hovered over the Duke, lying right on top of him, silently and looking straight into his eyes. Cassius held the girl, saying that he had told her that she would fall. The guy asked if everything was okay with her. Urania awkwardly answered that yes. The girl sat down, and without raising her eyes, said that she was fine, and there was no need to worry about her, and then asked how he was. Cassius, holding his head with his hand, said that everything was fine and he would definitely live. Cassius asked what brought the girl there, to which she replied that she just stopped by on business. The guy looked away and said that he was just passing by. Urania thought for a moment and decided to ask a question that was bothering her a lot. She asked why the Duke had left yesterday. The Duke simply remained silent in response, trying to avoid any eye contact with his wife, and she did not understand why he was silent and did not say anything herself. But the girl's patience could not stand it. She suddenly asked Cassius if he had really decided to become an ascetic. Urania was puzzled by this topic. She realized that she did not want to go to bed, feeling that she had been abandoned again, and she wanted to know the reason. Cassius, slightly perplexed, closed his eyes and asked why he needed asceticism. Urania began to wind herself up that he left because he did not find her attractive. She thought that, in the eyes of Cassius, her body was insignificant. Cassius became nervous. A drop of sweat ran down his cheek from awkwardness. He began to straighten his hair, covering his face with his hand. He did not know how and what to answer correctly. The guy continued to cover his face with his hand and asked if Urania had ever seen a naked man other than him. Urania did not expect to hear such a direct and open question from Cassius. She thought about the few times she had seen her brother Juke when he was little, but she knew better than to say it. With a smile on her face, Urania remembered and cried out that she had seen Seed. Cassius suddenly and very closely approached the girl and asked why she was looking at the naked Seed Callisto. Urania felt awkward and began to stutter, saying that it happened when they were children. She remembered this, and then she could not even imagine that in the middle of the night she would see a madman who took apart a flying squirrel. Cassius, looking down and blushing slightly, asked what was he really insignificant compared to him. Urania didn't understand why he asked this. She looked at him in bewilderment and asked what he was talking about. Cassius asked if she hadn't said it was terrible, adding that her face was worried. Urania didn't understand what he was talking about at all, because it was just a story from childhood. The girl suddenly seemed to have an idea. She froze abruptly, and her facial expression changed. The thought occurred to Cassius that he had heard Urania talking to herself. The girl seemed to be angry with the Duke and shouted that he simply misunderstood everything. She asked why he was so worried, adding that she didn't know for sure, but he was probably the best man in the world, which greatly surprised the Duke. The guy didn't expect to hear this from his wife at all. He froze and just wanted to ask what she had just said, but he couldn't. Urania repeated this with a smile on her face. She watched carefully for Cassius's reaction. Cassius hung his head down. His eyes were wide open. He didn't even understand how to act. Suddenly, Urania realized what she had just said and felt very awkward. She immediately covered her mouth with both hands and did not understand what was happening at all. She felt very awkward and didn't know what to do. Cassius didn't say anything at all, so she thought he was probably just in shock. Suddenly, unexpectedly for her, the Duke extended his hand to her, which surprised the girl so much. They both rose from the ground, staring at each other and holding hands tightly. Urania turned her head slightly and said that it was just a misunderstanding, that by insignificant she meant herself. Urania said that she was the only one here who looked completely unattractive. She even felt a little sad, but the Duke immediately said that she was beautiful. Hearing this, the girl looked at Cassius. She was both pleased to hear and completely unexpected. Cassius, looking at her with some indignation, asked if she really didn't understand this. The girl couldn't believe it and was just about to ask him a question when Cassius turned away and told her to do what she was going to do, because he still had things to do. He was about to leave when Urania came closer to him and called him. The Duke seemed reluctant to turn to her and asked if she wanted to tell him something. Urania paused briefly and asked him in a quiet voice if he would be returning to the bedroom tonight. Cassius, looking down, asked if she was sure she would agree to share the room with him. After this question, the girl seemed to shine. With a smile on her face, she confidently answered yes. Urania said that they were henceforth spouses. This greatly shocked Cassius. He stood rooted to the spot. The next day came, and Urania and Lena set off for the capital. Today was the day she was going to Phoebe's clinic. But before that, she had to go to one place. The control bracelet she got to cover up the leak was quite expensive, but its effectiveness wears off quickly, and she didn't know when the effect would wear off, so she decided to stock up in advance. Before this, Urania would simply come without a preliminary letter, and they would see each other, but not this time. Urania left upset, thinking that she should have made arrangements in advance. She entered the clinic on the way, but it was in vain since there was no one there. Unexpectedly, Lena told the lady to look at the road. She assumed that it was dirt from a van passing by. Urania looked and said that it would probably be difficult to walk along this road and suggested going another way. Lena said that if they went back along the road, they would definitely come to the cart. Suddenly, unexpectedly, a snowball flew at the lady's feet. She didn't even immediately understand what had happened. She was only thinking about where he was so big from and how he appeared in general, when suddenly Lena ran up to the lady and blocked her with her body. Lena started shouting for the lady to be careful. They both looked up as snowballs were flying at them. There were a lot of them. Urania shouted for Lena to get out of the way, as she might get hurt, to which the servant replied for the mistress to stay where she was. They both didn't understand who dared to do such a thing, and looking around, they didn't notice anyone at all. Urania asked excitedly if Lena was okay, to which she replied yes, and asked him to stay behind her for her own safety. In an instant, the lady's face changed, because someone reached out to her shoulder. Urania, very carefully and slowly, began to turn to the side. It was clear from her face that she was quite frightened. Someone's hand began to squeeze her shoulder very hard. Turning around, she saw some man, whose face was not visible because of the bandage. He was holding a knife in his hands above his head. Urania thought that this was the end for her, when suddenly the knife fell from his hand. The knights arrived in time and disarmed the crazy stranger. The man looked back, saw several knights, realized that there was no way out, and he began to run away very quickly. Lena shouted for them to capture him immediately so that he would not escape. Urania thought that it must be a mercenary sent by Count Vincent. She was very upset and realized that he was trying to intimidate her, using direct threats to her life. A tear ran down her cheek. She tried to calm down and understood that Count Vincent could definitely commit such a mean act. One of the knights asked the lady if everything was okay with her, to which she replied that everything was fine and that she was not affected. The knight said that the guards were chasing him, but they would stay with her for her safety. Lena asked if she was really okay, adding that since this had happened, she should return to the castle. Urania said that she would go to the main office as planned, to which Lena said that someone had pointed a knife at her, and it was unknown when they might threaten her again. Urania turned away from Lena, closing her eyes. She said that everything was fine, and that the main office was definitely safe. She understood that she was running out of the medicine she needed to take, and that she had no other choice. The lady simply had to meet Phoebe today, no matter what. Urania, Lena, and the knights all went to the office together. Time passed quite quickly. As soon as they reached the entrance, the knights said that they would wait outside, along with Lena. The lady stopped. She became a little nervous, saying that she, of course, liked it. But could they leave her without an escort? To which the knight said that they always know where she is, and there is no need to worry. They will be on the outside of the building. Urania did not quite understand what he was talking about, and asked in what sense he said that. The guy chuckled and said that they mostly watched the lady through the windows or the roof. Urania was surprised by this. She thought that she had not seen anyone, that he had simply appeared out of nowhere. She did not understand how all this time they had been quietly watching her. The lady realized that they might know more about her than she thought. The lady grinned and asked if her location was really being reported. The guy said with a smile that this was not so, that the Duke had instructed him to report only what could threaten her life. Urania didn't expect such an answer. Her expression changed instantly. Cassius is an aristocrat, and perhaps he considers it outrageous to interfere directly in his wife's personal life, the lady thought. Urania began to think that this was all due to Cassius's criminal origins. She stood there in her thoughts for a few more seconds and said that perhaps she would go then. Finally, she smirked, turned around and said that it was dangerous, so don't overdo it. From the expression on the face of one of the knights, it was clear that he was surprised and perplexed. As soon as Urania entered the office, she immediately told Phoebe everything, who then told her, asked about the bracelet, and asked what it was used for. The lady told everything, and perplexed, she asked what, really, something was wrong. Phoebe said quite loudly and seriously that she needed to take it off immediately. Urania asked why this was so, to which Phoebe replied that control was a blockage for the blood as well, and since there was no circulation, there was no significant improvement in the treatment. Phoebe said that it was the bracelet that was interfering with the treatment, and Urania wasn't very surprised by what she heard. It was clear from her face that she was upset. She hung her head down, thinking that she couldn't even think about it. The lady looked at her hand, on which was the bracelet, and she thought about something. She wondered if she took it off, the Duke would say that she had been deceiving him from the start, and then she would have to answer for damaging his reputation. Urania became very nervous, not knowing what to do. She clenched her hands into fists. Phoebe, seeing this, decided to somehow distract her and said that she had improved the recipe for the medicine. Phoebe said that, however, there was one ingredient they simply couldn't get here. Urania asked why, to which Phoebe closed her eyes and fell silent for a few seconds. Phoebe said that a magical herb that grows in the Ankney Mountains was needed, and that it would prevent damage to the circulatory system caused by blood poisoning. Hearing this, Urania lowered her head again and thought about these words. The lady happened to learn about the forest next to the tower. Since it is someone's, no one can get permission to enter. And if you get it, the landscape in the forest is such that it is almost impossible to get to the tower. Once it was a free territory. But because of the demons, people can no longer get there. Urania was, of course, upset, but she decided not to show it. With a smile on her face, she thanked Phoebe and said that she would definitely think of something. At this time, Cassius was in the tower, where it was very dark, and only the candles gave some color. Besides Cassius, there was another man, the one who tried to attack the lady. He was bandaged on the floor. Cassius was very angry. He sat opposite him, crossing his legs. From his expression, it was clear how angry he was. He loudly and menacingly asked who ordered him to attack his wife. By this time, Lena and Urania had already returned to the estate. Getting out of the carriage, the lady told the servants that she had bought some seeds to decorate the garden and asked them to take them. The lady bought them because she knew she would meet the merchant at the Duke's residence, so that if the guards suspected something strange, but it seemed they didn't bother to report it, so for now she would act like this. When Urania passed by, all the servants bowed to her, which even made the lady feel a little uneasy. They looked at each other strangely, whispering something to each other. Urania noticed this and wondered what was wrong. Why such a reaction? She turned to Apilia and asked what was going on, to which the servant seemed a bit hesitant. Apilia lowered her head and said that the man the guards had brought had been dragged somewhere by the Duke. Urania was surprised that the knights had caught the criminal so quickly. The lady wondered what he might say about Count Vincent and asked sharply where the Duke was headed. Apilia, of course, understood that she had to answer, but she said that it was better for her not to go there. She said that if she was not mistaken, the gentleman would personally interrogate him, adding that she would simply be shocked by what she saw. Urania thought about her words. She didn't understand what could shock her. It sounded to her like he was doing something really terrible. She realized that she didn't have time. She needed to go there quickly. Her thoughts were interrupted by Lena, who asked her to go to her room first. Urania turned to all the servants and noticed how worried they all were. Lena said that she needs to rest after today, after all the events. Urania lowered her head and realized that going after Cassius right now didn't seem like a good idea. She decided that it would be better to be alone for now to collect her thoughts on what to do if the criminal confessed. Urania realized that she would no longer try to find out where the Duke was and agreed to go into the room. Already in the room, she still couldn't stop thinking about what was going on there with that mercenary. She realized that she still had to go and stop all this. She walked around the room from wall to wall and, approaching the window, her facial expression changed abruptly. Urania noticed Cassius on the street, whom she did not expect to see at all. She noticed that he was holding someone's head with his hand and dragging him along the ground, and she didn't understand what was going on at all. She stood in a stupor in front of the window and even opened her mouth in fear. Uranius turned her attention to the man that Cassius was dragging and noticed that he had no others. Cassius stopped suddenly, and Urania continued to watch him closely. He slowly turned his head towards the building and looked out the windows. Urania got scared and covered her mouth with her hands. She was seriously scared. Cassius turned completely towards the house and just stood and watched. He noticed Uranius and tried to see her through the window, but no one appeared. Urania was seriously scared, and as soon as she saw him turn around, she immediately sat down. She realized that he seemed to have seen her. Luckily, the criminal confessed that he was just a mercenary who took money and carried out orders. Urania really hoped that Cassius would not continue his investigation. Gale appeared and said that the Duke had left and asked to convey that he would grind into dust all the mercenaries who had accepted the assignment. Urania was surprised and asked if he would be back today, to which Gale said that most likely yes. Gale also added that the Duke said that there was no need to wait for him because it could be late at night, and upon hearing this, the lady was very upset. Urania couldn't sleep that night and decided that she couldn't waste another minute. Cassius's mind was greatly clouded by the work with the sword, in which case there was only one place where the Duke could be, and that was where the lady went. Of course, she did not go there alone, but with an accompanying knight, who at one point said that he could not go any further. Urania, of course, knew that he was nearby, but when he suddenly appeared, she shuddered and said that then she would go on by herself. Urania said that everything was fine, and there was no need to worry because she knew the way well, and if the Duke was there, she would just whistle 3 times. She turned to the knight and told him to return calmly back to the estate. Finally, she said that she heard that the security had caught the criminal and that it was a real miracle, and thanks to that, she was now safe. She thanked the accompanying knight, to which he was slightly surprised, and said that it was his duty. The knight finally said that if something unexpected were to happen, you should whistle once and immediately run away somewhere. Urania walked at a fairly fast pace and tried not to even look back. This lake has a mysterious power that can suppress Cassius's madness, and when he returns, he will head straight there. Urania was only concerned about him returning. That was what she kept thinking about. As she approached the lake, she noticed Cassius, who was in the water, and she immediately stopped. She called out to him loudly, and he immediately turned around with a stern expression on his face. Urania ran towards him, but he immediately shouted at her not to run. He began to slowly emerge from the water, heading straight towards Uranius on the shore. Coming closer, he stopped, folded his arms on his chest, and asked where she was from, and if she was cold. Urania said that she thought he was colder than her, and asked him to come out quickly. But Cassius only turned away from her, and Uranius did not understand why he continued to stand there. She began to look around in bewilderment as to why he was behaving like this, as if avoiding her. Based on her thoughts, she decided that it was all because of her, and she felt uneasy. Cassius slowly emerged from the water and immediately began to dress. He slowly put on a white shirt, and during this time, he did not look at his wife even once. Urania stood rejected by him, waiting for him to get dressed, and continued to think about something. She decided for herself that next time she needed to be more careful. Her thoughts were interrupted as Cassius's hand was on her shoulder. He said that it seemed like the snow was getting heavier, and he covered her head with his other hand. He noticed how scared Urania was, and looked at her with a sad expression on his face. Urania looked thoughtfully at Cassius and continued to think about something. Cassius adjusted his wife's cloak, who turned away slightly and told him to wait a little. She lowered her head and reached for the whistle that hung around her neck, Cassius watching her movements carefully. The Duke asked what she was doing, to which Urania replied that it was a signal for the knights to return. The Duke lowered his head slightly and looked to the side, only saying, like this, as if he was upset about something. Urania, of course, immediately noticed this and did not understand why he reacted so strangely. She silently just stood and looked at him. Cassius turned away from Uranius and said that next time he would give her a different scroll. Urania continued to stand there in bewilderment. She did not understand why he was reacting like that. She decided to try again and asked if she could return to the estate with him. Hearing this question, Cassius slowly turned and looked straight into her eyes. He said that of course she could come back with him. And hearing this, a smile immediately appeared on her face. The girl asked him what he had managed to find out about the mercenary, to which the Duke replied that the customer remained anonymous. She thought that she simply could not believe that the day had come when she thought about how lucky she was that the Count was so cunning. Cassius looked at the girl's thoughtful face and said that this kind of thing happens often, unfortunately. She realized that he thought it was the work of someone who had created a grudge against the Euclid family, which eased some of the anxiety. Urania asked if it was the Duchess's duty to endure all this, to which Cassius replied that it seemed more like a burden than a duty. The lady lifted her head slightly, looked at Cassius, and said that she was a little sorry about it. Hearing this, he thought for a moment. He looked at Uranius very carefully. He stopped abruptly and turned to her and said that he would do everything possible to ensure her safety, and added that she should not worry, that he would provide her with more security so that she could calmly go about her daily business. Urania, of course, agreed with her husband's decision, but she thought that it was not at all necessary to do this. On the way to the estate, Cassius said that there was a hut nearby and suggested that they go there. Urania said she would only go if it was a nice and charming hut, like a mountain cottage, to which the Duke said it was a bit cramped, even smaller than her bathroom at the estate. Urania cried out that then she would definitely go, and suddenly the Duke asked if she would take his hand then and extended his hand. Seeing the look on Urania's face, he added that the road was simply very slippery and he didn't want her to fall. Urania agreed with him and extended her cold hand to the Duke. Holding hands, the girl became very cutely shy, and her smile spread across her entire face. Cassius was really worried about his wife, that she would not fall, and did not even notice how tightly he was squeezing her hand, which is what Urania asked him not to do. They didn't notice how quickly time flew by, and they had already approached the hut, which was all made of wood. As soon as they entered, Urania immediately said what a nice place it was. Hearing this, Cassius said that he was glad that she liked it. The Duke said that he would make a fire for now, and that she should wrap herself in a blanket for now, since it was really very cold outside. He sat by the fireplace, turned to his wife, and asked her to come to him. Urania was surprised at how quickly the Duke lit a fire, to which the Duke said that it was not that difficult, and asked her to sit next to the fireplace to warm up faster. Cassius himself stood up and went somewhere. Urania was a little upset, because she wanted to sit by the fireplace with him. She decided that she should not miss the moment, and told the Duke that he also needed to warm up. Cassius said that he would not freeze just like that. Upon hearing this, Urania quietly said that he was right, that he could go into the lake in the middle of winter and not even catch a cold. He turned slightly towards her, and with a smile on his face, said that if she knew this, then next time she shouldn't dive after him. Urania smirked and asked him if maybe he wouldn't tease her for the rest of his life. Cassius took some kind of bag in his hands and handed it to his wife, asking if she would like some cookies. Urania was surprised and asked if there really were any in the hut, to which Cassius said that he had brought them. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked if he had really planned to stay in the hut in advance. As Cassius came closer, she asked if it had anything to do with his condition. Urania lowered her head and asked for forgiveness, and asked if it was because of her that someone got hurt again. Cassius sat down next to Uranius and said that it was not because of her, that there was no point in thinking about it. They looked at the fireplace, and he added that it was because he couldn't contain himself. He lowered his head, and it was clear from his face that he was upset about something, and Urania asked if he blamed himself for it. She said that those who do bad things are to blame, but not them, and took out a cookie from the bag that Cassius offered her. He looked at her with a slight smile on his face. He was pleased to hear it. There was a heavy snowfall outside, and he said that she was very kind for this evil world. Urania looked at Cassius and asked if they both had quests too. Cassius looked out the window and said that they would have to stay here for the night after all. Urania was wrapped in a blanket, and Cassius added that if they went outside, they would be caught in a severe storm. Cassius looked at his wife and asked if she was still cold, to which the girl said that she was already fine. She lowered her head and thought about the fact that she was not shivering from the cold at all. Urania looked at her hand, on which was the bracelet, and thought that she needed to tell Cassius about everything, because recovery for her and for him came first. It was very difficult for her to decide on this, since she had hidden it for a long time. She spent a few more minutes thinking about how exactly to tell him this, and decided to ask him what if she mastered magic. Cassius said that if her body had not weakened because of it, he would not have seen anything wrong with it. Urania immediately felt better. She was touched by this, and a slight smile appeared on her face. She looked again at her hand with the bracelet and thought that if she took it off, the magic would be released. The girl told the Duke that some time ago she had developed abilities, and she turned to Seed for help, who gave her this bracelet and extended her hand forward, on which it was. The Duke, hearing this, told her to get rid of him. Hearing this, the girl was very surprised. Cassius immediately came to her and told her to throw it away immediately. He looked at her intently, even slightly angrily, and added that she should not wear what another man had given her. Cassius added that he would buy absolutely everything she needed. Urania realized that she would not quarrel with her husband, and to some extent he was right. And with a smile on her face, she agreed with him. At that very second, she took the bracelet off her hand and seemed to feel some kind of relief. But it was literally for a second. Urania suddenly grabbed her head and closed her eyes. Cassius immediately picked her up and asked if she was okay, to which she replied that she was just a little unused. Cassius was a little confused. He asked what was the point of hiding his magic. With a smile on her face, Urania said she was just afraid she would find it weird. Cassius asked if this was stranger than the fact of hiding, to which Urania, embarrassed, said that she was just joking because she was very scared. The Duke decided to find out more about everything and asked when she developed her abilities and whether she had any inclinations towards magic before, to which Urania said that since she began to see, Cassius put Uranius to bed and said that it was a very rare case for them to appear already in adulthood. Urania thought about how, even after hearing the story about magical power, he did not doubt it, and she felt that Cassius was sincerely worried about her. Looking into his eyes, she realized that this was not like a marital sense of duty or an obligation like that of maids. Lying in bed under the blanket, she finally got warm and enjoyed it. Cassius was sitting next to her on the floor, near the bed, and suddenly Urania turned to him. Slightly embarrassed, she asked if she could call him by his first name. Hearing this question, Cassius was very surprised and turned his head slightly towards her. He turned to her and said that she was asking this and was trembling. He said that he thought he should say something nice, to which the girl said that she could not help herself. Cassius looked at her intently and thought about something. He asked her to say it again. Urania was slightly surprised. She didn't quite understand what he was talking about and just looked at him. Cassius realized that she was too awkward to do this and turned away from her slightly, but continued to look into her eyes. Urania forced herself to pronounce his name and widened her eyes. The Duke narrowed his eyes and watched her and her behavior carefully. Urania clutched the sheet and thought that she didn't even know he could smile like that. The girl asked him to lie down with her, saying that the floor was cold and it was much warmer on the bed, to which the Duke replied that he was not cold at all. The girl told him to lie down next to her, adding that she doesn't bite, and called him by name again. Cassius was pleasantly surprised to hear this. Not even a minute had passed before he was already on the bed and hanging right over Urania. He called her by name. The girl was very embarrassed by what was happening. Her cheeks instantly turned red, and her eyes were very big. Cassius asked her if she really didn't understand that he was currently holding back with all his might, adding that the danger was not in him, but in her. Uranius was very much surprised by what was said, and wanted to say that if this was a danger to him, but Cassius interrupted her. Without letting her finish, he asked her who she thought was making him so excited lately. Urania's mouth dropped open slightly. She felt awkward about what he was telling her. She thought about what attracted him to her, and looked intently into his eyes. She couldn't think of anything better to say than that he was simply lying to her, adding that he ran away from the bedroom every time. At this point, their conversation ended. Urania turned on her side and closed her eyes. Cassius said that from now on, she must be within her reach. He wanted to put his hand on her cheek and said that otherwise she would see what real madness was. Suddenly, Urania opened her eyes and was completely perplexed by what she saw in front of her. She didn't understand how it happened that she was lying on Cassius's chest. It was already morning. She turned to him and, rising, wished him good morning, calling him by name again. Urania asked Cassius if he was unable to sleep because of her, to which the Duke replied that she was right. The girl became embarrassed and asked why he didn't wake her up then, because it must have been hard for him. Cassius looked at Uranius in bewilderment, not even knowing what to answer her, and said that she would simply kill him if he told her. Urania was surprised and asked why she should kill him, to which the Duke asked whether she would now always call him by his name. Urania felt very awkward, and as if in fear, asked if he didn't like it. The Duke turned sharply, turning Urania over as well, and now he was hanging over her. The girl did not understand at all what had just happened, and called him by name questioningly. Cassius narrowed his eyes slightly, and simply spoke about the first wedding night, and paused for a moment. He very carefully asked her opinion about settling her right away. To this, Urania said that a few days ago, he himself left, leaving her completely alone. The Duke awkwardly asked if she really wanted it then, adding that wasn't it, her maid who had pushed her into it. Urania, very carefully and in a quiet voice, told him what she wanted, but he rejected her. Cassius said he didn't know they were thinking the same thing then, that the girl said there were a lot of misunderstandings between them. Cassius slowly reached out his hand to Uranius's hand and squeezed it gently. Urania quietly asked if he really desired her, to which the Duke replied that yes, and that it was natural since they were spouses. Cassius began to slowly approach his wife's face, and she instantly began to blush. But suddenly, she also said that he was the heir, and Cassius abruptly snatched his hand. Urania was very surprised. She did not understand what she said wrong. Cassius looked her straight in the eyes and was in great bewilderment. It was clear from his face that Uranius's words had hurt him. He immediately got out of bed, and Urania got up after him. She watched him closely. What was he doing, and why did he stand up? There were many questions in her head. She said that if he didn't like it, he could just say so, and you could tell from her face that she was upset. After that, they did not speak anymore, and went together to the estate. As soon as they entered the house, Cassius noticed that Urania was upset, and she did not even look at him. Cassius leaned over slightly and whispered in her ear that she had 1 week to mentally prepare herself. Urania looked at him in surprise and asked what she needed to prepare for. Cassius said with a serious face that he would take her in his arms and never let her go. Hearing this, Urania was both embarrassed and a little scared, because it was very unexpected for her. Mr. Vincent winced and wondered why the pain still didn't go away, to which the servant replied that he should calm down, to which the Count said that now they were treating him like a madman. The servant said that the treatment was already over and the pain would soon go away. You just need to wait a little longer. Alika entered the room, and hearing their conversation, she quietly watched. She looked intently at Mr. Vincent and said nothing, folding her arms across her chest. The servant said that he would no longer be able to move freely, and that was the only but. Mr. Vincent clenched the sheet into a fist and said out loud, angry, "How dare Urania do such a thing?" Elika walked up to him and touched his cheek, turning his head towards her. Tucking his hair behind his ear, she said how poor he was, and asked him to leave Uranius's fate to her. She added that he should gain strength, and she would deal with the girl herself. The gentleman looked at her and saw a sinister smile on her face, and asked what she had in mind. With a smile on her face, Elika said that she just needed a puppet to achieve her goal. He asked her if it would work, to which the girl asked if he had ever seen her fail. Elika said that if this plan doesn't work, he will simply divorce her. The gentleman was perplexed and asked why this was, to which Elika replied that in that case she would have to pay a very large compensation. He told her in a low voice to be careful, addressing her as dear. He reminded her that their enemy was Cassius Blair Euclid himself. Elika said that she understood everything and added that the Count should rest and gain strength. After leaving the room, the servant asked Elika how the Count was feeling. Turning to him, she said that, unfortunately, they said that he was now restricted in his movements. She added that she was glad to know that it would not greatly affect his quality of life, but asked that he try to keep it a secret. Finally, she asked to tell Louise to come into her room. Alika thought for a second that just 20 years ago, she was the one who bowed her head. However, now Elika is respected and appreciated by everyone because she has become a countess. Once you taste sweetness, no matter what it is, no one will ever forget that taste, and she will never lose it. About 20 years ago, a fortune teller from the kingdom of Maroon predicted that a woman named Lisette Chevalier would give birth to the child of the prophecy. Count Vincent married her. At that time, she was the Count's mistress, and therefore Lisette was a pain in the neck for her, but she managed to get through it. Then she became pregnant first, hoping that she would have a son and that he could continue the mouth. However, her daughter Urania was born earlier, in the 7th month of pregnancy. The enraged Count Vincent left only Lisette, who had become a mother, to die. After this, she gave birth to Juke and took the place of the countess, with pride and honor. Elika was sitting in her room, where Louise had already come and asked why she had called her. Elika turned to her daughter, Louise, and the girl, smiling, closed her eyes. The countess said that there was something that Louise must do for her. At this time, at the Euclid estate, Urania in her room asked Lena to prepare for the walk. The lady said that they needed to go to the lingerie store. Lena covered her mouth with her hands from what she heard. Urania, embarrassed, said that Lena understood correctly, that she was preparing for this very day, to which the maid said that this was simply wonderful. A few hours later, they went into town to a lingerie store. Urania was dressed in a chic black dress, and as they exited the carriage, they looked at each other, slightly embarrassed. Mrs. Urania arrived in the capital Potiara. Already looking forward to shopping, Urania asked Lena if she was hungry, to which the servant replied that they needed to have lunch and asked where she wanted to do it. A wide smile appeared on the lady's face, and turning her head to the side, she asked why they didn't go there. She pointed to a large cafe, literally across the street from them. Lena asked with a smile on her face if she was talking about that same cafe with desserts. Lena took another look at the building and said that she didn't see anything suspicious, and said that it was time to go get something sweet. As soon as they moved, Urania suddenly stopped from a voice from behind her. Someone addressed her as a sister. Urania recognized the voice and slowly turned back. It was Louise. Urania said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, to which Louise asked what she was doing there, adding that there were only shops here. Louise said that she heard her father, that Urania was getting better, and asked if she could see well now. Urania thought about how she still looked down on her, that she wanted to see her broken and desperate, but she was no longer the Urania she had been before. Urania, with a smile on her face, asked what brought Louise to the capital, since the journey here takes a long time. Louise lives in a country estate, but strives in every way to become a metropolitan lady. In general, Urania is the first to use a secular tone in conversation with someone, beautiful but dangerous, like a hidden blade. Urania thought for a second that she even liked communicating this way. She felt quite important. Louise said that, of course, she was there because she had been invited to a social evening at the princess's. The girl asked her sister if she had received an invitation, to which Urania replied that as a duchess she had a lot to do. Louise smiled and said that she didn't know what she was doing. That's why she asked. She added that this was not more important than the imperial tea party, where all the noble ladies gathered. Urania decided to continue to act like a noble lady, adjusting her earring and pretending not to have heard what Louise said. Louise noticed the earring that Urania had touched, and her expression changed. Urania thought she noticed. She felt a little uneasy, but she seemed to cope. Urania asked her if she also felt ill during long trips. Louise said with a smile on her face that her father had bought her a good carriage, thanks to which she had arrived here in comfort. Urania asked with a surprised face whether she had really traveled so long in such a good carriage, and immediately apologized. Louise didn't understand what it was, as if she was a toy that could be played with and then thrown away. The lady turned away and said that she would not detain her any longer, and wished her a pleasant day, and began to leave. This made Louise even more angry, and she clenched her fists in anger and called her name loudly. The girl turned slightly and said with a cold look that she still had a lot to learn. Turning away again, she added that it was time for her to go, reminding him that she had a lot of body. Suddenly, Louise appeared right in front of her and asked if she was really going to just leave like that. The lady no longer liked her persistence, and she asked what else they should talk about. Behind a sly smile, Louise suggested that they just have a cup of tea. She added that they are a family after all, and she has something to tell about their father. Urania decided to give her a little time, and they entered the very cafe where they were going to go with Lena. Sitting down at the table, Louise looked around and asked why there were so many men there. Urania said with a displeased face that they, too, probably came in company to drink tea. Louise tried not to show her displeasure, but she was doing a bad job of it. She closed her eyes to calm down a little. The girl decided to ask if she could come to Aemon after the party, after which Urania asked her if she had any business at their estate. With a smile on her face, her sister said that they were sisters after all, So isn't it normal for a younger sister to come to her older sister's house to relax? Urania, raising the cup to her mouth, said that in their world, by the way, there are not many things that are taken for granted, which also concerns the relationship between them. Louise asked if she was saying that because she got married, and it was like she had no family anymore. Putting the cup on the table, Urania asked if she didn't want to tell her something about the Count. Louise closed her eyes and looked disappointed, saying that her father had suffered greatly. Urania looked away, asked in surprise, really? To which she said that there was a chance that he wouldn't even be able to walk. And she reacted like this. Leaning against the back of the sofa, the lady asked if she really needed to burst into tears about this right here and now. These words made Louise very angry. She frowned and slightly tilted her head down, looking at her from under her forehead. Urania thought about the fact that she didn't know that the Count wouldn't be able to walk, although she was glad to hear it. The lady continued to drink her tea calmly, watching her irritate her sister. A slight, mischievous smile appeared on Louise's face, as if she was up to something. It was clear from Uranius's face that she was not at all happy to be in such company. Her sister Louise continued to look at Uranius with anger and thought over her insidious plan. Louise, unnoticed, at some point carefully poured poison into the lady's cup. For a few minutes they were simply silent, trying not to meet each other's eyes. Suddenly, Lady McLean came up and turned to Mrs. Uranius. She asked the lady what had happened. Lady McLean said that the lady must listen to her carefully and do everything as she said. She asked to give her her cup back. The lady was surprised, but did not ask why. Putting the cup on the table, she looked at it and wondered if there was something wrong with it. Lady McLean turned her gaze to Louise and asked if she could find out what she had put in the tea. Louise immediately asked indignantly what she was allowing herself to do, and that it was very rude of her to ask such questions. The lady called two guys over and asked if she needed more witnesses. Mrs. Urania closed her eyes and wondered how her sister could do this to her. Clenching her fist, she thought about what it meant that their meeting was not at all accidental. The lady continued to be persistent and repeated her question about why Louise had spilled the tea. Louise got angry and said that it was because her sister often drank before the wedding and asked if she was okay with that answer. Lady McLean, hearing this, asked her why she answered so furtively, adding that it was very strange. An angry Louise looked at Urania and told her to say something too, instead of just looking. With a sly smile and narrowing her eyes, she asked if she was telling the truth. Urania couldn't believe that her father had sent Louise to kill her, deciding to end everything here and now. Louise lowered her head and said that she added the medicinal herbal extract because her sister had been drinking it for a long time, but she wasn't sure if their family specialized in medicinal herbs. Lady McLean turned her gaze and asked the lady if this was true. Urania wondered if Louise was acting so boldly because she thought of her as an abandoned, unaccompanied duchess. The lady stood up with the thought that they were greatly mistaken if they thought that she was a puppet in their hands. With these thoughts, she invited the lady to go to the mansion. The lady grabbed Louise by the hand. The girl started screaming what she was doing and shouting for her to take her hands away. Lady McLean said, in a rough, loud voice, that they had much to discuss. Before leaving, Urania asked to take the cup with her, and the servants immediately obeyed her. Louise kept screaming that they couldn't allow her to be treated like that, and asked if they really thought there was any poison in there. She asked Urania to stand up for her and tell them to let her go, to which Urania said that she should, well, get to the mansion herself. After these words, the lady immediately let go of the nervous and angry Louise. They left the cafe, but the whole way, Louise tried to get her sister to stand up for her. These screams could be heard throughout the entire street, and Lena heard them too, and she immediately turned towards the entrance. Lena, as soon as she saw the lady, immediately ran up to her and asked if something had happened, to which Urania asked how she found out about it. Lena, closing her eyes, said that she had returned too quickly, that she always eats 5 desserts and no less. She came even closer and took a closer look and said that even her mouth was clean. Urania felt awkward. She didn't even know how to tell Lena about everything that had happened. Lena looked out from behind her mistress and saw Louise, who was being led by one of the knights. She didn't understand at all what was happening, but she tried not to ask unnecessary questions. The lady and Lena turned around at the same time, and there were a lot of men standing in front of them. Urania was very surprised. She did not expect to see so many knights. She remembered Louise's question When she asked why there were so many men here, Urania remembered that she had replied that they had simply decided to have some tea, but now she did not understand that they were all guarding her. She thought about it some more, but Lady McLean said they had better hurry. The lady went to the mansion. Vinsk met her. He said that he received news of her visit and greeted her. Urania asked if he was okay, to which he replied that the Duke was currently holding a general meeting. Urania was surprised that Cassius was already there too, and that she knew nothing about it. She realized that if she had known about this, she would never have brought Louise with her. Lady McLean asked the lady if she should report everything to the Duke. Urania smiled anxiously and said that if he was holding a meeting, then they shouldn't disturb him, that they would definitely meet him just a little later. The lady realized that she needed to deal with Louise without Cassius finding out about it. Entering the mansion, they sat down in the living room. Louise folded her arms across her chest and looked intently at her sister. Lena asked her what she had done that could harm their mistress, which made Louise angry and asked how a mere servant dared to say such a thing. Vinsk approached the lady with a question about examining the contents of the cup, to which the lady agreed. With a smile on her face, Urania said that the best test would be to let Louise drink the tea herself. Lady McLean was slightly shocked when she heard this. She wanted to clarify something, but did not. She immediately went to Louise, who was puzzled as to why she had approached her again. The lady gently reached out to the girl's shoulder, without saying a word, and Louise's face showed how scared she was. Afterwards, she took her by both hands. The girl began to shout out what she was allowing herself to do, to which the lady said that in her position, it was better not to move. The lady asked Lena to serve a cup of tea. Hearing this, Louise thought it was just a stupid joke. They began to forcibly pour the contents of the cup into her mouth. The girl tried to escape as best she could, but she was unsuccessful. The girl realized that her attempts to break free were unsuccessful, and she thought that if she stopped turning away, they would understand that there was nothing wrong with the cup. Urania watched everything that was happening with cold blood, feeling no pity. She guessed that Louise had added something to the tea. That distinctive smell of rotten wood spoke for itself. It was very similar to the herb parik. When you try it for the first time, the feeling is just terrible, but subsequent doses become easier. Louise fell to her knees, and Lena and the lady simply watched. The girl raised her head and wiped her mouth with her hand. She looked angrily at Uranius. Suddenly, she shouted that they were very naive if they thought they could get away with all this. She shouted that she would tell her father and Uranius everything right now. It was the end. A guy came in, stood there in confusion, and asked what the hell was going on. Urania froze. A drop of sweat ran down her cheek. She began to get nervous, because this man was Cassius's assistant. She saw the Duke next to this guy, who was already here. She didn't understand how he even found out about everything. Cassius watched Louise screaming and said nothing at all. Lady McLean approached the Duke and said there was something he needed to know. She said that it was about Mrs. Louise's sister, and was silent for a few seconds. Hearing this, Cassius looked at Louise, who was sitting on the floor, and did not take her eyes off the floor, with a little anger. He turned to Uranius and asked if she was okay, after which she asked if they had been making so much noise that it had forced them to come down. Their conversation was interrupted by Louise, who turned to the Duke with the words that he should listen to her, and that this was all a simple misunderstanding. She held her face, covering it, tears streaming down her eyes, and she prayed to just be heard. Louise was sobbing so loudly that it seemed like it could be heard even on the street. The man standing next to the Duke said that this was Lady Valerian, to which the Duke said that he knew. Cassius asked Lady McLean to continue telling what had actually happened. The lady's expression somehow changed, and the same man looked at her in slight bewilderment. Urania closed her eyes slightly and realized that it was difficult for her to speak while Ren was here. There is no way to imagine today's situation as if the younger sister decided to play a prank on the older one by adding something to the tea. This incident shows that the relationship between Urania and her relatives is, in fact, not very good, that she could have deliberately deceived the Duke and married him in order to escape from them, while the Count took things from the Duke more than once or twice, hiding behind his mistress. That's why Lady McLean is hesitant now. The truth could have a negative impact on Urania, and she decided it was time for her to intervene. Urania wanted to tell Cassius everything, but to do it in a calmer atmosphere, because she did not want to lie to him at all. It was obvious that she was very nervous, clutching her dress in her fists. Louise continued to shout that this was all just her sister's invention, that it was all her own game. She shouted that Urania had lost her sight and voice because she had taken some special potions. Upon hearing this, the lady was very surprised. Ren was no less surprised. His expression changed instantly, and he asked what she was talking about. Louise said that her sister was simply pretending to be disabled in order to marry the Duke. Lady McLean turned to the Duke and said that it was Lady Louise who had added the mysterious medicine to her mistress's cup, to which Louise immediately shouted that this was a lie and slander, that she was simply being set up. The Duke bowed his head and said that if Louise uttered even one more such phrase, he would not let it go. Lisa realized that she had no choice. Lowering her head, she said that she had added this medicine for her sister. Turning her head slightly and seeing Uranius, she said that she doesn't even listen to what they tell her and doesn't check the facts, considering everyone around her to be complete sinners. Cassius looked at Uranius and asked if Louise was telling the truth. Urania sat in despair, hearing all this. She lowered her head slightly so as not to meet the Duke's gaze. Cassius, despite his wife, said in a rougher voice that he simply asked whether it was true or not. Urania felt uneasy. She was very nervous and understood that she needed to say something, but she just couldn't. Louise, with a smile on her face and delight in her voice, cried out that, of course, it was all true. Cassius looked again at Louise and said that he was not addressing her and that he was asking the question to his wife. Suddenly, Louise started shouting out different sounds, as if she was suddenly sick with something. Urania looked at her in fear and did not understand what was happening to her. Cassius and Ren, next to him, also watched Louise's actions closely. Suddenly, in front of everyone, Louise simply fell to the floor, completely unconscious. Urania was very surprised, thinking that she really had passed out, but she didn't understand why. Lady McLean said that it seemed that the medicine had worked, and they were now convinced that Louise Valerian had intended to harm the lady by putting some kind of muck in her tea. Urania was even more surprised. She did not understand what was happening, because the herb parak does not cause such symptoms. Clenching her hands in front of her, she realized that this was definitely something different. Due to strong nerves and anxiety, Urania even began to bite her nails and did not understand what her sister had decided to treat her to. Even a moment's feeling of guilt was a luxury for her monstrous relatives. Urania realized that she had nothing to regret at all, that all the blame was on them. The Duke said loudly and sharply that everyone should leave them, that only Urania should remain. Once everyone was out the door, Cassius paused for a moment, looking intently at his wife. With a serious expression on his face, he decided that he needed to find out everything. He asked if what Louise Valerian had said was true. Urania hung her head in despair. She did not know what to do. Not hearing an answer from his wife, the Duke repeated his question, but in a louder voice. Urania said that, in a sense, she just didn't know what to do and was confused. She said that her sister was not lying, closing her eyes and continuing to squeeze her hands. Then the Duke asked about what, that is, the nonsense she was talking was not such nonsense, Urania. Without looking up at him, only mumbled, agreeing with the Duke. Urania said that she had deliberately taken that medicine and maimed herself in order to enter into this marriage. The Duke asked her to explain what the point of a divorce was then, since, on the contrary, it was in her interests to protect their union. Cassius came closer to his wife and said that his legs were shaking and asked if they could sit down and talk. Urania said that let it be as he wished. She added that she did not know whether he would believe her. The Duke, in despair, lowered his head and said that he would, of course, believe it. Urania felt so guilty that she didn't even look at her husband. She said that Count Vincent and Alika forced her to take medicine. They said that she should marry him. She added that she regretted that everything was exactly like this. That's why she wanted to leave after her sight and voice returned. Cassius did not understand why this was so, and asked if she thought that he would kill her for this, to which Urania simply remained silent. He said she constantly avoided him because she was afraid that the truth about her and her family would be revealed. The Duke asked her if all this was happening only because she was afraid, and not because she hated him. Urania was surprised and said that of course not, that she had never even thought about it. The Duke said he was angry that she tried to leave him for that reason alone, to which she said that was not the case. Getting down on one knee in front of his wife, He asked her to promise that she would not deceive him again, unless, of course, she was pursuing the same goals as her father. Very carefully, in a quiet voice, Urania asked if he really forgives her, looking intently into his eyes. Cassius said that, frankly, it didn't hurt him, even if she was really willing to go that far. Urania asked if that meant he wanted her no matter what, to which the guy said that his honor, his money, all of it belonged to her. Cassius's last request was only that she stay with him. The girl lowered her eyes. She was ashamed in front of her husband, and she asked why he forgave her so easily, because she lied, and not only that. Hearing this, Cassius only firmly and confidently said that it was because he wanted it that way. Urania was very surprised. She did not understand how he could forgive her so easily. He turned to the lady and asked if she was not afraid of him, he could come closer to her. She thought about how strange he was. Cassius once said that he would even forgive the country if it turned its back on him. Urania told him that she would not betray him and he could come closer. Cassius said that he would stop at nothing and took her leg carefully. Pulling her towards him, he kissed her leg and did not move away for a few more seconds. Urania smiled slightly, both from embarrassment and from how much she enjoyed it, and her cheeks turned red. Louise was put to bed and a doctor was called, who confirmed that the herb was parak. The doctor added that in the worst case, when it enters the body, a person loses all 5 senses. The herb also contains a strong poison that causes paralysis. He said that it was a deadly poison, and medicine was powerless here, and he didn't even know if any of the magicians could cope here, to which the Duke replied that he would be glad if she simply got lost. Cassius, looking at her, only thought about how she dared to try to give Urania such poison to drink. Lady McLean was also present in the room, as was Urania, who suddenly asked what they would do with her sister. Since the Duke turned his head very sharply in her direction, she became very embarrassed and hid behind the lady. She looked out from behind her back and thought that she had said something unnecessary. The Duke looked at her and did not understand why she was behaving so strangely and what she was embarrassed about. The Duke turned his gaze to Louise and asked her to answer honestly. He asked the girl if she had decided to do this herself or if someone had ordered her, to which Louise replied that she had simply done what she had been told. She added that she had no idea about the parak herb, to which the Duke, angry, said that because of this, Urania had lived in darkness for more than a year. In this darkness, she was always alone, and it was just a terrible time. Count Vincent and Alika forced Uranius to take medicine. They said that she should marry Cassius. The Duke remembered the look on Uranius's face when she told him about it. Not long ago, Count Vincent came to threaten Urania, who suddenly decided to play by his rules and realized that the mercenary was most likely hired by the Count. Even if he tore them to pieces alive, it wouldn't be enough. Cassius's teeth clenched in anger. Urania came a little closer to the Duke and asked what he would do. Urania asked in a quiet voice if she could talk to Louise alone, if he didn't mind. The Duke came closer to his wife and said that she could do everything as she saw fit. They were left alone. Urania approached the bed where Louise was lying and asked what it was like when you couldn't do anything, to which Louise said that soon her mother would send someone to look for her, to which Urania replied that she apparently really didn't know how Elika handled a useless thing. Hearing this, Louise's face changed. She was very surprised and did not understand at all what her sister was talking about. Urania only said how poor she was, that she lived in ignorance. Louise stared at the ceiling and said that she was not a thing, but her daughter. Urania looked at her with composure and said that time would tell. And finally, she said that they would still see if Elika would save her or just throw her away. Louise apologized and said that she really didn't know it was poison, to which Urania asked if she knew that parak was a poisonous herb. Louise asked to call a better healer or a strong magician. Out of desperation, she added that even a priest would do. She kept asking her sister to forgive her and help her. Urania said she didn't know if she could trust anyone she would borrow, adding that she knew what medicine to give her. Louise started screaming that she was wrong and asked for medicine. With a smile on her face, Urania said that it was the other way around, that Louise was right. The lady began to leave and told her to lie like this and feel some of her pain. Urania left with a smile on her face, and Louise screamed at her not to leave and to stay with her. The girl didn't care about the words and shouts. She felt much worse than Louise felt now. After a hard day, Urania decided to relax a little and lie in the bath. lost in her thoughts. Lady McLean and Lena continued to behave as usual, although they were already aware of the whole situation. Cassius immediately forgave the lady, so nothing can be done about it. Her thoughts were interrupted by Cassius knocking on the bathroom door and calling her name. Lena, hearing the master's voice, was delighted and told him to come in. Urania was surprised why Lena didn't ask her first, and immediately allowed her to enter. As soon as the Duke entered, he stood behind the screen and called Uranius again. The girl became slightly embarrassed, and her cheeks instantly turned red, and she asked him to take another step. She added that if he made another move towards her, she would throw a rubber duck at him. He said he didn't want to embarrass her, but he was in a bit of a hurry and asked if they could talk here, to which the girl said yes. He thanked her first for being honest with him no matter what. Urania thought at that moment that she had confessed only because it was no longer useless to evade the truth. Even if he knows and understands, he doesn't blame her, but thanks her. Urania thought that this was somehow stupid. The Duke said that now she needed to stop reproaching and blaming herself for everything. Urania, hearing this, thought that she was ashamed even to look at herself. He said he just wanted to close the distance between them so he could accept everything. Urania thought that he was saying this so that she would not feel guilty. Urania even shed tears, thinking that Cassius is truly a wonderful person, even if some call him ruthless. For her, he is a savior and benefactor. She asked him about whether he doesn't need to go to the meeting again. He told her not to think about it. He was not so pathetic as to humiliate her in such a situation. She asked if he was protecting her just because she held the title of Duchess. Cassius remained silent in response, and Urania realized that she had blurted out something stupid. Cassius went behind the screen and took his wife by the hand. He took her hand and, stroking it with his thumb, said that it was not about the title at all. Cassius, looking at her, said that she was Uranius Euclid, his wife first and foremost. With a smile on his face, the Duke said that was why he couldn't let her go. He said that it seemed like he was only being generous to her and asked her to just accept it. Urania said that Count Vincent recently ordered the destruction of a protective artifact in the duchy, to which the Duke said that then he should be judged, and he himself would simply cut his throat. But Uranius would be against this. Looking at him, she clasped her hands and asked him not to do this to him, no matter what. Urania said she wanted them to suffer as she did, long and painfully. The Duke told her to do as she wished until she felt better, but in the end, she should give him a chance to help her, to which Urania agreed. The girl realized that if Cassius ended up finishing them off, it would be the perfect revenge. Urania looked closely at the Duke's face, on which there was a slight smile. She extended her hand to the Duke's face, looking intently into his eyes, which even made Cassius slightly embarrassed, his cheeks turning slightly pink. Cassius even closed his eyes because of how pleasant and comfortable it was to be near her, to feel her touch. Urania asked him not to indulge her so much, because it could become a bad habit. Cassius took her hand and kissed it, saying that everything she did next to him would be appreciated. He opened his eyes and began to stare at the girl, waiting for some kind of reaction. Urania became very embarrassed. Her eyes widened, her cheeks seemed to be burning. The next day, there were some conversations, words about how everyone already knew, but they asked someone to introduce it again. The Duke declared loudly, pointing to Uranius, that this was Duchess Euclid. Two men were looking at her with serious expressions on one side of the table, and on the other side, there were several more men. It wasn't that she didn't understand their reaction. Since they were never seen together in public, everyone must have assumed they were growing apart. A man with gray hair and a beard sat smiling and introduced himself as Roit Dillion. Urania turned to him to get a better look and noticed that same shadow next to him. The girl did not take her eyes off him. She looked intently and did not pay attention to how others also introduced themselves. The men were talking to each other. Roit called his servant over and said something to him. At this time, Urania got up from the table and approached Cassius, addressing him, which surprised Cassius slightly. The girl whispered in his ear to call Mr. Dillion after the meeting, that she wanted to talk to him. Cassius was puzzled as to why she needed to talk to him and what she needed to talk about, and asked what was the matter. She, covering her mouth with her hand so that no one could hear, said that she saw a black shadow on him. Urania added that this means that he is sick with something or will soon become ill. It was clear from her face that she was worried and asked him to bring him to her after the meeting and asked if he could do this for her. Cassius, of course, did not quite understand what she was talking about, but he agreed with her and said that he would do as she asked. The meeting was successful, and Cassius, as promised, brought Mr. Roit. Urania said that thanks to her power, she can detect illnesses or wounds. Mr. Roit was shocked and said that this could not be, to which the lady said that he would definitely believe her when he saw it himself. She handed him an envelope and asked him to take it to the doctor, as he needed medical attention, adding that it seemed he had problems with his back. Mr. Roit said that when he was a child, he was injured and reached for the envelope. Here the Duke intervened, saying that he refused a great favor and asked how long he would force his wife to extend a helping hand to him. Roit took the envelope in his hands and repeated that this simply could not be. The Duke could not stand it any longer and said that he could go now. Roit immediately stood up and agreed with the Duke. Cassius turned to his wife and asked what power she was talking about and where it came from, to which Urania replied that she herself did not quite understand and assumed that it was from Mana. Urania sat and stared at Cassius, and then he said that she always made him thirsty. The girl didn't quite understand what he was talking about, but Cassius just remained silent in response. He said that it was a feeling that was driving him to get her as soon as possible, and looked away. Urania became embarrassed. Her cheeks turned red. She was both pleased to hear this and completely unexpected. She covered her face because she knew how much she was blushing, and she didn't want Cassius to see it. She didn't understand how he could say something like that with a completely calm face. Urania stood on the street, clenching her fists. All she could think about was that it was still 15 minutes to the estate. She turned to Cassius and commented on how wonderful it was here, to which the Duke said that when they went to the capital, she could ask to meet the Archmage. The girl thought that this was the same grandfather who wore the robe, a great magician, one of 3 in the Empire. The Duke, taking Uranius by the hand, said that the Archmage would come as soon as he called him. Urania was surprised and asked that if he could so easily summon him, why hadn't he told her about it before? To which the Duke replied that there was no suitable moment, that he wanted her to tell everything about herself from now on. The girl slightly lowered her head and closed her eyes, as if something was wrong. She approached Cassius and asked if she could use teleportation magic, to which the guy said that if she wanted to learn magic, then he would find the best teacher. A whole list of things he did for her popped into Urania's head, and she realized it was too much. Cassius turned to her and said that when learning magic, the most important thing is to have a good teacher. Urania, with a smile on her face, closing her eyes, feeling a little awkward about the situation, said that she would think about this issue carefully. Cassius only said at the end that she should definitely let him know as soon as she made a decision. They stopped abruptly, and Uranius pulled her hand out of Cassius's and stood forward intently. The girl saw the servants in front of them and thought that they were almost there. She looked at Cassius and didn't understand how they could part like this. Taking his hand again, she thought that she could kiss him on the cheek goodbye, because in any case, the day after tomorrow was their first night. Urania loudly and sharply asked Cassius to wait. He looked at her and asked what happened. Very hesitantly, but she still kissed Cassius. He didn't even know how to react to it. All the servants saw this and were in complete shock. Lena, embarrassed, covered her mouth with her hands. Stepping back, Urania thought about how she only wanted to kiss him on the cheek. She didn't expect him to bow his head like that. She turned away from him awkwardly and thought about how ashamed she was that everyone had seen it. Cassius paused briefly, looking at his wife, and only slowly said her name. Urania decided that the best idea would be to change the subject and said that the servant was about to prepare her some peaches and honey. Cassius realized that she was already too shy and did not say anything more. With a smile on his face, he told her to hurry. Urania immediately ran, and Lena began shouting after her that she shouldn't run so fast. The lady put her hand on her chest, and she felt like her heart was about to jump out. She was overwhelmed with emotion. She stood in the middle of the living room and thought about everything that had just happened. Her cheeks were very red. The next day, the lady slept for a very long time, and someone entered the room and began to shout loudly for her to finally wake up. Urania turned slightly and barely opened her eyes to see who was in the room. In front of her stood Lena, who was shouting loudly that it was high time for her to get up because they had very little time. Lena, with a smile on her face, said that tomorrow was that very day, and even if they started preparing now, there might not be enough time. Urania was already sitting on the bed in bewilderment. She did not understand what kind of preparation Lena was telling her about. The maid sent the mistress for a massage. Urania asked her if it was really necessary, to which Lena said that beauty is beauty, but relaxing the muscles wouldn't hurt. Lena said that the Duke is the best knight in the Empire and will not let go just like that. The lady turned to Lena in bewilderment and saw that she had turned away, covering her face. She apologized for talking about this and added that she was very happy for them. Urania turned away and, staring into space, began to reflect on Lena's words. She felt awkward, her cheeks turned red, and in her head she repeated to herself the words that the Duke would not let her go. In the evening, Urania went to look for Cassius. She went to his room and knocked, but no one answered. Opening the doors, she peered in slightly and called his name, but again she heard nothing in response. She wanted to talk about the medicine, but Cassius was not there. She stood in confusion in his room and tried to understand where he could be. Gale told her that she could meet him when she came here. Urania decided to wait for him in the room, sitting on the bed, but thoughts about where he had gone did not leave her. In this silence, Lena's words from the massage came back to Uranius again. Lena told her that she didn't need to wait until tomorrow, that every night for the newlyweds could become that very night. But then she interrupted her thoughts with a question about why she suddenly remembered these words, just by looking at his bed. She went out onto the balcony and, looking around, she continued to think about where he had gone. She thought that he was at the lake again. Suddenly, a very strong wind blew, and Urania's hair flew around very strongly. Suddenly, someone loudly and affirmatively said her name. Urania turned her head slightly and looked back. It was Cassius who grabbed his wife abruptly. The girl had scared her quite a bit. Urania didn't expect to see him right now and right here. Adjusting his wife's hair and tucking it behind her ear, Cassius said that it was not safe to stand there. Urania, with her head thrown back, looked at him intently and did not understand what he was talking about. The girl said that she was fine, to which the Duke replied that he didn't think so at all. Cassius said he saw her from below, and she looked completely defenseless. The Duke noticed how Urania was dressed and said that her outfit bothered him. The girl looked away and asked what was wrong with it. Slowly and in a quiet voice, the boy said that Uranius looked very embarrassed. She asked him if he didn't like it when someone saw her body. Cassius was surprised to hear a different answer from his wife. She asked him what. Was that really why he came running? The guy said that her body was very fragile. Hearing this, Urania's eyes widened. She felt somehow awkward. Cassius asked her not to stand so close to the railing, but rather to have a maid with her when she went out onto the terrace. Urania began to wonder why he was behaving this way and why he was speaking in such a strange voice. If he just wanted a girl, he wouldn't have to put any effort into it. He could bring anyone, even if it wasn't her. No one would think it was weird. The girl lowered her head and almost whispered his name, and then she wanted to say something, but paused a little. She asked if he liked her. With a smile on his face, the Duke asked if it was a bit late for her to ask such questions. To this, Uranius asked whether it was too late for him to answer, to which Cassius replied that he had said this many times before. He lowered his head slightly and hesitated a little before saying that he loved everything about her very much. Cassius did not raise his head, thinking that this way Urania would not be too embarrassed. Uranius was very pleased to hear this. She pursed her lips. Her cheeks were bright red. She looked intently into his eyes. Cassius took a few steps towards Uranius, and raising his hand to her face, said that she herself had said that he could approach her. Cassius immediately hugged Uranius and did not take his eyes off her. He silently enjoyed this moment and the beauty of his wife. He pulled her close, and Urania said that she had previously thought that this might be a problem since they were just a married couple. Cassius, stepping back slightly, looked at his wife and said that she was simply smart. He asked if he could kiss her. Urania felt somehow uneasy. She just remained silent. Without waiting for an answer, they merged into a passionate kiss. Cassius pressed the girl to himself, as if she was all he needed right now. They went to Cassius's room. He came out of the shower and immediately apologized for being there for so long. Urania said he was in the bathroom longer than she expected and asked if he was always like this, to which Cassius said he needed time to calm down. The girl was surprised by this. She did not understand why he needed to calm down and thought that she did something wrong. Urania patted the bed next to her and told him to lie down with her. Without answering, Cassius lay down on the bed. Urania wondered why he lay down on the very edge, because there was enough space on the bed. A few minutes later, she turned to Cassius and asked if he was asleep, to which he said that of course he was asleep. Urania carefully asked if they should speak more quietly. Cassius said he didn't think anyone would hear them, so there was no need to whisper. Urania didn't take her eyes off him. She thought something was wrong. She slowly and carefully reached for his hand and began to run her index finger over his palm. At that very moment, Cassius opened his eyes and extended his hand further to make it more comfortable for Uranius. Cassius told her that going to bed early was very good for your health, to which Urania said that he was probably right. It was strange, but she couldn't sleep. Maybe it was because she knew Cassius's true feelings, or it was because of the kiss. They took each other's hands, and Cassius squeezed Uranius's hand tightly. Urania felt both awkward and incredibly pleased. She opened her mouth and exhaled slowly and deeply. Cassius turned his head slightly towards her and asked her to stop moving. Urania thought about it and decided to ask Cassius when he realized that he liked her. He thought for a moment and said that this was the first time he had met her since he met her in the hospital. Urania thought about this and remembered that she was 18 years old then. Cassius added that the feelings became stronger the moment she jumped into the lake after him. The guy, looking into her eyes, said that his wife is a woman who drives him crazy. Hearing this, Urania pulled Cassius's hand and her hand to her face. She was pleased to hear this. Urania told him that she had seen him long before the hospital, to which Cassius replied that he had seen her before that too. The girl was surprised by this and asked if this was really not the first time he had seen her in the hospital. Cassius, with a smile on his face, closed his eyes and said that he had no doubt seen her before. Urania said that it was strange, since he had just made it up, to which Cassius said that they had definitely met before. The girl was pleased that they were just chatting about nothing and lay there, closing her eyes in emotion. He was not at all the heartless Cassius she knew. No matter how much had been wrong with him in his past life, he was not such a kind person. No matter how she thought about it, the atmosphere now was very different from what it was before. Urania turned to Cassius again. She just wanted to say something, but Cassius interrupted her, saying that it was time for them to sleep. The girl was slightly outraged by this. She told him to wait, that he would still have time to sleep. She asked him what he would do if she did something so bad that it threatened the existence of the empire, and the whole world said it was her fault. Cassius thought for a moment and said he didn't think she would gain enough of a bad reputation to shake the empire. She said that couldn't happen, so he didn't know how to respond. Urania told him to just imagine and say that, first of all, he would hide her where no one could find her. Urania asked what kind of place that was. Cassius said that only the East Tower, the basement prison for sinners, would be suitable for this, but the top floor was decent, where his mother often visited this place. Urania became worried, because she knew about the Eastern Tower and did not want to go there at all. Cassius said that it was safe, because you cannot enter there without a special magical seal. Cassius said that this seal is usually only possessed by a high-ranking keeper. Urania thought about the fact that she had never heard of a separate guardian and asked who guarded the tower. Cassius said that since it was an internal matter of the estate, she should be under the control of the headmaid and asked why she was even asking about it. Urania immediately understood who they were talking about. It was that same maid, Talia. At that time, the tower's manager was Talia, and she deliberately neglected her duties. Urania decided to ask Cassius how Thalia was doing after all this. Cassius said that she died, along with Jed. On the way there, they were met by robbers. He was told that they died. The girl asked if he was sure, and if there was a mistake, to which Cassius said that he was sure, and asked if she needed details. Urania was very surprised. She didn't expect to hear that. But the girl realized that she didn't want to know the details at all, and asked him to finish what he was saying. She squeezed his hand tighter and asked him to continue, to which Cassius said that he would hide it so that no one could find it, that he would eliminate those who pointed a finger at it. Turning around, Cassius asked if that sounded creepy, to which she said no, that he could be relied upon. Is it possible that in her past life, Cassius was locked in the tower to protect her? If she had known his feelings then, perhaps her death would not have been so lonely and terrible. Being still under the impression for some time, she again asked Cassius if he liked her. Urania was happy after last night, but everything was too confusing. She started coughing up blood again. This happened when she was locked in the tower. The symptoms were the same. Then the blood began to thicken and death occurred. Blood was already flowing from her nose, which Cassius saw and loudly shouted her name. He picked up Uranius and tried to understand what was happening, to which the girl asked where he had gone. He apologized and asked her to keep her head up, but Urania said she wanted him to be there. Holding Uranius and making sure she didn't lower her head, he shouted very loudly for a doctor to be called immediately. Urania said that she really wanted to sleep and could barely keep her eyes open, but Cassius tried to control it and said that she couldn't do that now and shouted for her to open her eyes. The girl began to say that she needed medicine, and Alika Valerian knew the recipe. Cassius didn't understand what she was talking about. Urania said that the Count knew how to prepare the medicine. She tried to continue speaking, but her tongue wouldn't obey her at all. Cassius was in a strong panic. He didn't know what to do. Urania said that near the tower in the mountains, a magical herb grows. The girl could barely hold on. She opened and closed her eyes, periodically saying that she wanted to sleep more and more. Cassius saw Uranius with her eyes closed. He became even more worried. He loudly shouted her name so that she would come to her senses. Here, Uranius's body was already lying covered. She said that she was forced to take the drug because she could not cope with the symptoms. Gale knelt down, saying that he could not understand everything, and asked for forgiveness. He only asked where she was. Cassius came to where Uranius's body lay, and came as close as he could, and looked at her intently. He gently ran his hand over her face and adjusted her hair, only whispering her name. Tears were streaming from his eyes, and he said at the end that now he understood everything. Cassius held her hand, stroking her head with the other hand. He was in complete despair. Everyone was in shock. Lena cried all the time and didn't understand what had happened. Cassius's feelings washed over him as if they were his own. Everything was like this. What happened after she died in her past life? After Uranius's death, Cassius went completely mad and was cold-blooded towards everyone. The Count begged him in tears to spare him, saying that he would do absolutely everything. But Cassius was too angry. After listening to the Count, he mercilessly thrust his sword into him. Afterwards, he simply set fire to the entire estate. He wanted to avenge Uranius. Urania formally observed this and was very worried about Cassius's condition, but she could not do anything about it. She arrived in the Empire, where the Duke's name was being called out loudly, and she watched the action closely. Urania was in the Imperial Palace. The Emperor was sitting on a chair with an angry expression on his face. Cassius stood before him. He had dark circles under his eyes and looked very broken. The Emperor said that they would return to his sins later, adding that soon there would be monsters here. The Emperor told the Duke to take charge and deal with them. Cassius had a sword clutched in his hand. Cassius, without ceasing, wielded his sword, chopped and chopped, waved his weapon as if he was wandering in search of something. He hadn't eaten or slept for a long time, so he was already at his limit. If this continued, Cassius simply wouldn't be able to stand it. Urania found herself in a very strange place, and seeing something in front of her, she opened her mouth in surprise. There was someone standing on the edge of the cliff, someone in a black cape. She tried to understand who it was. Some strange things happened. A huge hand stretched forward, and some symbols appeared under it. The strange monster was heading straight here. Urania understood that the Duke was in great danger. Suddenly, Cassius seemed to lose his strength, and the sword fell from his hand. It fell to the ground with a crash. Urania stood right behind him. She didn't understand what was happening. She watched his actions closely. Cassius apologized to Uranius for not being able to protect her, adding that he realized everything too late. He said that without her, his life had no meaning, and with a smile on his face, he said that he was going straight to her. Hearing this, Urania was even more surprised. She stood rooted to the spot, unable to even move. Urania screamed that he shouldn't do this, that he should return to his world. She begged him, but it was all useless. She begged and screamed that she could not come back after this. If not her, then who would look after him? A huge eye appeared in front of her, which repeated several times that she should return to her time, calling her my child. Urania opened her eyes, lying in bed. There were tears in her eyes. Her hair was disheveled. She lay there and did not understand what was happening at all. Lena approached the bed and asked if she was finally awake, asking how she felt. Urania turned to her and carefully whispered that everything was fine, but she couldn't believe it. Lena said it was a great relief. The magic herb the Duke found must have worked. Urania was surprised and asked again what kind of herb they were talking about, to which Lena said that the Duke had made a deal with the tower, like he had brought Wyvern in exchange for the magic herb. She thought about the fact that they were talking about that monster, and she asked excitedly where the Duke was now. Lena said that he had recently gone to the lake. Hearing this, Urania immediately jumped out of bed and ran to the door. She stopped abruptly and realized that her clothes were not at all suitable for going outside right now. Urania grabbed her head and sat down on the floor. Lena immediately ran up. She thought that she was feeling ill again. The lady loudly asked her to give her something to put on because she was in a hurry. She had no face, and with her eyes barely open, she whispered that she urgently had to see him. Lena gave the clothes to Urania, and as soon as they were ready, Urania immediately ran out and ran to the lake. She ran and kept shouting his name, and now she was very close to the lake. Cassius heard and turned his head towards her. Cassius asked how she found him. He added that the water was cold and asked her not to come near. Before he could finish speaking, Urania rushed towards him and began to hug him tightly. Cassius did not expect this at all. He stood there, his eyes wide open, and didn't even know how to behave. He didn't understand what had happened. Urania hugged him tightly, and tears began to flow from her eyes. Cassius pulled back slightly and raised his head, looking into her eyes, and said that her tears would drive him crazy. He asked her who dared to upset her so. Urania looked at him and thought only about the fact that he said this with such concern in his voice, that hearing this, she immediately calmed down. Urania pressed herself against his hand and understood that every moment with him brought her peace and a sense of life. Holding her face, he did not take his eyes off her. Looking into her eyes, he said how beautiful she was. Urania decided not to waste time. With a smile on her face and tears in her eyes, but already in complete calm, she said that she also liked Cassius. Hearing this, Cassius seemed to be dumbfounded. He became stupefied, could not move, and his eyes were wide open in surprise. In his mind, there appeared the moment when he stood before Urania on his knee and said that if she could not be his, then he would be hers. He couldn't take his eyes off his wife and kept going over the words that Urania had just said to him. Cassius asked if she was serious now. Urania just smiled and continued to look at him. She said that she promised him, and they merged into a passionate kiss, Urania clasping her arms around his neck, and Cassius pressing her tightly to himself. They decided not to return to the estate, but to go to the same hut they had been in last time. Once inside, Cassius approached Uranius and offered to take off her clothes. Urania felt very awkward and even a little uneasy, and she said that she could do it herself. Cassius said he felt like she was going to collapse from exhaustion, trying to take it off, adding that she had recently passed out. Urania said, then it would be better to take it off from the back first. She felt very awkward, but she decided to accept this help. They could have gone straight home, but they didn't. Instead, they came to the hut where they had been last time. Urania said she wanted to go because she wanted to be alone with Cassius. She didn't think the atmosphere would be like this, that it would really happen today. But Urania is not at all ready. Urania was wearing a purple sleep dress and taking off her cape. She said that this was his color today. Cassius looked at her from behind and did not understand what she was talking about. He asked again what color it was, to which Urania said that it was dark purple. She dressed in a hurry, but still put on this beautiful purple dress. She bought it for their wedding night, turning to him with a smile on her face. She asked him how he liked it and if he liked it. Cassius simply remained silent in response, which made the girl think that he didn't like it, after which he quietly said her name. Cassius held the blanket out to her and told her to take off her clothes and put the blanket on top of herself. Urania looked at Cassius, who was turned away from her, and looked at the blanket, and did not understand why she had to do this. She turned away from him and began to take off her dress and asked him not to look. Cassius said that if he looked at her without permission, she could gouge out his eyes, or he could do it himself. They lit the fireplace, and the hut quickly filled with warmth and a pleasant atmosphere. Urania said, barely audibly, that she had already undressed, and Cassius turned his head slightly to the side. He saw that the girl was covered with a blanket and picked her up in his arms. Urania was embarrassed and said that she could walk on her own. He sat her down on the bed and said that he promised that he wouldn't leave her, and so he doesn't, because she herself allowed him to do this. Urania sat without looking up at Cassius. She was touched by this. She was very pleased. Cassius looked at her and said that he had given her entirely into his hands. Cassius leaned over and took Uranius by the leg, beginning to kiss it tenderly, holding the leg firmly with both hands. Urania watched Cassius closely and did not understand why he was behaving this way, and wondered if he could regain the memories of his past life. She asked him if he believed it was possible to turn back time or go back to the past, to which Cassius said he didn't think so, and asked why she was asking that. Urania realized that it seemed like he didn't know anything, and it was even somehow sad. Although, to be honest, Urania didn't know whether it was for the better or not. If Cassius remembered everything, it would be very painful for him. Cassius spoke of what he thought would have happened if they had met a little earlier, and if that had been the case, he would have begged her to accept him sooner. Urania was touched by this and sat with a smile on her face, looking straight into his eyes. Cassius slowly extended his hand to Uranius. She suggested that they sleep together tonight so that he wouldn't lie on the floor alone. Cassius, with a smile on his face, stood up and said that this test simply had no end. In the morning, Urania got out of bed. She thought that the night had gone quite well. She turned to Cassius and saw that he had not yet woken up. Urania looked at him with a smile on her face, and for the first time she saw him sleeping and was touched by it. The girl sat on the edge of the bed and, thinking about something, she became very thirsty. Getting out of bed, she noticed that Cassius had hung up her clothes, but her attention was immediately drawn to one thing. It was Urania's underwear. She was very embarrassed and did not understand why it was hanging there. The girl felt awkward. She glanced at Cassius and back at the underwear. Urania reached for the rope on which the clothes were hanging and wanted to take them off quickly before her husband woke up. She was not tall, and somehow she managed to reach the underwear, and she was so happy that she almost shouted out loud about it. But Cassius had already woken up, and looking at Uranius, he said that she was jumping like a rabbit. Urania was very scared. She did not expect Cassius to wake up so quickly and jerked sharply. Due to her sudden movement, the blanket she was covering herself with flew off, and Cassius stared at her body. He lowered his head and apologized for scaring her, but he couldn't help but look at her again. Urania, covering herself with her hands, began to shout that he had really been peeping, since he had said that he would not dare to do so. She started screaming throughout the hut that Cassius was a liar, and that he had said he wouldn't watch, and it could be heard over a long distance. Urania carefully picked up the blanket from the floor. Cassius said that he would gouge out his eyes. As he had promised, Urania was, of course, outraged and asked if he was serious, to which Cassius said, of course, because he had promised, to which Urania said that he should not do this, because she did not want him to suffer. Cassius said that he wouldn't do it only if she stopped being angry, to which she told him to just forget what he had just seen. Cassius, wide-eyed, said that it would be quite difficult to do, and Urania did not understand why he was so stubborn. The guy said that then he would rather close his eyes, and Urania thought that this would be much better than gouging them out. After that, they got dressed and went to the estate. As soon as they entered, the servants immediately asked if she was hungry. Uranius placed her hand on Cassius's chest. She said that she would eat right now and turned to him. Urania turned to the Duke and said that he would probably be busy now. Marquis Roit and Ren stood in front of them. Cassius thought about how he had just arrived, and they had already come to talk about work. He stood there thinking about how they dared to ruin his time with Urania. Urania looked at Cassius with a smile and told him to go, to which Cassius said that he would take her to the room, but the girl said that there was no need to do that. Seeing Cassius's slightly upset face, she said that she would go with Ophelia. Cassius was surprised and wondered if she really wanted to say that a servant would help her instead of him. He wondered if this was how his wife felt when her child was taken away by a concubine. Ren approached the Duke with the fact that there was a very urgent matter, to which the Duke said that he couldn't decide anything without him. Cassius turned and asked if he shouldn't take care of everything when he wasn't around. Ren is surprised by this answer, because Cassius has never answered like this before. Ren shouted out, asking how he could handle this, and they went to the Duke's office. Cassius asked the Marquis what brought him to the Amon estate, to which he replied that the fact was that he really wanted to meet the Duchess, which is why he came. Cassius folded his arms across his chest in displeasure and asked if he was talking about his wife. He asked with some displeasure why not with him, and the Marquis became slightly nervous. Beads of sweat ran down his cheeks, and he said that he wanted to see the Duchess. The Marquis coughed slightly, and closing his eyes, said that he would simply like to thank the Duchess. He said it was just as she said. Toxins were found in his vertebrae. The Marquis said that he is currently undergoing treatment, and when he finishes it, it seems like his hair will return. Cassius asked what? Was it really not an old man's bald spot? Then the Marquis shouted that the Duke was very cruel, to which Cassius closed his eyes and said that in that case, he should not neglect himself and rest, adding that he would thank his wife for him. The Marquis agreed with a smile on his face and said that he also had something for the Duchess. He brushed away the fabric, and large, beautiful roses appeared, made of pure gold. Cassius didn't like it. He said it didn't even sound right. He asked to take them away because the Duchess hated roses, although in fact, this is not true. The Marquis was a little upset because he really wanted to thank the Duchess sincerely. The Marquis noticed that Cassius was sitting with his eyes closed all the time and turned to him. He asked if everything was okay with him and asked why his eyes were closed. Hearing this question, Cassius thought that he had been lulled by something beautiful, imagining Villainess before him. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a little boy with beautiful pink hair appeared and shouted the word, "Sister." Urania was in the dining room, and when she saw this boy, she was very surprised and wondered who it was. The boy, without waiting for any answer, threw himself into the arms of the lady. The boy raised his head and said that his name was Ruan. He began to smile. His cheeks turned pink. He asked what the lady's name was. Urania put her hands on his shoulders and also introduced herself and asked where he came from, to which Ruan said that he was a very distant relative of Cassius's brother and asked if she had also come to eat and suggested that they eat together. The girl thought about the fact that she didn't even know that Cassius had such young relatives and agreed to Ruan's proposal. Urania asked who he came with and where his parents were, as they had just brought them food. Ruan was just bringing his fork to his side when he said that he was an orphan and had been abandoned when he was 5 years old. Urania felt awkward and apologized to the boy, to which he said that everything was fine because he was already used to being alone. Urania looked at his face and thought that even if he said so, his face looked rather unhappy. Urania leaned over to wipe his mouth and asked if no one was looking after him, to which he replied that he lived in a place that looked like an orphanage. The girl carefully wiped his cheek with her finger and asked again about the shelter. She was very surprised by this and wondered why Cassius didn't help him then. Cassius suddenly appeared and, turning to Villainess, asked her to close her eyes for a moment, adding that he needed to get rid of something. Urania was perplexed. She did not understand what this was for and asked what it meant. Cassius himself approached Villainess and covered her eyes with his hand and turned to Ruan Karenis. He asked who allowed him to meet with the Duchess. The boy giggled with a smile on his face and asked who told him to guard her then. Cassius continued to close Uranius's eyes and said that this could only be done during the permitted time. Cassius said that this was his last warning and asked him to get out of the dining room, at which point the girl loudly called out Cassius's name. When Urania opened her mouth, the Duke's finger accidentally fell right into her mouth, and she pressed it lightly with her teeth. Cassius immediately removed his hand, to which Urania said that she had told him to let go, because he was still a child and he was his relative. The Duke said that he was not a child at all, and that they did not have a drop of blood. He said that one should not believe the beautiful wrapper, that inside it was a rotten person. She didn't understand why Cassius was so aggressive and suggested that they eat together. She looked at him and asked if he was hungry, to which Cassius closed his eyes in displeasure and exhaled heavily. The guy didn't argue and sat down at their table. He asked her to open her mouth, to which Urania said that she could eat herself. He sat her on his lap and said that she had a narrow mouth and asked her to open it wider. Urania thought that they were having some kind of ambiguous conversation and did not understand why she was sitting on his lap. She wondered why he was doing all this, and what about her status as a duchess. Urania said that she thought that Ruan was guarding her and asked for an explanation. A boy intervened in the conversation and said that it was true, that he would guard her. Urania looked at him in bewilderment and apologized, saying that she shouldn't have done that. Ruan interrupted her and apologized, saying that she should have explained everything from the beginning, and extended his hand forward, asking if she knew what it was. He said with some displeasure that this was the mark of a slave of the Euclid family, and that this was precisely why he had been brought here. The girl looked at Cassius in bewilderment and asked what kind of slave mark this was, to which the Duke replied that it meant that he was literally tied up. Urania asked why he treated him so terribly, since he was still little, to which Cassius said that this brat was actually an archmage. Ruin told her not to believe him, that he was dragged here by force, because this mad duke brought a wyvern and threatened him. Urania thought about Cassius's words about this boy actually being an archmage and wondered what his name was. She looked at him and thought that it simply couldn't be that this boy was an archmage. At that moment, due to the intense gaze of Mrs. Ruin, he thought that he had been found out. She shouted that he was the youngest archmage, to which he giggled and said that his fame prevented him from playing pranks on people. Urania looked at Cassius in confusion and asked what the hell was going on. After all this, Urania went to her room to rest a little, but Gale entered the room and said that she had received a letter. The letter was from Sade, in which he wrote that Elika would soon arrive in the capital. After Louise disappeared, it was only natural that her mother, the vile Fury, would want to find out everything and rush to them. Urania said that she urgently needed to go to the Potiara, to which Gale, perplexed, said that she had not yet recovered. The lady said that the matter was very urgent and asked to prepare everything so that they could leave in the morning. Gal understood that he could not contradict his mistress and said that he would do as she ordered. As soon as Gale left the room, she wondered what Elika would do when she saw the injured Louise. Her thoughts were interrupted by the fact that out of the corner of her eye, she saw something flickering in the window. It was Rouen. She immediately opened the window and asked in surprise how he knew where her room was, to which Ruin replied that it was all with the help of magic. She closed her eyes in displeasure and asked him to stop calling her sister, to which he said that she used to be quite nice. In fact, this is the owner of the magic tower, Ruan Karenis, and he is 19 years old. O put his hands behind his head and said that he heard the Duke telling someone that she could see the disease with magic. He asked if he could take a look, because it was quite an interesting topic. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked if he really wanted to study her. Ruin flexed his fingers and said that it wasn't exactly like that. He would just extract a little magic. He said that she didn't have to worry, that it wouldn't affect her in any way, and Urania reluctantly agreed. The girl said she had one request, saying that she wanted to fly too. At that moment, in the office, Ren clutched his head and asked if the Duke really wasn't going to the Potiar. He asked what the Duke intended to do after ignoring His Majesty's call, but Cassius was only concerned about the noise in the street. Cassius walked to the window, thinking that she should be in her room resting, and didn't understand why she was with Ruin then. He closed his eyes and said that he had no idea that she liked heights, otherwise he would have become a magician. He turned back to the room with displeasure, and Gal entered the room, saying that he needed to say something. Cassius asked what was the matter, to which Gal replied that it concerned the lady. Gale said that the Duchess told him that she was going to the capital and warned him that he had finished the preparations. Hearing this, Ren's expression changed. He did not understand why she was going to the capital, but Gal said that they were leaving tomorrow morning. Ren cried out that if this was so, then the Duke should ride out together, that he should meet His Majesty. Cassius closed his eyes, and the only thing that was going through his head was that they would be together with Urania. Cassius walked up to Ren and pretended to be completely dissatisfied with this, and, exhaling loudly, agreed with him. In front of them, outside the window, Urania was flying with Ren, who was holding her hands. The girl even screamed with admiration. Ren and Gal noticed this, and they turned to the Duke and said that the lady and the owner of the magic tower were on the street. The Duke said that he knew this. Gale looked at Ren and asked if they were holding hands. Cassius, hearing this, turned sharply to the window and snapped his fingers. Suddenly, Ren was hanging right on the windowsill of the open window of the Duke's office. He shouted that the Duke was completely crazy and asked in bewilderment how he could have called him here. Cassius carefully picked up Uranius in his arms, saying that they were holding hands and that he was jealous. The girl said that he was just helping because she couldn't keep her balance and asked him to let Ruin go, to which Cassius said that he couldn't be far from the magician now, otherwise his life would be in danger, because they had to keep a certain distance during the entire punishment. Uranius had no idea what was going on, but Cassius, closing his eyes and burying his face in Uranius's chest, told her to just be patient for 3 months. The girl was very surprised and asked if this meant that he had to be with Ruin for all 3 months. That same night, the girl went to the Duke's office and carefully opened the door and looked into the room. When she entered, she saw Cassius lying on a small sofa with only his legs hanging down. She approached carefully and kept thinking about how he said he wouldn't come, even if she waited, because he had a lot of work. And now she saw him sleeping. Urania wanted to make sure he was asleep and gently extended her finger to his face. But suddenly, he opened his eyes. With a smile on her face and awkwardness, she said that he scared her and asked why he pretended to be asleep. Urania became embarrassed, turned her head away, and said that now she could see his eyes. Cassius sat the girl on his lap, and she asked him not to close his eyes anymore, because they were very beautiful. Uranius asked him why he slept here and not in the bedroom, to which Cassius silently kissed her hand. And moving away, he said that he couldn't stand it, so he was calming himself down here. Looking away, she asked whether it was necessary to be patient, since happiness could not be delayed. Cassius repeated the phrase about happiness not being delayed and began to look intently into her eyes. They were very close to each other, and the girl whispered to him that he shouldn't hold back. Cassius picked her up and said that she had not yet recovered and sent her to bed, saying that he would take her to the bedroom. Urania was upset by this answer and asked if he was really going to make her unhappy again. She said that, as miserable as he had been on their first night, Cassius thought about his wife's words. Turning her towards him and sitting her on the table, Urania understood that he was worried about her, but she wanted to see once again that he wanted her. Cassius, looking into her eyes, said that he could not stop now, and instead of a stop word, she could bite him or hit him. They merged into a passionate kiss, Cassius leaning on the table with one hand and Urania hugging him with both arms. Their kiss was no longer as short as all the previous times. It was filled with a frantic desire for each other. Cassius slowly began to kiss her neck, and at that moment asked if she had met anyone when she walked here like that. The girl said that she met the guard at the door, and from the surge of emotions and how pleased she was, she even began to moan slightly. Cassius laid her on the table and lightly hit the table with his fist. Urania only thought that she was slightly embarrassed and did not understand how he could be so calm. She looked at his face, carefully examining every element of it, and enjoyed his heavy breathing. Uranius understood that now she saw the real Cassius, that this look was really his, and they kissed again. In the morning, Cassius clutched his head and thought to himself that it was simply madness to know his wife from such a side when she was not fully recovered. He wondered if she was awake yet, because it was almost noon. Cassius came to the bed where Urania was sleeping and whispered that she would do well to take her medicine and sleep. He gently touched her shoulder and turned her towards him, but Urania did not react to this at all. Cassius was very scared because Uranius was unconscious. He shouted her name. He asked her to open her eyes, but she did not react in any way. He laid her back on the bed and went after Ruin. When he came into the room, he said that the magic had spread a lot. Ruan said that the magic in it was unstable, like an active volcano, and it was unknown when the eruption would begin. He said it was amazing, not understanding how she was still holding up in that state. Her body was out of order, like a broken vessel, patched up with magic. He said there must be a reason why her body became like that. Cassius thought about Ruin's words and realized that it was all because of the Peric herb. His fists slowly clenched. He realized that after years of taking a medicine similar to poison, her body simply broke down. He asked if there was a way to cure her. Ruin thought for a second and said that it was necessary to release magic regularly, otherwise a mana explosion would occur, and her body would be in danger. Cassius said that was nonsense, that it wouldn't cure her, to which Ruin said that all he could do now was call a doctor to cut off the flow of mana. He said that he would try to do something first, and could absorb some of the mana by bringing his hand to her face. Urania suddenly opened her eyes and asked why he was here, turning to Ruan. He said that her husband was too impatient, and wasn't she tired of him being like that? Urania didn't understand what he was talking about, and asked what husband. He said that he would go and that she should call him when things improved. As he was leaving, Ruan noticed how much the Duke was worried about his wife, and was even a little worried himself. Cassius sat down on a chair next to the bed and asked if she was okay, to which Uranius asked if she had fainted again. Cassius said she just wouldn't wake up, and that's why he called the family doctor. The Duke approached the bed, and Urania, turning her head away, said that she was probably just very tired. The lady turned to Lena with a request to bring her some water. Cassius wondered if she had just ignored him. He sat back down on the chair next to the bed and thought about how strange it was. He even felt upset. Urania turned away from him, and he thought that Urania seemed to be avoiding him, but he tried to avoid these thoughts. The girl, turning away, thought about the phrases that Cassius had told her that night, about how he had felt as if she had swallowed him up, that this really was their first night. She thought that she had gone crazy, and now, no matter what she heard, only yesterday's events came to mind. There was a knock on the door of the room, and the Duke told them to come in, and Dr. Phoebe entered the room. Urania sat up from her bed and asked if she had any business there, to which Phoebe replied that she had been at the manor since she fainted. Uranius looked at Cassius and thought that it was he who had called Dr. Phoebe from the capital. The girl said that if she had known that she was here, she would have met her in advance and greeted her. Phoebe said that she should be the one greeting and asked how her body was, to which Urania said that she only felt a little tired and her body did not hurt much. Uranius thanked Phoebe for coming so late, to which Phoebe said that she should examine her. After examining Urania, Phoebe asked if it was possible that the lady was overtired or had gone into shock, to which Cassius replied that she was overtired and possibly in shock. Phoebe thought about his words and asked what had happened to her. Cassius, looking down, realized that Urania would not answer this question and said that she was fulfilling her marital duty. Lena was also in the room, and after the Duke's words, a deathly silence fell in the room. Urania was very ashamed. She even closed her eyes out of shame. She didn't want to see or hear anything. Phoebe apologized and said that he should keep an eye on his wife for a while. Listening to this, Urania felt even worse. She thought only about wanting to hide, even in a mouse hole. Phoebe said that because she was weak, she might experience mild symptoms of illness, such as low blood pressure and dizziness. Here, Cassius said that the master of the magic tower said that it would be better to release magic regularly. Phoebe thought about the fact that this was the first time she heard about this. She asked if she could meet the owner of the magic tower in person. Cassius, approaching the door, said that he would prepare a place for their meeting. Urania watched everything carefully, and then they left, leaving her alone with her thoughts. The girl simply fell onto the bed and realized that she almost died of shame. She felt so embarrassed that it was even hard to describe in words. Lena entered the room, and when she saw the girl's face, she asked if she should call the doctor again, to which she said no. There was no need. Urania buried her face in the pillow and thought about Cassius, and realized that she simply could not see him. She didn't understand why she was like that, and concluded that she must really be a pervert. Urania turned to Lena and said that if Alika came to the townhouse, she should tell her to come back, and if she asked where Louise was, she should say that she didn't know. Urania couldn't let the two of them meet without her. She had to see Elika's face with her own eyes when she found Louise with paralyzed limbs. Lena began to leave the room, and turning to the lady, she asked her not to get sick anymore, to which Urania responded questioningly. With tears in her eyes and her head down, Lena said that she didn't know that the medicine she took was bad and asked for forgiveness. After she learned the whole truth in the townhouse, she thought that Lena would leave without a word, but she still continued to take care of her. Out of embarrassment, Urania began to clutch the blanket and said that it wasn't her fault, asking why she was apologizing. Lena began to cry even more and shouted that the lady's concern was her concern too. To tell the truth, she didn't trust Lena completely all this time, but she was such a devoted maid, as if she was shielding her from flying snowballs. Urania looked at Lena and asked why she was crying, calling her very sensitive, wiping away the tears from her eyes. She thought that she was just a talkative maid, but Lena trusted her without expecting anything in return. In her past life, Lena was the only one who came to her tower. Urania looked at her with a smile on her face, and with the knowledge that she would not betray her even if she told everything. Lena asked for forgiveness. She said that she was surprised that she suddenly started crying. Urania noticed that she had already come to her senses, and she really liked this cheerfulness. Lena asked if maybe they could start with the sheets in order to change the bed linen. Urania sat there, concentrating hard, with her arms outstretched, and just shouted the word, "Come on." There was a glass in front of her, half filled with water, and she stared at it. Ruan was also sitting at the table and watching her carefully, And suddenly, Urania shouted out why she couldn't do anything. Ruan said thoughtfully, because she doesn't have that image in her head. With her eyes closed, Urania said that she was imagining it all, to which he replied that he really couldn't understand, since 2 hours had already passed. The girl said that she was not the kind of person who could do everything right the first time, and continued to look at the glass. Ruan asked her about how she was probably about 3 years old when she first showed magical abilities. Urania was focused on her own, and without answering the question, she only shouted out whether he had seen. Ruan said that he calls her little sister. So why does she call him by his name then? Urania asked if he really liked being called the master of the magic tower, to which Ruan replied that, if you think about it, she was the only one who addressed him that way. She did not stop losing hope, and continued. And suddenly the water turned bright red, and splashes appeared. Urania suddenly screamed out if he had seen it this time, to which Ruan said it was worth seeing. Urania took the glass in her hands with joy, and Ruan said that if she wanted to live, she needed to continue in the same spirit. Ruan folded his arms across his chest and asked her if she realized who had made it all possible, to which Urania replied that, of course, it was all thanks to him. Suddenly, Lena ran into the room and started shouting that a message had arrived from the townhouse that Elika Valerian had arrived. The girl put the glass on the table and said that she needed to go and asked to prepare everything. She told Ruan that he should collect what he would need. It was unknown how long they would stay there. Urania was in a great hurry and didn't even notice Cassius. He stopped and called her. He stood next to the horse and asked if she was leaving. She thought that if she thought about it, she heard that he was going to patrol the territory. Urania, despite his side, said that she had business in the porteria. Cassius began to approach the girl and said that she had not even told him anything about this, to which Urania said that she was going to convey it through the servants. Cassius, with his head down, said in a quiet voice that he would not let her escape. He walked up to her and picked her up in his arms, looking into her eyes. He said that he was at his limit. Their faces were very close to each other again, and Urania blushed, because she was very embarrassed. She noticed Cassius Ruin behind her, who was already standing near the carriage. He asked if they were having fun. Ruan said that they were cabbages. Hearing this, Urania felt even more awkward. Cassius looked at Ruan, noticed that only one carriage was prepared, and asked Uranius about this. Urania thought for a moment and said that there were 3 of them going, so it would be enough for them, but she thought that if Cassius joined, she would be glad. But she understood that then Ruan would have been mocking her throughout the entire trip. Cassius would have been conditionally killing Ruan with his gaze, and Lena would have been in the midst of her thoughts. And then she suggested that he go horseback riding, to which Cassius asked if she could. The girl said that it was her first time. She said that since he was with her, he could back her up and smiled broadly. He immediately picked up on Urania's idea and said that there was no need to be nervous. They mounted the horse, and he told her to lean back to make herself more comfortable. As they were leaning against each other, she felt Cassius's warmth and was very excited. Urania admired absolutely everything she saw in front of her, and the freshness she felt. The smile never left her face, and at one point she asked if it could be done faster. Cassius asked with a smile on his face if she also wanted to run away from him. He said he didn't know she wanted to run away after he came back, and Urania thought about how he realized she was running away. She thought he couldn't possibly have guessed it, but she noticed how tightly he was clenching his hands. Urania didn't understand how she could admit that that night kept popping up in her head, so she decided not to show it and said that he seemed out of sorts today. The girl closed her eyes and quietly told them to go faster, to which Cassius said that he would do as she ordered. They didn't speak all the way to the townhouse and were met by a servant upon arrival. He said he thought the lady should come in right now, since Countess Elika had arrived. Uranius looked at Cassius and thanked him for coming with her, and said that she would be leaving now. Uranius began to leave when Cassius turned around and called her. The girl stopped, and turning to Cassius, who had come closer, he asked, upset, whether she was like this because of that day. Urania pretended not to hear and thought that it simply couldn't be that he was talking about that day. Cassius told her to tell him what upset her, and he would fix it, but not to avoid him. He said he wanted to rid her of bad thoughts. Urania became embarrassed and said that they would talk about it in private, and said that she had one request. She asked him not to interfere today, adding that she would deal with Elika Valerian herself. Cassius said that if that was what she wanted, He would try his best, but he couldn't stand it if she was hurt. Elika Valerian cared deeply about what people thought, and her passion was elegance and aristocracy, so she taught Louise manners. He asked if that was all that was required of him, to which Urania, smiling, said that it would help her a lot. Cassius paused for a moment, thoughtfully saying that he would do as she wished. He lowered his head, and Urania asked if he would do this because he loved her. Cassius raised his head and looked intently at Uranius. Before his eyes stood Urania. She seemed to be shining with happiness. She did not take her eyes off him. Cassius smiled too, and said that he couldn't live this life without her. Elika was already sitting on the terrace of the house, saying that the hospitality in the Duke's townhouse was simply terrible. She said that they had hired a maid who couldn't even make tea properly, and the servants hung their heads, asked for forgiveness, and said that they would bring her a new one. Elika indignantly asked when her daughter Urania would finally arrive. The servant said that she had informed them that she had arrived, so she would appear soon and asked them to wait. Elika screamed, "How much longer can she hear this? Hearing this?" Urania stopped. The mistress approached the servant and asked if they were very tired, since they had worked quite hard. Approaching the table where Elika was sitting, she heard from her that first it was necessary to say hello. Urania, looking at her, only asked why she had come and not reported it. Elika said that she heard from the Count that she had refused the medicine, but she didn't really think that she had become so evil. The lady said that her politeness depends on the person she is talking to, and smiled. Elika said that she had really grown up. It seemed as if only yesterday she was locked in the attic and begging for help, to which Urania said that she had also aged a lot. Urania said that when they forced her to drink the potion made from the peric herb, she did not have wrinkles. Elika was very angry about this. She said that Urania had become very impudent and asked if she thought she could get away with disobeying them. Urania said that there are so many people in her life who can stand up to Duchess Euclid. Elika asked if she had gone to that shameful evening using her influence. Urania said that it seemed that she was free enough to have time to take an interest in other people's lives. Elika responded by saying that she was hanging around in social circles and rumors had already spread. Elika laughed, saying that she probably hadn't heard about it because she wasn't interested in social life and simply didn't hear such news. Urania wondered what the rumors about the Duchess's desperate pursuit of her womanizing husband could not tell. The girl asked if she had really come here to gossip, to which Elika angrily said that Urania was just a blockhead and asked if the rumors had reached the Duke. To this, Urania merely asked if she thought the Duke would believe them. Elika became very angry and said that she seemed to have forgotten who she could be in this place for. Hearing this, Urania only smiled and said that it was definitely not all thanks to them. Elika stood up from the table and slapped it, saying that she raised her despite the fact that they were not related by blood, and she dared to betray her. Urania also became angry, clenching her fist and saying that it was all shameless, asking if she had any feeling left for how she had treated her in order to make her a duchess. Looking at her intently, she said that, however, if it had been, she would not have dared to come here so brazenly. Elika said that she was giving her another chance, and that this was the last time she would see her arrogance, asking her to be grateful for it. Hearing this, Urania thought about the fact that not long ago she had sent a hired killer for her soul, and now she was luring her to her own side. Elika said with a smile on her face that she was still so young, and there was no single way to get benefits. Urania did not understand what she had in mind, and said that her legs hurt a lot. Hearing this, the servant immediately went to get a chair, similar to a wheelchair. As soon as she sat down, she felt some relief, but her legs did not stop hurting. Seeing all this, Elika said how precious the Duchess was to them. Urania, holding a cup in her hand, heard Elika ask why she wanted a divorce, and this surprised her a little. Urania remained completely calm and asked about the fact that they did not want to maintain contact. The maid said that the tea was very hot and asked the mistress to be careful. This angered Elika, and she asked if the maid could really interfere in the conversation like that, to which the servant replied that she was asking for forgiveness and would resign. Elika immediately said that therefore she could not do anything properly. The servant was just about to leave when Urania said that she had nothing at all to apologize for. She turned her head towards her and asked her if she was not more valuable than Countess Valerian. Bridget turned to the lady in bewilderment, and Urania said that she was in no way inferior in pedigree to Countess Valerian. born a commoner, the youngest daughter of Baron Jerome. Eurenius's words made Elika very angry, and she said that she didn't watch her language at all, but she should have. I don't look up at the Countess. She said that it was she who treated her maid with disrespect. Alika asked again why Urania decided to get a divorce. She wanted to say something, but immediately interrupted herself. She screamed very loudly when the mistress poured the contents of the cup right on her. Alika, all wet, started screaming, asking what she was allowing herself to do and why she was doing it. The lady turned to Bridget and said that the Countess was already leaving and asked her to help her with the preparations. As she was leaving, Urania looked at her and told her to watch what she said. The lady had already recovered sufficiently when she suddenly heard the name Louise from the Countess. She asked loudly where her daughter Louise was, and then Urania stopped. Urania, with a smile on her face and without turning her head, asked why she was looking for her here. She left thinking that she really thought that she would meekly show her and realized that she would greatly regret sending her here. Urania entered the house and was met by the Duke, who asked how the conversation went. The girl didn't tell him anything in detail. She just said that everything was fine and asked if he was leaving. Cassius said he was heading to the abandoned fortress and asked if she wanted to join him if she was okay. He said that the weather was very nice, and if she went to see the fortress, it would lift her spirits. Cassius added that there were also many sweets there, and Urania, hearing this, immediately said that she had gone to prepare for departure. Cassius told her not to hurry, that he would wait as long as necessary. They got into the carriage and went to the abandoned fortress. The girl looked out the window the whole way and examined everything they passed. Cassius liked Eurenius's interest in small things and watched her closely. A smile appeared on his face. He was just thinking that it was very good that they went together. As soon as they arrived, Cassius immediately got out of the carriage and extended his hand to Eurenius, who very carefully stepped down from it. Cassius told her to have fun, and once he was done with his business, he asked her to discuss what they hadn't been able to talk about. He touched her face, and Eurenius said that it was true that Cassius's misunderstanding needed to be cleared up. Ren, who was standing behind the Duke, said that he should hurry. Cassius turned around and said menacingly that he already knew and asked her to get out of his sight. Cassius looked at Eurenius and said that he would go, to which Eurenius asked him to be sure to come back and thought that it seemed like he was in a hurry. She hoped that she had not delayed him too much. Urania looked at Lena and said that they should go too. Walking down the street, they admired everything they saw, and Lena, without any embarrassment, even admired it out loud. Lena exclaimed that she noticed that the garden seemed to be looked after even in winter. They walked past a terrace where some girls were sitting and talking about something. Urania thought that the ladies drinking tea in such a place were definitely from high society, and it would be tiresome if she ran into them, and decided that they should go back. One of the girls asked who they were, saying that she was seeing them for the first time. Urania, hearing this, turned her head, remained silent, and giggled very awkwardly. The girl asked for forgiveness, saying that the flowers were so beautiful that she had come here without noticing it. She added that she would go so as not to waste their precious time. One of the girls looked at Eurenius and asked if she was by any chance Duchess Euclid. The second girl said that it was definitely her. The girl said that it was necessary to meet the main character of all rumors in such a place. Urania, hearing this, became even more embarrassed and said that she would go already. The girl said that she shouldn't do that and asked if she would like to drink some tea. Urania thanked them for the invitation with a smile on her face, but said that she had things to do. The girl covered her mouth with her hand and said that she looked very embarrassed, adding that apparently she was not used to communication. With a smile on her face, Urania thought that this was just a pathetic provocation. She thought that she would still see if they would listen to her, saying that since they insisted so much, she could not refuse, and perhaps she would drink a cup of tea. Turning back, she saw her knights and asked if they minded the tense atmosphere. The girl said that although this was an abandoned fortress where His Highness was, she was too worried about safety. Another girl said they should be understanding, adding that the lady had an obsessive fear. Another girl said that the Duke was constantly monitoring his surroundings, and it would be stranger if she were not worried. Urania coughed slightly, making it clear that she was still sitting there and hearing all of this. The lady said that first of all, she would like to get to know them, saying that it seemed that they all knew her, but she knew nothing about them. There was a wide smile on her face, and she certainly understood that she was not very comfortable being here, but the provocations played their role. Urania realized that she didn't know their names. In a society where reputation was everything, could there be a greater insult than that? The girl said that her character was different from the rumors. Urania thought that, judging by her purple hair, she was Linda Miss Daisy. Urania thought that she must be the one in charge here, and looking at her, she asked if she could know her name. Daisy's face showed that she was outraged. She introduced herself and said that she still went by her father's last name. Urania thanked her for introducing herself and introduced herself too, saying that she bore her husband's surname. Urania understood that among people with ducal surnames, there was a difference in status, and naturally, a duchess was higher than a princess. One of the girls, after a short silence, asked how Duchess Euclid ended up there. Urania, with a smile on her face, said that she had come here with the Duke, that he had some business here. One of the girls said that it was not that she did not understand what she was feeling, and asked if she was interfering with her husband in the conduct of state affairs. The girls began to discuss this, saying that the Duke must be in a difficult situation, and in her place, she would do everything to help her husband, because the Duke would be popular even if he got divorced. Urania thought about these words and did not understand how they could discuss such things next to his wife, how they looked down on her. She noticed that their faces turned red, and she didn't understand why, because they were talking about someone else's husband. Urania reflected that she had not thought that so many women had indecent desires for her husband, and wondered if this was why they had been so hostile towards her from the very beginning. Urania, lowering her head slightly, thought about the fact that they could talk about this as much as they wanted, because in any case, that day will never come that Cassius wants to divorce her, because Cassius is her husband for the rest of her life. One of the girls said that she was really surprised when the Duke suddenly announced the wedding. Suddenly, one of the cups fell, and the girls started shouting that the color of the tea had changed to red. Other girls started saying that their tea had also changed color, and they couldn't understand how this was possible. Miss Daisy looked at Uranius, who sat with a thoughtful face, but she was calm. Suddenly, she cried out that this was all the work of Duchess Euclid. Urania giggled and said with a smile on her face that she had no idea what they were talking about. Daisy asked how she would explain that her tea was the only one that hadn't changed color, and whether that proved it was her. Daisy pursed her lips, her face showing that she was angry with Uranius. Suddenly, she asked Uranius if she could take responsibility for what she had done. Urania thought about her words and did not know what to do, what to answer, when suddenly someone interrupted her. A girl appeared from somewhere who was dressed in a black dress. She said with a smile on her face that she could take responsibility. Urania immediately remembered how Phoebe had handed her the map and told her that when she needed help, she should show this map in the abandoned fortress. Urania thought about the fact that this was an abandoned fortress, that she had then helped the girl who had given it to her. She remembered Phoebe's words, who said that this is exactly what the girl had conveyed. The girl introduced herself as the princess of the Harura Empire, Ulysses de Anastasia. All the girls immediately stood up and said that they were glad to welcome her. Your Highness, Sunshine Perry. Urania was surprised that with her mere appearance, she had changed the atmosphere here. She was the third daughter of the emperor, and the one who resembled him the most. The girl noticed Duchess Urania and began to look at her intently. Urania approached the princess and heard from her that they had not seen each other for a long time. Calling her teacher, Urania did not understand this at all. Behind the lady stood Lady McLean, who said that she should use informal address. The princess said that she didn't want to, and couldn't she really ask how the teacher was doing after a long time? Lady McLean said everything was fine, and could she step away for a moment? To which the princess said that this would not do, and that the Duchess should go with them. Urania was pleasantly surprised by this, and asked again what the princess had just said. The girl came close to the girl, looked into her eyes. She asked if she could not. Before Urania could say anything, the princess said that even if she couldn't, she definitely had to go. Urania felt very awkward and said that she was very grateful that she had invited her. The princess turned to the other girls and told them to go back and think about their behavior. She said that the way they treated their precious guest was in no way justifiable. The girls wanted to say something, but the princess interrupted them and told them not to dare open their mouths until she gave them permission. The princess turned to Uranius and said that they could go, and the lady thought about how wonderful she was. They were walking in the garden, and the princess said that meeting the lady like this was like a gift. The princess said that the lady could not even imagine how happy she was, since the lady had never come to visit, and she was thinking of coming herself. The girl said that she owed it to her, so she should be grateful to Uranius, and said that if that was the case, then she should not worry about it. The girl said that she felt sad then, because she apparently really wasn't planning on coming. Urania, walking through the garden, thought about the fact that she still had not reached the levels of the imperial family. Urania said that, to tell the truth, she had not been feeling very well for a long time, and she was about to leave. But she met with her. The girl became nervous and asked if she was okay now, to which the lady said that she had nothing to worry about. Urania thought about the fact that, looking around, she saw knights and thought about it. She didn't understand how much longer they were going to pursue them. The princess interrupted her thoughts and turned to Urania. The girl did not quite understand what this was about. The princess, with a smile on her face, suddenly asked if she could run well. Urania, lowering her head and thinking, realized that she was not at all sure of this. The princess addressed Urania all the time as a duchess and asked that she simply call her Urania. Since the princess realized that the lady could not run, she asked if she liked to play with dolls. Urania was very embarrassed, she said, adding that she had never played them. The princess was very surprised and asked if it was true, that it was never, that such a thing simply could not happen. The princess took Uranius by the hand and said that if this was so, then she had lost half of her life. Without explaining anything at all, the princess, with a smile on her face, asked them to go as quickly as possible. Urania agreed, saying once again, "Your Majesty," and the girl at that moment said that she should address her by name. The girl said that this is what true friends do, which greatly surprised the duchess. Entering the house, the princess asked if Urania was very tired, to which she said that she was not at all, and that they had studied well. The princess, clutching her head, apologized and said that it wasn't very interesting when they were dragging themselves along. At first, Urania didn't understand who they were talking about, but then she realized that it was about the security, and no matter how you look at it, they also irritated her. Suddenly, McLean appeared unexpectedly, saying that she had missed something and that she would be back soon. And Urania was very surprised by this. She only saw how the lady was already running away. She was surprised and indignant. How did she appear from the ceiling? Lady McLean slowly turned her head towards the lady. She said that the shortest route they came by was known only to Her Highness, and only she could use it. Standing behind them was the princess, who, smiling, said that it was worth going, that they had so much time. Smiling broadly, the princess suggested that they enjoy playing with dolls until trouble arose. Both Lady McLean and Urania stood in complete bewilderment. The lady, of course, was interested, but still she felt somehow uneasy. They began to try on different looks for Urania, dressing her in completely different clothes, and the princess talked about how everything suited her, and that it was simply perfection and ideal. Looking at Urania's new outfit, the princess couldn't even believe that it would suit her so well. Putting her hand on her shoulder, the princess said that the creator of the white fox outfit is making a cute strawberry peanut butter jam outfit fashionable this time. The princess looked at her with lit-up eyes, and Urania did not like this game at all, and she decided that it was necessary to change the subject. The lady had no other choice but to ask whether McLean had taught her fencing. The princess said yes, but later she gave it up, to which Lady McLean said she shouldn't have given up fencing. Urania thought that, if she thought about it, she had already heard about this, and they said that this princess was a genius of fencing, and it was she who was trained by this genius. Suddenly, the princess cried out that she had almost forgotten about the cute chestnut hat, and out of awkwardness, Urania asked what chestnut hat. The princess came as close to Uranius as she could and asked if it might be better to start with the head. Urania was already mentally crying because she didn't like what was happening at all and realized that her plan had failed. The princess began to carefully comb Urania's hair and told her why she had given up fencing, saying that, having pointed her sword, she realized that healing was more suited to her. The girl said that she was now studying medicine, and that day she also practiced in Phoebe's infirmary, and thanks to the lady, her illness was discovered. Urania asked if everything was okay with her now, to which the girl said that of course, and added that now she was thinking about how to thank her, and asked what she would like to receive. Urania did not understand what kind of gift they were talking about, since she had only told about her symptoms to prove her abilities. But she understood that she could not refuse the opportunity that had come her way. The princess did a beautiful hairstyle for the lady, and Urania asked if they could become friends. The princess was very surprised, but with a smile on her face she asked, did she really want to do it again? Urania merely thanked Her Majesty and thought that, thank God, she did not take it as rudeness. The princess asked if she was sure of her request, and if she understood that she would be visiting her often. Urania said that then wouldn't she mind playing something else next time? The girls suddenly turned towards the door because someone entered the room. It was clear from Her Highness's face that she was displeased, but she only said that it was rudeness. It was Duke Euclid, who walked straight towards Uranius with a serious face. Cassius asked whether he was worse than the emperor's daughter, who had voluntarily kidnapped his man. The princess asked him if he really thought that Urania belonged only to him, to which Cassius replied that at least she did not belong to the princess. The princess said that apparently he was not aware that Urania had become his friend, to which Cassius asked Urania if she was really friends with such a person, adding that friendship was very important. Urania thought about how the victim seemed to have changed, and with a smile on her face, she noticed how they got along with each other. The princess approached Uranius, and putting her hands on her shoulders, she said that she had a fictitious marriage with a crazy person. If she wanted, she would help her with a divorce and also match her with a much better candidate. Cassius pushed the princess away from her and said that there was no point in listening to an unmarried woman who didn't know what a relationship was. Urania sat in bewilderment as to why this was happening to her, and turning to the princess, she asked if she could already be free. The princess said that she was, of course, very sorry. But yes, she came even closer to her and touched her face. The princess apologized for keeping her late and added that they would definitely see each other again and kissed her on the cheek. Urania was very surprised by this. She did not quite understand such a gesture from the princess. The princess turned with a smile and looked at Cassius, while Urania was still in shock that she had just been kissed. They went to the townhouse, and while still in the carriage, Urania suggested talking about that night. Cassius looked at Uranius and agreed with her, saying that he was listening carefully. Urania didn't know how to start this conversation properly, and held her breath. She quickly said that he was pushy. She said that at times it was even too much, so she avoided him because she felt awkward. Cassius looked at Uranius in surprise. He didn't even know what to answer, but he felt some kind of guilt. Cassius didn't say anything in response. He just hugged Uranius sharply and held her very tightly. He said that if this was really the case, then she no longer needed to avoid him. He said this with his eyes closed. Stepping back, Urania said that she hadn't wanted to run away, but her body moved on its own. Cassius asked if he could kiss her, to which she first looked at him and then said that he could, but only if it was light. The knights asked, however, if it would not be better to say that they had already arrived at the townhouse, to which Lena replied that they had probably fallen asleep. The knights approached Lena again to ask when they could tell, to which Lena said that they should stand and not disturb her unnecessarily. Lena was very indignant. She did not understand why the knights had nothing but muscles. Lena, looking at the carriage, told herself that they should rely on her and have a good time. At this time in the carriage, there was a very passionate and long kiss, as if they could not tear themselves away from each other. Cassius pulled back and said he hadn't been too harsh. He had held back as best he could. Urania said that he was a liar, to which Cassius told her to understand that in order to get used to something, you need to do it often. The girl thought that, for some reason, it seemed to her that he was only becoming more impudent. Urania turned away from Cassius and told him not to kiss her yet. The guy was perplexed. The next day, they woke up together, and Cassius asked if Urania was awake. The girl, barely opening one eye, asked where he was going so early. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Cassius said that he needed to go to the abandoned fortress, that there were a lot of things to do because of the New Year's festival. Urania rose slightly from her bed and realized that the New Year's festival had already begun. Cassius said that it was almost the end of December and asked if she would be willing to join in the preparations for the festival. Urania asked if she could, to which Cassius said that there was no need to worry in vain and that she should do as she wanted and do everything possible. The girl said that she knew little about the festivals because in childhood She had only been to them a few times. Thanks to Seed, Cassius put his hand on her cheek and said, "This Seed Callisto again." Cassius, hanging his head down, thought about how he seemed to always be first. He asked her if she had never participated in the festival. Urania said that she had never even really seen them. Cassius said that they had to try anyway, and asked if she would like to organize the festival herself. This was very unexpected for Uranius. She thought about it, and Cassius, not hearing an answer, asked again if she would try. Urania thought with a smile on her face that Cassius was being sincere with her, and she replied that she would deal with it later. Cassius asked if they might be better off checking the preparations for the festival first. Urania and Round went to Chower, and while walking down the street, Round asked if their parents' house was here. Urania asked if they had come here to fool around, adding that they were here to check on the preparations for the festival. Round asked if she had relaxed too much and let the nights go under the pretext of checking, to which Urania asked what she should do when there were so many beautiful things around. She thought about the fact that she had not had any free time for a long time, and she simply could not miss such a chance. She would have been glad if Cassius had gone with her, but Lane was close to tears. Walking along one of the streets, an unexpectedly unfamiliar girl called out to the lady, pointing to a New Year's bracelet that brings good luck. Urania came up and took this bracelet in her hands. She began to examine it. The girl said that if she wears it for 30 days, then she will be fine all year round. She thought about how much she had already bought, but they were so light, and she thought that it would be okay if she bought them too. She began to look at the different bracelets and decided to buy another one anyway. She turned and told Round that they could go now, but she didn't notice him. She was scared enough to start calling his name, hoping that he would respond. From somewhere, Ruan's voice appeared. He said that there was no use looking for him. She just needed to stand here, adding that the killer had tracked her down, but there was no need to worry. Urania felt something like goosebumps on her skin and did not understand what it was, whether it was malice. He said that he was going to sweep them off the ground and that she should close her eyes if it made her uncomfortable. Urania asked if he wanted to release magic throughout the area, to which Ruin said that in this way he would protect her and do everything his way, and the Duke would take care of the rest. This is no different from the past life, when people suffered due to the destruction of the barrier. The girl asked not to harm ordinary people, to which Ruin asked why he should worry about such a thing. She said that, if possible, it would be better to lure the killers to another, less crowded place. Urania said that she would be bait for them, and Ruin accompanied her and told her where to go, saying that she needed to go straight first and then turn into the alley at 10 o'clock. The girl found herself in a dead end and began asking Ruin what she should do next. He said that they had lured them in, and now he would deal with the pursuers. But she needed to hide somewhere. Urania looked around and noticed something big. It was a wooden box, and she decided that she would hide there. Urania said that she would have happily hurried, but the box would not open, to which Round told her to use the magic he had taught her in the carriage. The girl needed to use magic to gather air and aim in the right direction. She directed all her strength and thoughts there, and without expecting it, the box opened. She sat quietly in the box and did not understand how much time had passed. It was dark there, and not a sound could be heard. She lost the sense of time. All this time, she only hoped that innocent people would not get hurt. Urania, after some time, asked if Round had finished yet, but without waiting for an answer, she thought that he had not finished yet. Suddenly, the box opened and Cassius appeared in front of her, who said that she was whispering the wrong name. Urania was very surprised. She could not have expected to see Cassius here. Cassius carefully took it out of the box and apologized to her for scaring her. Uranius, hugging Cassius, asked him how he ended up there. Cassius said that he came to Ruin's magic and cut down the one who aimed at it. Urania asked if everything was okay with him, to which he said that Rowan had already left, so she had nothing to worry about. But suddenly, she heard a voice. It was Rowan, who asked why he didn't come back for her, since everything was okay now. Uranius pulled away from Cassius and asked Rowan if he was hurt, to which he asked what she thought. With a smile on her face, the girl thanked Ruan, to which he said that she was greatly exaggerating and added that since the Duke had come, he would go. Urania was slightly surprised and asked him to wait, because she needed to give him something. She sat down and put something in his palm, to which Rowan, slightly embarrassed, asked what kind of thing it was. The girl, without explaining anything, only said that she hoped that she would bring him peace. To this, Round said that his peace of mind depended only on the lady, and hearing this, Urenia only smiled. During their first meeting, as soon as she asked about his parents, his gaze seemed to be empty. It was not an act. Perhaps that was why he was so cold-blooded towards the lives of others. The next day, she briefly talked about her relationship with her Valyrian family and how they attacked her yesterday. There was no guarantee that it wouldn't happen again, and she thought it would be a good idea to let Round know about it. Round asked why she couldn't communicate with her parents, to which Urenia asked why he wasn't surprised. Round, yawning, said that there are only good parents in the world and asked if that was all. Urenia said that now he also knew her secret and that they were in the same boat. Round became embarrassed and stood there in bewilderment. He did not understand what the lady was talking about and why they were in the same boat. Urenia just wanted to tell him something, but he was no longer in the chair, as if he had disappeared. She saw Cassius snap his fingers again, and she thought it was him, snapping his fingers to drive him away. Looking at Urenius, Cassius said that if she needed his help, she only had to say so. Urenia looked at him in surprise at first, then smiled and thanked him. In Valyrian's townhouse, Elika stood waiting and hoping that Gavan would arrive any minute. Govan, a crazy foreign knight with whom she has been dealing for several years. Elika had tasked him with finding Louise and intimidating Urenius, and she stood there wondering why he hadn't returned yet. Elika heard strange knocks behind her, and turning her head slightly, she sharply shouted out who was there. Turning around, she saw a small blue bag on the ground and carefully picked it up. When she untied it, an eye fell out of it. She screamed loudly. From the horror she saw, she felt uneasy. She sat down on the floor and threw the bag out of her hands as quickly as possible. She looked at the eyes that rolled out of the bag. Elika realized that this eye color was like Govan's, and realized that he was dead. She thought for a second that it meant that whoever left this was somewhere in the townhouse. Cassius apologized to Urenius and said that he would not allow anyone to threaten her again, and again asked for forgiveness. Urenia asked what he thought, to which Cassius said that if she wanted to take the medicine, she needed to eat first. The girl smiled and said that he needed to come to her first. Cassius looked at Urenius in slight bewilderment, and without asking any unnecessary questions, approached the girl. He extended his hand, and Urenia put on it the very same New Year's bracelet that she had bought. Urenia asked with a smile on her face if he liked the bracelet, to which Cassius said that he liked it, and even liked it very much. She said that this color of the bracelet suited Cassius very well. She herself admired it, and did not take her eyes off his hand. She said that the color was different from the color of Ruan's bracelet, to which Cassius said that he shouldn't have given it to anyone else. Cassius said that he wanted to be the only person dear to her, and asked if it was really that hard to understand. Urenia was perplexed. She did not expect such a reaction from Cassius, and did not even know what to answer, but she liked to watch him get irritated. She said that New Year's bracelets are given to the family. It can be given to anyone in the duchy. With a dissatisfied face, he repeated Urenius's words, that it could be given to anyone, and asked why they weren't then given to everyone. In response, Urenia only giggled. She was touched by how angry Cassius was, and didn't see anything wrong with it. Cassius, seeing the smile on Urenius's face, immediately calmed down and smiled slightly too. Cassius, chuckling, said that she needed to have fun from the heart, and he was ready even to die if only she had fun, to which Urenia said that he would not have to die for her. Urenia said that Round would not have received the bracelet anywhere, since he had only recently arrived in the duchy. Cassius looked at the girl and asked what it meant. She also gave him a bracelet, as a member of the family. The girl thought about the word family, and did not understand whether this word could describe their relationship. Urenia, with a smile on her face, said that their relationship is definitely much more than just a family. The girl didn't know how to choose the right words, and simply said that Cassius was the most valuable person for her. Hearing this, Cassius was touched. He thanked her for answering and tenderly kissed her on the forehead. Urenia decided to visit Louise, who, as soon as she saw her, began to shout out how much longer she was going to keep her here. I asked her to return her right now. Urenia asked Ruan to treat Louise yesterday morning. Without her knowledge, she noticed that her body began to move and thought it was worth trying again. The girl decided that she would give her a chance and told her to help her kick Elika out. Louise started shouting with discontent. Why should she help her after what she did to her? Urania said that if she refused to cooperate, she would spend the rest of her life looking at the patterns on the ceiling. She asked her to think carefully, to which Louise asked if she really would listen to her obediently. Suddenly, Louise stood up from the bed and hit Uranius in the face with all the force she had. Urania was doubled over in pain and didn't understand why she could move. She had hidden her weapon in advance and calculated the moment. Looking at Louise, the girl understood that she would have accepted her sincere apology, but apparently she didn't even think about it. Urania gathered her thoughts and strength, and with the help of magic, she lifted Louise up. Louise screamed in fear, asking what was going on. She begged him to let her down right now. Urania said that it was not a trick, but just magic, and watched the frightened Louise closely. Louise had always been jealous of her older brother, who was a wizard, so this situation irritates her even more. Urania closed her eyes, and lowering her head slightly, said that she remembered something. She said that once on the terrace, she hung her upside down, and said that she wanted her to feel what she felt then. Louise flew straight out the window and hovered above the ground, screaming for Urania to let her go. Lena entered the room and said that the Countess had arrived and thought about how she had assumed that she would appear sooner or later, since the killer had failed. Urania asked Lena to take her to the backyard, and suddenly Elika started shouting something. She looked up and saw Louise screaming in fear. Elika turned to the servants and asked what was going on here. She told them to hurry up and get Louise down, to which the syllables replied that it was impossible to do. Urania appeared behind her and said that she had tried to do something to her, which was why she was now floating above the ground. Elika said that she was very rude, that she was acting like this because of some joke, and asked if the decision to divorce was really affecting her that much. Elika said that, however, if she listened to her, she would change her mind, because there were rumors that the Duke lost his mind from blood and could not sleep unless he stabbed someone, and asked if she had heard that he chose a woman in order to lull this madness. Urania, with a serious expression on her face, said that this was the first time she had heard of this and asked why she didn't ask him herself. The girl loudly told Cassius to come out, and he appeared right behind Elika. Cassius said that he felt that this meeting was just a waste of time and asked why they didn't end it right now. Elika turned to Cassius, asking for his forgiveness and saying that she was concerned about her daughter's future, so she could not stand aside. Coming closer to Elika, Cassius said that she had crossed the line several times already. Elika wanted to say something, but Cassius immediately interrupted her and said that this was the end and told her to leave the capital forever. Cassius added that, by order of the head of public security of the capital, she was prohibited from entering Portiara, and the same applies to Valerian. Elika tried to say something else to Cassius, but the Duke did not listen to her and ordered the servants to take her away. Elika started screaming loudly that it was just possible, that he couldn't do that to her, and that it was wrong. Cassius said that if she wanted to get Louise, she had to ask Uranius for forgiveness with all her heart. Cassius said that he would give her until noon tomorrow, after which he would issue orders for her expulsion, asking whether she really wanted to humiliate his wife and leave as if nothing had happened. Cassius approached Uranius, and behind their backs, Elika continued to try to resist the servants. The Duke touched the girl's face and asked if she had been hurt in all the commotion. He noticed that her cheek was very red. Cassius asked her not to go alone again, that she shouldn't overdo it. As the servants led Elika away, she turned around one last time and noticed what kind of relationship they had. Urania asked Cassius if he heard what Elika was saying, to which Cassius replied that he had heard absolutely everything. The girl thoughtfully asked if it really meant that they had made it all up. Urania asked if it was someone else who did it, adding that, after all, why is this story even circulating? Cassius said angrily that the mouths of those who spread this nonsense should be cut. Urania was horrified by this, and Cassius added that it would be a good idea to tear out their tongues as well. The girl said she was just curious as to who was behind the many rumors about him. She wondered if the reason they were spreading was because he had married her, and she asked Cassius about it. Urania said that because of her poor health, more such gossip had spread, and, no matter how you look at it, it was all because of her. Cassius put his hand on her shoulder and said that it was absolutely not her fault. Their conversation was interrupted because someone entered the room and addressed the lady. It was Bridgie who asked what she thought about bathing in the hot springs today, adding that they improve immunity and reduce fatigue. Cassius said they were on the property of a townhouse and told her to do as she wanted. Urania thought for a moment and said that if that was the case, they would go there together. Cassius did not expect such a proposal from Uranius and asked if she was sure she did not mind. The girl giggled, with a smile on her face. She told him to be sure to join her. They went to the hot springs, and the girl said that she had imagined them a little smaller. Cassius said that he would be there, and if there were any difficulties, she should call him immediately. Urania looked at him in surprise and asked if she was really going to go there alone, to which Cassius said that he did not want to take just a bath and would wait for her outside. Urania thought about how she had suggested joining her and thought that he was acting like this after the time she had asked him not to kiss her. Urania looked straight into his eyes and said that if that was the case, then now was not the time to hold back. Cassius became nervous. He began to straighten his hair and turned his head away. The girl noticed this and realized that he was embarrassed. She decided that it was worth acting herself, and with a smile, as she left, she told him to hurry up. Cassius said that she was the only girl who could manipulate him like that. Uranius told Cassius that it was already so dark that she could hardly even see his face. The guy asked if she was really afraid, to which the girl said with a smile that of course not, because he was next to her. Urania decided to dilute their silent and not particularly comfortable atmosphere, and unexpectedly said that Cassius was her light. Cassius looked at Uranius in bewilderment and did not understand what she was getting at. She said that he always comes to her, and the light, it always appears where she is. The Duke thought about what it meant. According to Uranius's logic, where she was, there was darkness. Urania thought for a moment and asked how Elika knew about the madness and if he had any guesses about it. Cassius said that she must have found out during the construction reconnaissance about a year ago when he met with Count Vincent. She must have overheard then. The girl was very surprised and asked if it turned out that Count Vincent was also aware of everything. Cassius thought for a moment and said that right now Uranius was the only one who was bothering him. Urania thought that these were just words, because their fingertips didn't even touch. Urania understood that this was all about her health, but she shouldn't release all her magic to hide her passionate desires. Cassius said that instead of focusing on one point, it is better to stare into the distance. The girl pointed her hands forward and said that it was most likely so, since Cassius usually does that with a sword. Uranius thought again about Cassius's words, that he had said that one must look intently into the distance and not take one's gaze away. Following Cassius's advice, she actually succeeded, and this glowing red-tinted ball flew away somewhere far ahead. Suddenly, something strange happened, and Cassius, frightened, blocked Uranius with his body. A slight wind picked up, and Urania stared ahead, but it wasn't really possible to see anything from the darkness. A large, beautiful unicorn appeared in front of them. It had huge blue wings. Cassius also looked ahead and told her to wait here and not go anywhere, that he would return soon. Cassius began to emerge from the water, saying that it would not take long. Urania was a little embarrassed that he was completely naked and just wanted to ask, what? Would he really go like this? Cassius came to Ruan and said that Uranius Euclilus had awakened the spirit animal. Ruan was very surprised, because he did not expect this from the lady, but he thought that in any case, this horse was special. Ruan thought that Urania had seemed unusual to him from their first meeting, as if she had distorted time. Ruan wanted to look at this, but looking out the window, he noticed Louise, who was sitting on the ground without strength. With tears in her eyes, she barely managed to scream that Ruan was simply a monster. The Archmage looked at her intently, without any regret, thinking that this was precisely why he hated nobles. After all, if someone deviates from the established framework, then you are immediately driven away, as if you were a monster. Ruan told Louise to listen to him. He told her that Duke Euclid had gotten rid of one murderer, and remarked that he saw his color in her. Louise said it was absolutely unimportant, and asked to see her mother right away. Ruan immediately went down to her, and, fixing his gaze on the girl's eyes, he repeated that her blood matched the blood of the killer. Louise looked at him in fear, and Ruan added that the killer was her real father. At this time, Urania did not take her eyes off this beautiful horse. She stood as if enchanted. She didn't understand why. When she saw this horse, she wasn't scared at all. Urania thought about the Duke's words, that this was a danger for her, and did not understand why. She kept looking at the horse, and she was so interested that she took very small steps straight towards the horse. Suddenly, Urania opened her eyes and realized that she was in her room, in her bed, and thought that it was just a dream. She heard a man's voice asking her how she felt and realized it was Cassius. Urania slowly turned her head towards him. He was sitting on the edge of the bed and holding something in his hands. The girl said that she had a dream in which there was a horse, which she saw yesterday at the hot springs. Cassius said it was a spirit animal, that it had been asleep for hundreds of years, but was awakened from its slumber by a reaction to her magic. Urania asked what a spirit animal meant, to which Cassius replied that it was a creature that protected their kind, like a servant. Cassius added that this spirit animal had chosen Urania as its master, and the girl thought about his words and was slightly surprised. She lay in bed for a long time and tried to comprehend everything that had happened. Urania went out into the courtyard, where Elika and Louise were standing, and the girl told them to come back with her. Elika said that it was very unexpected that they were let go so easily, that it seemed like something was wrong. Urania said there was only one condition. She said that they should never contact them again. Elika asked what she meant, that she shouldn't even dream about social circles, adding that it was too much for her. The girl asked if they were unhappy with the name Valerian. Ruan told Urania everything about whose child Louise really was. She looked at her and asked if she was also unhappy like her mother. Louise wanted to say something, but she fell silent and lowered her head. Urania asked her if she thought she deserved it. Without waiting for any answer, Urania looked at them and told them not to even show their face to her again. Elika realized that she would not achieve anything from this conversation, and lowering her head, closing her eyes, she said that she would try. Several days have passed since the situation with Louise and Elika was resolved. During this time, practicing releasing magic, Urania learned that she could grow flowers with her power. When she told Rune about it, he laughed at it being an unusual ability, but she really liked it. Ren arrived with Lena, who said he was here to escort her to the conference room. Urania asked that this flower pot be delivered to Princess Willis, and that the rest be collected and left at the entrance to the conference room. They arrived at the conference room where the aristocrats who had sworn allegiance to the Euclid family had gathered. One of the men approached the Duke and asked if it was true that the lady had awakened a spirit animal. The second man said that the lady was not a direct relative, and that he heard that he was with her that day, and maybe he was mistaken. The gentleman turned to these men with indignation and asked them if they really doubted the Duke. The man replied that a keeper is a person who, until recently, could not help but see and speak. And then Urania realized that it was not at all surprising that they thought the same way as she did. Urania raised her head and looked at everyone, asking if she could say something. Urania said she dreamed of a spirit animal, adding that she had dreamed of it twice before today. The men smiled, and one of them said that he also had dreams, and didn't everyone have dreams today? The master said that this was not what the lady meant, and asked if they did not know that spirits use dreams to communicate with their master. The man said with displeasure that the spirit animal had reacted to the Duke, and the Duchess was probably just enjoying the hot springs. Another man said that he thought it would be more correct to say that the owner of the spirit was the Duke, and upon hearing this, the others all supported him. The gentleman slammed his fist on the table and asked if they were simply going to ignore the incoming host. Someone shouted out a question. How could they even know whether the mistress was a worthy owner or not? Cassius listened attentively to all this and did not interrupt anyone, but his patience snapped, and the veins on his neck bulged. Cassius said that they were gathered here so that they would give permission not to find out anything. The guy indignantly asked if the problem was that the spirit master had appeared and was protecting the Euclid family. Everyone immediately became agitated and said that under no circumstances, to which the Duke said that they should then show respect to the Duchess as the keeper of the spirit. Cassius said that the coronation ceremony would take place immediately after the end of the New Year's festival. Urania stood up from her seat, and turning to the Duke, she said that she had prepared a gift for all those returning. Seeing a pot with an unusually beautiful rose, the men asked the Duchess to repeat it again. She said it was an ancient rose. She tried to germinate the seeds that were kept in the estate. The men were very shocked by this and asked how it happened that it bloomed again. Urania excitedly placed the empty pot on the table and told everyone to watch carefully. She directed all her thoughts and strength to this pot, and in an instant flowers blossomed there. Everyone exclaimed with admiration. One of the men said that in the language of flowers, white tulips mean forgiveness, to which the girl replied that they were for the marquise. Urania sat back down at the table with relief, knowing that she hadn't screwed up and had really shown what she could do. Cassius asked how she felt after that, to which Urania said that she could use some rest. She said that growing flowers takes a lot of magical power. Cassius asked if she would be okay tomorrow, to which the girl said, of course. With a smile on her face, she added that she would be completely fine because her husband was with her. Hearing this, Cassius was very touched. He stood with a smile on his face and looked at his wife. The day of the New Year's festival arrived, and knights stood on both sides of the alley. The Duke and Duchess arrived in a carriage, and when they got out of it, they were even a little surprised. Someone approached Cassius and said that he had something very important to tell him. Cassius looked at Uranius, to which she, with a smile on her face, said that he could go, that she would wait for him here. The Duke hugged her tightly, kissed her, and told her not to worry, that he would be back soon. Urania felt very awkward, and her cheeks turned red. She thought that showing love in front of so many people was somehow strange. Urania sat alone at the table, waiting for the Duke, but he was already quite late and had been gone for a long time. Suddenly, she heard a voice behind her. It was the voice of a girl. Urania carefully turned her head and did not immediately understand who it was. It was Daisy Linda, walking straight towards Uranius, with a smile on her face. The princess said that she probably didn't know that they shared the same restroom. Daisy said that she sent it to the person, but apparently the news hasn't reached her yet. Daisy asked if this was Urania's first time at a parade, adding that she had not been feeling well lately, and it must have been tiring. Afterwards, Daisy apologized, adding that it was probably very rude of her, to which Urania, closing her eyes, said that she thought correctly. Daisy was outraged by such an answer from Uranius. She became stupefied. She didn't even know how to behave. Urania said that it was quite rude to ask, so she should learn some etiquette. She said that apparently she also doesn't know etiquette well, since the parade requires luxurious clothing. Urania laughed, and with a smile on her face, she said that since she was wearing a dress under her cloak, she had nothing to worry about at all. Daisy insisted that there had been a change in the festival plan a few hours ago, and that the lady would be walking with her. Urania was already unhappy with this, and showed her displeasure with her whole appearance. The moment had come when Urania and Daisy were supposed to be on their way. Lady McLean approached the lady and said that it was a bad idea, that she was not at all obliged to agree. Urania was serious and said that she didn't like to run away, so she would stay until the end. The lady began to carefully take off her cloak and said that Daisy would probably regret staying with her. Upon hearing this, Daisy looked at the Duchess with displeasure. Taking off her cloak, she was wearing a luxurious dress, yellow in color. It was very lush and beautiful, which greatly complemented her hair. Everyone loudly greeted Duchess Euclid and Princess Linda, walking forward, Urania carefully scattering petals behind her back. Everyone noticed how the flowers were blooming along the road along which the Duchess was walking, and was very surprised. The Duke also arrived, watching from the side, and hearing all the admiration of the people. Urania herself enjoyed this moment. She was very pleased with how everyone admired her, and the fact that flowers were blooming right behind her, just as she wanted. Cassius looked at her with a smile and delight, thinking that she was making him fall in love with her more and more. Daisy was very angry about this, because she was the one who was supposed to shine in this procession. Cassius approached Uranius. The girl was slightly surprised by the sudden appearance of her husband, but was glad to see him. He said that the final stage of the parade had arrived. He put a red stone in her hands and told her to throw it into the cauldron. As soon as Urania threw this pebble into the cauldron, a beautiful red flame flared up. Cassius looked at Uranius and did not dare tell her what he had planned. He turned to her and said that he was going to do something shameful and asked if she minded. Urania lowered her head slightly and said that she was already very ashamed. She said this in a whisper so that Cassius would not hear anything. Cassius pulled Uranius tightly to him, and they shared a long, passionate kiss. Everyone immediately started shouting, "Hooray!" that it was very beautiful, but it was time to leave. Urania whispered to Cassius that he had said he would be back soon and asked why he was so late. She hung her head down, showing that she was slightly upset, adding that she had been waiting for him all this time. Cassius felt guilty about this and turned his head away. He only told her to forgive him. Urania asked him to hug her to make her feel better, but Cassius was surprised by this and simply remained silent. The girl looked at him in bewilderment and asked if he was really not going to hug her. The guy, immediately after these words, rushed into each other's arms. They looked intently into each other's eyes. Cassius knew that he was showing his true colors, and that when he looked at her, all his anger evaporated. The girl looked at him with indignation and said that, to tell the truth, she passionately desired something. Cassius asked if he could ask what, to which she said that she kept thinking about that night. The guy didn't quite understand what she meant, or he just pretended not to understand and asked what she was thinking about. She looked into his eyes and said that she thought about the way he licked his lips that day while saying vulgar words. Uranius got close to Cassius's face and asked him what he thought about it, to which he said that he thought she'd better stop embarrassing him. She said that all he did was talk, to which Cassius asked if she was deliberately asking about obvious things. Cassius said that she was not the only one who remembered that day, to which she asked if he also thought about it constantly. Urania felt much better. She realized that she was not alone in constantly having such thoughts. She sat on the Duke's lap. They continued to look into each other's eyes. Suddenly Ren appeared, who said that it was time for the Duke to go to the award ceremony. Urania told him to go. Cassius exhaled with a displeased face and said that he would be back soon. There was a strong fire, and many screams of people could be heard, shouting and asking for help. A little girl was walking down one of the streets, crying and loudly sobbing, calling for her mother. This vision appeared to Uranius, which left her very confused and very frightened. Uranius understood that the north, east, south were under the supervision of the ruin, and it was only necessary to watch the west. She was puzzled as to why she was meeting this man now, and suddenly she screamed for Lady McLean to stop. His Majesty stood before them. Urania said that she was glad to meet him, to which he asked where she was going in such a hurry. Urania said that she dreamed that the capital would be enveloped by evil spirits, and a barrier would be erected, to which he said that it was a false dream on a good day. The girl said that it was a guardian's dream, so she would go away to check. His Majesty said that if you think about it, Euclid had deceived him. He asked why she hid the truth from him, that she was the guardian of a spiritual being who had suddenly awakened. Cassius didn't want to tell her that she was the guardian, all to protect her, but she didn't think he would understand. Urania said that she just found out about it too late, to which he said that even now she was trying to deceive him, and said that he had advice for her. He said that she could not keep the Duke, and he was absolutely sure that she would fall ill. Urania closed her eyes and said that he should not worry about it, to which His Majesty said that he would go then. The girl saw a lot of flames everywhere. The sky was black, and a strong wind was blowing. She was in a panic because many barriers had already been erected. She stood and did not understand what to do. Lady McLean asked to leave everything on guard and return back. Urania said that they would go to the temple in the west. Lady McLean did not quite understand and asked again which temple she was talking about. The girl said that they needed to evacuate the residents to the basement of the temple, that they needed to contact the temple so that they would open the gates for the residents. Suddenly, blue feathers flew, just like the wings of Uranius's spirit animal, and Lady McLean's face changed. Urania said that the spirit animal would be much faster and said to climb in quickly. Lady McLean said she didn't think she could accept her offer. The lady said that an invisible barrier was pushing out absolutely everyone except her. And upon hearing this, Urania was stunned. Urania looked ahead and thought that indeed, it seemed there was a barrier after all. Suddenly, Urania heard loud cries for help and looked in that direction again. She looked at the houses and saw some strange creature behind the houses and was very scared. Lady McLean said it was an owlbear and that the lady needed to go to the castle immediately, to which Urania said that they needed to save the people first. She said that she would ride on an angel and evacuate the people. She asked to tell Lord Moen to go to the Western Temple and open a shelter. On hearing this, Lady McLean said that it was very dangerous and she refused to do it. Urania stood and asked her to simply believe her, and with her experience, she showed how important it was to her. Lady McLean knew the situation was hopeless, and, closing her eyes, she said that she would follow her orders. At this time, during the negotiations, Cassius was informed that they had big problems, that the barrier had enveloped Potiara. One of the knights said that they say that it expands every second. After a short pause, he said that it had been said that the Duchess had gone west, and Cassius seemed dumbfounded when he heard this. The Western Temple, the underground shelter. Those who were able to escape were already there. Someone said that it was time to close the doors, to which Urania said that they needed to wait a little longer, in case someone else came. But it was said that if the doors were not closed, those who had been saved would also be in danger. She looked down and realized that at least some part would be saved, and ordered the doors to be closed. As soon as the doors were closed, Urania mounted her spirit animal and they set off. Urania noticed a girl who was covering a little crying girl with her. She shouted loudly that she needed to move aside. There was a very strong wind. Urania focused all her strength and thoughts on them. And something happened. Suddenly, everything cleared up, and she shouted loudly for them to run away from here as quickly as possible. Suddenly, Angel disappeared. Urania sat down on the ground and was in complete despair. She was very upset. She didn't have the strength to hold him back. She did everything she could. At least she corrected a small part of the mistakes of her past life. She sat down, leaning against some building, and wondered if she had really succeeded in anything. Suddenly, she heard a man's voice, and she realized it was Cassius, asking how long she planned to scare people. Cassius asked indignantly if she couldn't do it to the best of her ability. The girl asked if he knew what happened to Ron, who went north, to which Cassius said that if she was so worried, why didn't she go there herself? Urania cried out that Ron was going for her, and naturally she had to go there herself, but she had little strength. Cassius, seeing the state of Uranius, said that he would find out everything himself and ordered that she return first. She didn't notice how Cassius disappeared. She felt some guilt for not being able to do it herself. Round was in the house and suddenly heard someone calling him. It was a female voice. It was the voice of Uranius, who literally in an instant rushed towards him, into a tight embrace. She asked if he was hurt, to which he said no, and did she really think he was a real child? Urania asked in surprise if it was true that he was younger than her, to which Round looked at her awkwardly. Round said that since she saw him, he would go and there was no need to worry, since nothing unusual had happened. The girl noticed how embarrassed he was, and was touched by this. Someone told the lady to come in. Urania went to eat, but thoughts of Cassius did not leave her. Cassius did not return all night because he was busy, which made her very worried. She didn't understand why he hadn't contacted her during all this time, wondering if he was offended or had decided to be rude like before. The servant came up and apologized for disturbing her during dinner. He wanted to tell her something. He said that the vassals had arrived. The girl looked at him in bewilderment. There was some discussion about the Duchess's first distinguished performance as a guardian last night, to which Urania replied that she had only done what she could. The men began to chuckle that they had not even noticed that the Duchess was capable of such a thing, and she remarked that these were very sharp words of praise. Urania wondered if this meant they were unhappy with yesterday's work, and she asked if she should be grateful that they only found out about it now. One of the men took out a bottle of wine and said that they had prepared a rare wine. Having said that, they say that after becoming a guardian, the flow of magic changes, and therefore it is not possible to get drunk. The man smiled, and that was enough. With a sly smile, he turned to the lady, offering to have a glass with them. Urania thought that this was why they all came together, because they decided to check on her. The Duchess agreed to this proposal with displeasure and a calm face. Urania said that just drinking was too boring and suggested playing a game. The men were very surprised by this. They did not understand what kind of game they were talking about. She said that the one who drinks last will fulfill the wish of the one who drinks first. 4 hours later, the lady brought a stack of paper to the table, and everyone started asking what it was. The girl said that these were written contracts for 120 million. She understood that she would gladly demand them when she needed them. Urania could have snatched more if she had wanted. But that was when Cassius returned. He entered the courtroom and saw men lying on the table. He did not understand what had happened. He had a rather scary expression on his face. Urania asked Lady McLean if Cassius never killed his vassals, to which the lady replied that the Duke never dealt with them personally. She said that he was someone who would not hesitate to destroy the entire family in the most serious case. The girl thought about these words and realized that Cassius was truly capable of this and let the vassals rest in peace. Urania went to her room, and while she was already sitting on the bed, Cassius entered the room and asked if she was still asleep. Urania said that they still needed to discuss something, to which Cassius simply remained silent. She asked if he really decided to go to the lake, to which the guy said that she understood correctly. She asked that if it was because of madness, then would her hand be enough for him? Urania said that she could be in danger, so it was not worth it, to which the girl shouted that nothing of the sort. Cassius looked at Uranius and asked with a thoughtful expression what would happen if he did cause harm. Urania said that even if he lost his mind, she would not be defeated so easily. She could use magic because she was a guardian. She asked him if he believed her. He looked at her thoughtfully and said that he did. Cassius looked at Uranius and asked her not to be sick alone from now on. Urania turned away from him, and after a short pause, she said that, to tell the truth, she would not forgive him. The end-of-year festival ended successfully, and they arrived at the estate. The girl entered the library and asked the librarian which side of the library contained the books about plants. Urania took one of the books and began to read about Machan, the plant kingdom. The girl did not understand what it was. She read that it was not a plant, but a beautiful and sexy dream. Urania decided to put the book back and wondered why there was something like this in the Duke's mansion. Suddenly, the lady turned to the side because she heard some loud rustling and footsteps. It was Gale, who said with a smile on his face that he had finally found the mistress. Urania was frightened, and because she was standing on the stairs, it became very unsteady and the lady began to fall. Thank God Lady McLean caught her in time. She said that she had been with her from the very beginning. Urania thought about what she must have seen then, what book she was reading. She thanked him for saving her. Gale took the book that the lady had not had time to put on the shelf and asked if she would take this book with her. She immediately snatched the book from his hands as soon as he got tired of reading the title out loud and began to run away. Urania decided to change the subject, turned to him, and asked if he really had some business here. Giles said that the clothes for the coronation ceremony were ready and said that she would be able to try them on in an hour, adding that the Duke had ordered a separate outfit to be made. The servant added that there would be a memorial ceremony in the main temple, performed with the parents, and asked how she would conduct this part. Gale said she could invite elders she respected and trusted, that it didn't have to be her parents. The lady thought about these words and asked Gale if he would go with her then, to which he was very surprised. Urania said that Gale had a great influence on her, or rather, as his novel says, a deep look at love. She added that he is an adult whom she definitely trusts. Gale bowed before Uranius and said that he would gratefully accept this honor. The lady turned to Lady McLean and said that she would like to speak to Giles alone. Lady McLean said that then she would go and look for that book, and if anyone asked, she would say that it was hers. The girl asked Giles if he knew anything about the Duke's madness, to which Giles said that it would be better to ask him about it himself. Urania said that she asks him, but even when they meet, he only eats and sleeps, and then leaves. Giles said that the Duke is just very busy and wondered what he should start with. Not long ago, about 200 years ago, there lived an ancestor who showed insanity. According to records, Euclid, the symptoms appear after several generations. After thinking for a moment, she asked if it was hereditary, to which Gale replied that it had happened a long time ago. The girl asked if there were any ways to solve this, to which the servant said that it usually gets better around the age of 25. Uranius said that Cassius showed no signs of improvement at all, to which Giles replied that the carrier of mad blood was usually relegated to the role of guardian. Urania, hearing this, turned around in surprise and looked at Gale. He said that initially the Duke was supposed to be the keeper. Giles said that her becoming a guardian was a special case, the first time a guardian had been made by someone who did not have Euclid's blood running through their veins. Urania hesitated. She felt awkward. She asked if there was any way to refuse this role, to which he said no. The girl thought, lowering her head. She thought that perhaps it was because she had the memories of the keeper. Urania thought that perhaps Cassius didn't know about it either, or he didn't tell her on purpose. But in any case, he would find out anyway, so it would be better to tell him herself. The next day, Urania went to see Seed. He immediately said that he almost didn't recognize her because she had changed her hair color. Cassius said something about Uranius's new pet. She didn't understand at all what he was talking about and asked again. Sid thought for a moment and told her to turn around and look back. He said that behind her, there was either a purple horse or a cow. The girl was surprised and asked if he could really see her, to which Sade said that he had suddenly shouted out very slightly for his aunt to bring the food quickly because his friend's hands were shaking. Urania was outraged and asked why he was shaming her, to which Sade, giggling, said that she was dying of hunger. They were brought food, and Urania said that she was interested in something and asked how he knew about Elika. Sade smiled and said that she needed to be nicer to him and asked if she knew what he did. He had a sly smile on his face. Urania was too interested in this and did not want to waste time simply, so she asked if he could tell her about it without being distracted. He said with some delight that this body had secretly entered the Merchants' Guild, which surprised Uranius greatly. The guy said that it was precisely in that very guild that Count Vincent controlled that Urania asked how this happened. Sid said he was initially intrigued by the fact that the guild was hiring staff, and said he disguised himself and infiltrated as a porter. He asked if Uranius could imagine that in just a few days, he had been entrusted with matters of particular importance. Sid asked if she knew what the body was transporting, to which Urania said of course not, and Sid replied that it was an angelica. Angelica, this most precious plant, for which Count Vincent risks his life. However, despite its effectiveness, it was expensive, since the supply could not satisfy the demand. The biggest disadvantages are that it quickly fades, and it is impossible to transport it over long distances. Urania asked where it was being delivered, to which Sade said that Dudnik could not be taken out of the state, and perhaps that was why the guild leadership was researching various methods of export. The girl thought about it, that it was worth noting that the guild leadership really needed the golden scepter, and was it really because of Dudnik? It was because of the golden scepter that she was ordered to destroy the artifact. She wondered if they were really thinking about exporting the plant to the Maroon Kingdom. Sayed said that it was true, that he had introduced a man to his wife, to Alika, that they had said that a manager was needed, so he had recommended someone. Judging by the situation, it seemed that he had suddenly come into possession of a large sum of money. Urania asked him if he knew anything about it, to which he said that he had no idea and that it was all very suspicious. Urania thanked him for telling her everything and asked if it wasn't too dangerous, to which said that he had come face to face with Count Vincent, but he had not even paid attention to him and had said that she need not worry and should prepare the money. Urania was a little upset, but she thought that even though he was her friend, his passion for money was a little scary. Suddenly, Sade told Urania to tell her husband to stop being so petty, to which she asked what he was talking about. Sade said that the proposal for a law restricting the activities of mercenaries was the work of Cassius. The girl said that since the bill was proposed to the Cassiuses, it meant he had some motive for doing so, to which Sade said that he obviously did so because he did not like it. Urania said that he was not like that at all, but Sade shouted that she had fallen for the bait, that he was crazy, but the girl immediately told him not to dare insult Cassius. It was time to hurry, and he got into the carriage and went somewhere. As he got out of the carriage, he stopped because he noticed someone in front of him. He looked closer and realized that it was a wizard. He looked upset. Sid thought about how much magical power he had and began to wipe his beard. Sid asked him why he was guarding Urania, since he was simply the master of the magic tower. Round asked about the summer, to which Sade said yes, and called it very pathetic. Round said that he was very sharp-tongued, and apparently he didn't trust him, but he didn't understand why. The fragments of time buried around him, and Sade simply went their separate ways with Round. Sid turned his head and asked who would talk about the other's past. Round, with a smile on his face, said that he was a wizard who belonged to the Duchess. He said that it was better to take care of his body, because there were other people like him. This made the guy a little wary. He looked at him cautiously and turned away. Said Callisto ordered his servant to find out who he was. Sid thought that it would be very difficult if he was not on their side. Sid sat and thought about what it meant to bake bread and give it to a dog. A powerless, illegitimate child is not yet a mature witness to immorality. Urania was the one who was less prejudiced against Sayed than everyone else. She was the only one who brought him happy moments, and it took him a little time to like her. However, once in the hands of Cassius, Uranius was condemned, called a dirty villain, and ultimately simply broken. Sid understood that it was not her fault at all that he had turned into a sea of blood. The Duke asked where he got that from, to which Sid replied that he knew her better than anyone. She would not have dared to do such a thing without a drop of fear. Cassius said that it sounded very funny, and told him to go kill monsters instead of talking nonsense. Suddenly, Sade shouted very loudly for him to let go of Uranius and not torment her anymore. Cassius, turning his head slightly, said that he would kill him if he interfered with him. The Duke was someone Seed couldn't find common ground with. The most he could do as a protest was to refuse to support the Imperial mercenaries, and that was the end. Cassius mercilessly thrust his sword into Seed, but he continued to ask him to let the girl go, since she had nothing to do with it. Cassius asked him if he hadn't told him that if he wanted to protect Uranius, he should deal with the monsters. He said that if he decided to become a nuisance, then he would be better off disappearing and doing it for Uranius. He looked at him and only had time to ask what. Was he really bothering Uranius, and fell from helplessness, to which Cassius said that he could not believe that he had turned away from the Imperial family because of her, and did not think that her situation could get worse. Seidu was getting worse and worse, and he could no longer even say anything. Blood was pouring out of his mouth. Cassius said they would talk about this wonderful friendship in one world, no matter that he didn't help. So Seid died. When he opened his eyes again, he went back several months. Now Seid was very happy that she was really happy and hoped that it would last forever. At the Imperial Palace, His Majesty said that he would like to see Princess Linda as the Crown Prince's wife. Cassius looked at him in bewilderment and asked if they hadn't chosen a bride for His Highness the Crown Prince yet. He asked if they were planning to suddenly throw a royal wedding and said he felt like he was being driven by something. His Highness said that it was too late for the Crown Prince's wedding and asked if the child was the same age as him. His Highness said that he must be displeased that Uranius was appearing in social circles. His Highness said that he was too old to arrange a wedding over such trifles, and now was the time to act. Linda's family, of which Daisy is a part, is aristocratic to the core and hostile to Behamin. Cassius wondered if he was planning to marry him to a lady, and that this would cause a reaction and suppress the aristocracy. Cassius asked how he planned to deal with the aftermath, adding that he would not interfere. His Highness said that this is a wind that one will have to face one day. Suddenly, unexpectedly, His Highness said that it was better when Cassius's wife was mute. A smile appeared on Cassius's face after he heard this, and said that he was just scared. The Duke asked him if the Count had known the truth. Would he, His Majesty, have remained silent and asked who it was? Cassius said that he took advantage of his own child's misfortune to marry him off to the Duke. He was definitely going to use Uranius's power to control him. Suddenly, His Majesty asked who would then take control, to which Cassius said that he would take control. Cassius went outside and turned to Ren, asking if he was free. He said that they urgently needed to go to the estate, to which Ren said that he had prepared the ingot for him. Looking at him, Cassius thought about Uranius, and his face changed slightly. Looking at the ingot, he began to unfold it, thinking that he thought that her conversations with Said had already ended. Urania stood by the window in the estate and constantly asked the servants if Cassius had returned yet. The servant said that there was not much time left before his arrival, that he would be here soon. Urania said that she was going to meet him. Ophelia said that then the lady should prepare well for his arrival. The girl said of course, with a smile on her face, and asked if she would pass everything on to Cassius. Urania wrote to him that she was very tired and needed the embrace of a man with great magical power, a warm and gentle embrace that could squeeze tightly. She wrote that she would wait for him at 7 o'clock in the biggest coffee shop in the city center, and if he was late, she would have no choice but to be in the arms of someone else. Urania said all this with a smile. Ophelia asked if she had finished and was slightly embarrassed. Lena was slightly surprised and repeated that they were going to meet at a coffee shop in the center, and asked if she had decided to go on a date with the Duke. Urania said yes. Lena started to scream with joy and said that she thought so, and that it was time to start with a suitable outfit. Lena ran up to Ophelia and said that she urgently needed help choosing clothes for the lady and giving the letter to the knight. They started asking what style they would like to dress in for the date, whether it would be charming or sexy. The lady thought about the fact that it seemed like she had a date, but Lena was the most fussy. Urania was really looking forward to this meeting. She really wanted to see Cassius.